Fu Shiwan keeps these thoughts in her mind. She recalls her favorite palace drama from her past life, realizing that sometimes interests matter more than feelings. When trying to get something, sacrificing some emotions isn't a big deal. She listens carefully and nods at Shinzurue. Sometimes, direct confrontation doesn't work. She needs to be gentle. After discussing these plans, she tells Shinzurue she needs to go home and think it over. They will meet again at the same place and time tomorrow. If she shows up, it means she succeeded. If she doesn't, it means she might have to spend her whole life living in that dark, gloomy mansion. After Fu Shiwan returned to her home in the evening, she surprisingly invited Gu Chongfeng to her courtyard. She prepared a table of good food herself. Although it was just some simple stir-fry and not big dishes, it showed her sincerity. Since she made it herself and Gu Chongfeng was invited into her courtyard, this was the first time Fu Shiwan took the initiative. Gu Chongfeng naturally wanted to see what she was planning. Whenever he tried to get close to her, Fu Shiwan always pushed him away from a distance. But this time, she was the one who took the initiative. It seemed she was no longer playing hard to get. After he stayed overnight at Li Chuan's place last night, and she found out she couldn't sit still anymore. Gu Chongfeng walked confidently into Fu Shiwan's courtyard. As soon as he entered, he saw a table full of food and was surprised. Anyone else in his place would find this hard to accept. Someone who usually disliked, or wanted to push him away suddenly acting friendly, offering good food and service with a smile. Who wouldn't be afraid? Gu Chongfeng felt the same. In the past, Fu Shiwan was the one surprised. Now it was his turn. He stood there, not daring to move. Instead, Fu Shiwan took a step forward and gently tugged at his sleeve. Although Gu Chongfeng felt strange inside, he also enjoyed it. "General, you're back. You probably haven't eaten yet, right? These are some dishes I made myself. They may not look very fancy, but they are my heartfelt effort. Please try some." She handed him a bowl and chopsticks, then picked up a piece of food with her chopsticks and offered it to his mouth without hesitation. Gu Chongfeng hesitated, but ate it. Then Fu Shiwan used her own chopsticks to serve herself some food, seemingly not minding that Gu Chongfeng was nearby. This time, she was sitting very close to him, not facing him directly, but sitting beside him. Gu Chongfeng was stunned. He picked up his chopsticks again and ate. He had to admit, Fu Shiwan's cooking was excellent. The food probably wasn't poisoned, since she was eating it herself. With a curious mind, he finished the meal. Although there was no meat, the food was very tasty, something he had never tasted before. It was clear Fu Shiwan's cooking skills were truly impressive. Not only did she make good crayfish, but even ordinary dishes were cooked so deliciously. And trusting her and Song Jiangma to run a restaurant was the best decision he had ever made in his life. He secretly thought this, unaware that a huge change was happening beneath the surface. After finishing the meal, Gu Chongfeng finally asked Fu Shiwan about her true purpose. After all, when something is unusual, there must be a reason. Her eagerness must mean she has a request. "All these dishes are made by you yourself. They taste good. No matter how eager you seem today, I know you have something to ask or discuss. Since I am in a good mood today, if I can agree, I will surely help you." Before Fu Shiwan could say anything, Gu Chongfeng was already inclined to agree. It seems Shinzurue truly understands men. Men understand men best. Just a little kindness from him makes him more willing to listen. It looks like Fu Shiwan should have learned from Song Jiama or Li Chuan in the past, instead of always fighting head-on. If she had understood these truths earlier, she wouldn't have suffered so much. But maybe not entirely. In the past, Gu Chongfeng didn't like her. No matter how much she softened, he still didn't like her. Now, he has realized his feelings and wants to get closer to her. So, she just needs to soften a bit more and things will go smoothly. Since that's the case, she won't hold back anymore. "Since the general says so, I'll be honest. I want you to give me a chance to come and go freely into the house every day." Of course, that's fine. It's only natural. Since she's handling this business, she should be seen often, coming in and out daily. Gu Chongfeng would definitely agree. Just don't cause any trouble. Though married women are supposed to stay home more, there's no strict rule about it. It's just not polite to go out all the time, but no one dares to stop you. I'll handle everything. If you want to go out, just go. As long as you're doing proper things. That's great. She didn't expect Gu Changfeng to be so easy to talk to. Feeling happy, she leaned on his shoulder and sweetly thanked him. Gu Changfeng was not used to this kind of temptation. He reached out and tightly held Fu Shiwan's waist. Their chests pressed close together. Smelling her scent, he felt she had willingly thrown herself into his arms. He hadn't forced her. You smell so nice. Today, you're not resisting me as much? You're not pushing me into other women's courtyards? Gu Changfeng was lost in this moment. Fu Shiwan truly had a unique charm. More and more the closer he got, the more he was captivated and immersed. He nestled on Fu Shiwan's shoulder. She felt goosebumps all over her body, but tried to hold back. Without giving him a little sweetness, how could she willingly agree? Anyway, I won't suffer any loss. It's like having a love affair with A, but nothing truly serious happened, so she doesn't feel wronged. As long as she can gain freedom by selling her appearance, what does it matter? Shunzurui is right. They are legally married, and she hasn't seduced another woman's husband. He's her husband, and it's another woman who should be seducing him. Thinking this way, Fu Shiwan feels a bit better. But after a good meal, Gu Changfeng is not willing to just hold Fu Shiwan. His mind is clouded by alcohol, and he suddenly pulls her to the bed. Although Fu Shiwan is nervous, she still tries to appear calm and composed. General, you've just eaten. Doing this might harm your health. Her voice is as soft as possible. Gu Changfeng can't handle such temptation. It feels like she's pushing him away, but it seems more like she's seducing him. He can't wait any longer. A few days ago, he was interrupted, and yesterday, he visited Li Chuan's courtyard. Today, Fu Shiwan invited him willingly. Who knows when the next chance will be? Thinking this way, he realizes that Fu Shiwan was the first to enter the house, but now many women in his residence have become his, except for Fu Shiwan. He can't control himself anymore. He presses Fu Shiwan down, his hands sliding from her shoulders to her chest, then lower, unbuttoning her top and reaching inside. But he touches something wet. His gaze drops, and he sees a streak of red blood on her undergarment. He immediately understands what it means. Are you on your period?
Fu Shiwan looks confused.
Yes, General. She even clings to Gu Changfeng's neck with her hands, seeming to want more. But Gu Changfeng has no desire left. Seeing this scene, the fire in his mind is instantly extinguished, like being doused with cold water. No matter how coquettish Fu Shiwan is, how soft and tempting her body is, he can't feel any interest. Then you should rest well. Gu Changfeng doesn't want to stay any longer. After giving a few instructions, he leaves. But his promise to Fu Shiwan still holds. She smiles as she buttons up her clothes. She had planned her timing carefully for this. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken such a big risk. Having gained her freedom, she meets Shunzurui as scheduled the next day. When Shunzurui sees Fu Shiwan, all the gloom around his brows clears. He congratulates her. Congratulations. It looks like you succeeded and gained your freedom. Now we can carry out our plan. Shunzurui didn't want to ask her how she succeeded. It was a matter between them as a couple. Asking would only bring more sadness. Instead of questioning, it was better to focus on the goal. As long as Fu Shiwan was happy and no longer looked as lonely as yesterday, walking the streets like a lost soul, that was enough. I've already talked to the farmers. Everyone agrees and wants to help you get revenge. They also agree to cooperate with Drunken Fragrance Pavilion. Starting today, they'll supply fresh small lobsters, but in limited quantities because our village doesn't have many. Some are already being farmed, so we can't supply too much each day. The pavilion also agrees to accept your lobsters. Our plan is set. You can go there anytime, even for a few hours. Just tell me if the pavilion mistreats you, and we'll withdraw our lobsters. Really? That's great. But I still want to talk to their boss.
Shunzurui
was unsure, but seeing Fu Shiwan's earnest look, he had no choice but to agree. Let her wait here a moment while he goes to invite him. Soon after, a man dressed in black with a veil over his head entered from outside, but Shinjirue's figure was not visible. Fu Shiwan looked up and out, but the man closed the door. She asked coldly, "Where is Shinjirue? Are you talking about your friend?" "I asked him to wait outside. Since you want to talk to me, my time is precious. I only have a moment, and I don't like others eavesdropping. It's best if just the two of us stay inside. Since this lady wants to have a deep talk with me, others should wait outside." The man had a strong presence and seemed very experienced. Seeing this, Fu Shiwan decided to give up. Talking to someone like that was hopeless. She had already lost half the battle in the business talk. She quickly adjusted her attitude and said, "You should also know what I want from this cooperation. We've already provided the small lobsters, and you asked for. I also want to get into your kitchen. I can help you introduce new dishes every month or quarter, helping you attract more customers and improve the flavors. But you must pay me accordingly. The payment must be at a price that satisfies me." Fu Shiwang was also negotiating for the first time, but she was confident, just like during an interview. If you have nothing to offer, you will feel nervous during an interview, and you will accept whatever price is offered. However, Fu Shiwang was different. Her cooking skills were not comparable to those chefs in the Zue Xianglu. Those chefs standing in front of her were not even worthy to carry her shoes. She set such a high price and made such bold claims because she had the confidence to do so. But the other person looked her up and down with a slight sneer. Since they were wearing a veil, Fu Shiwang couldn't see clearly. She was already at a disadvantage because she couldn't see the person opposite her, but the person could see her clearly through the thick veil. "The lady is a bit too confident. You are just a young woman from a wealthy family. How can I offer you a satisfactory price? What can you provide for Zue Xiangge? I will naturally pay you fully for the crayfish. If you want to go into the kitchen, who can guarantee you're not trying to learn recipes secretly?" Now it was Fu Shiwang's turn to smile. Her smile was not hidden but very bold. "Ha ha ha. Learning recipes secretly? Do you think your chef's dishes are worth me learning? I only need to make one dish, and it can teach your chefs 5 or even 8 years of training. Do you believe that? The money you give me will only be less, never more. With me, you should be happy secretly." She continued to be arrogant and domineering, but the other person didn't believe her. "How can you prove it?" "How to prove it?" Fu Shiwang looked around and thought, since she was in the restaurant now, she might as well cook a dish for him to see what real skill looks like. Let's take one dish as an example. If you think it's delicious, then you must pay me the amount I mentioned. If you think it's not good enough and not better than your restaurant chefs, I will only take the crayfish fee. I won't go into your kitchen. We'll just keep our roles as supplier and buyer. Is that okay?"
All right.
Fu Shiwang lifted her skirt and went to the back kitchen, borrowing their kitchen ingredients and stove. There were no customers at the moment, and the other party was happy to agree. However, Fu Shiwang's secret recipe was exclusive. She dismissed everyone except herself. Then she used the available ingredients to make a spicy hot pot. She was just testing her skills. The restaurant didn't have many vegetables or seasonings. To make a special or hearty dish, she needed some preparation. Either marinate overnight or soak beforehand. But time was tight and making meat dishes also took time. To quickly gain his approval, Fu Shiwan decided to prepare a simple boiled dish. After cooking the ingredients, she put them into the seasoned broth, sprinkled some spices and side dishes, and within less than an hour, it was ready to serve. He gently lifted the veil, and Fu Shiwan really wanted to see his face, but the thick veil blocked her view completely. Through the heavy fabric, she saw his expression. He looked unimpressed. His look was similar to the leftovers they usually throw away in their restaurant's trash bin, just some leftover vegetables and rice. Did he think that adding chili sauce would make it tasty? "Miss, if you made some ordinary dishes to show me, I might think more highly of you before tasting. But you said so confidently, and what you served is just this simple meal. Honestly, it's quite funny. Do you think I have plenty of time and am teasing you? I know you look down on it, but it's only because I was in a hurry. I didn't have time to plate it nicely. Since this is a restaurant, the taste should speak for itself. The time is too short, and I was worried you wouldn't wait. The big dishes weren't prepared in advance, so this is the fastest I could make. Since you've come and seen everything, why not try a bite before making a judgment? He carefully took a small bite. There was so much chili, he only took a small piece, expecting it to be very spicy. But surprisingly, it was very fragrant, an unexpected flavor, light and fresh. Besides the appearance, the aroma was complete, and it immediately appealed to his taste buds. He couldn't help but eat several more bites. The dish was cooked until very tender, blending into the broth. Once in his mouth, it practically melted. The meatballs and slices of meat inside were very tender and smooth. There were both meat and vegetables, and the variety of dishes was complete. The soup was also very flavorful. He didn't understand why so many chilies didn't make it spicy at all. He had already eaten half a bowl but couldn't taste any heat. Instead, he found it very addictive. He kept eating, unable to stop. Seeing his reaction, Fu Shiwan knew she had succeeded. She smiled and leaned in to ask, "How is it?" "Sir, you've eaten so much. Do you find it very to your liking?" "Actually, I don't know what kind of food the gentleman likes, whether spicy or mild, light or hearty. I am unsure, but it is clear that this dish has won over his taste. Since you enjoy eating it so much, I believe outsiders would also find it hard to resist my dish. Has the gentleman ever seen it outside?" "Indeed not." "Can you tell me how you managed to make it fragrant without being spicy?" "Of course not. That is my secret recipe. I won't tell the gentleman. If he wants to add this dish to the menu, we need to cooperate. He should invest a good amount of money and share the profits from Zue Xianglu. Of course, you won't lose out. I will regularly give you new recipes to add. I have many dishes and styles that the gentlemen haven't tried and common people haven't tasted. If you cooperate with me, you'll make a profit without any risk." After saying this, Fu Shiwan sounded more convincing. The man thought carefully for a moment, then recalled the taste from earlier and believed that Fu Shiwan truly had this ability. She quickly made a bowl of spicy hot pot that captured his heart. It was a flavor he had never tasted before, and he had never seen boiled dishes prepared like this. She is indeed clever and confident in her skills. Her words are not out of arrogance, but because she has strength. After careful thought, the boss nodded and took out a piece of paper from his sleeve. "All right, since we're cooperating, let's make an agreement so neither side will regret it later. I am offering you this price. Are you satisfied? It also includes a 10% share of Zue Xianglu's profits. This shows my sincerity. You need to sign this to confirm our agreement." He took out a paper which already had the terms written on it. Fu Shiwan signed her name, seeing no objections. They each kept a copy. After the man left, Fu Shiwan looked at the writing on the paper and finally felt like she was signing a real contract. She can go there anytime, just need to provide a few dishes each month, and she can come and go freely from Gu's residence. After a while, Shunzurue returned in a hurry, asking about the outcome. "How did it go? How was your talk?" Fu Shiwan showed him the contract. "Look, it's already signed." Shunzurue took it to examine carefully. When he saw the 10% profit from Zue Xianglu, he was so surprised he couldn't close his mouth. He looked at Fu Shiwan, amazed that she had suddenly become a wealthy woman.
Wow.
"You are capable. How did you manage to win him over and earn 1/10 of the profits from Drunken Fragrance Pavilion? Do you know how much money that is? Amazing. How did you persuade him?" "Not much. I just cooked a dish for him to try. At first he looked down on me, but then I made another dish for him to taste. It was very simple, yet he was instantly convinced. So he signed this agreement with me." Shunzurue was deeply impressed. With this, the future of the farmers and Fu Shiwan is secured. Only when she becomes stronger can she have the capital to negotiate and part ways. He sincerely felt happy for her. Today is the happiest day for Fu Shiwan since she came into this world. She is happier than when her crayfish dishes were a big hit, because that was only temporary. This contract is long-lasting. She has many recipes here, enough to live peacefully for a lifetime. Fu Sherwan carefully kept the contract and returned to the Gu residence. She went to her room and found a hidden spot to store it. Because she was feeling unwell, Gu Changfeng hadn't come to her courtyard these past few days. She felt much calmer. Thinking for a moment, she decided to prepare some new dishes for Drunken Fragrance Pavilion. This was the first month to introduce new menus. She had many ideas and thought for a long time. She decided to launch a few Sichuan dishes. Since everyone loved crayfish, it showed that most people here enjoy spicy and flavorful food, but prefer fresh and light tastes. So, she planned to introduce some Sichuan dishes. In this era, people generally eat light food. They didn't use many seasonings, only simple salt and sugar. At most, they added soy sauce and chili, but they didn't understand how to bring out the flavor. For example, the spicy hot pot she served that day captivated the boss. He thought it was very spicy, but actually it was fragrant and tasty. Fu Sherwan decided to introduce some spicy dishes, including spicy hot pot. She wrote down the recipe and adjusted it to make it even better. Meanwhile, Gu Changfeng had already chosen a location for the restaurant. He looked around in Beijing and found a building for sale. It was 3 floors high. Although it wasn't very big and shorter than Drunken Fragrance Pavilion, it was enough for a start. It was even much larger. The rent for this building was expensive, and Gu Changfeng had spent a lot. There wasn't much left. However, Song Jiangma voluntarily sold some items from her house to gather a small amount of money to hire staff, some helpers, waiters, and cooks. Because Gu Changfeng invested so much money early on, he was eager to see the business open quickly. Song Jiangma worked day and night, almost selling everything in her room just to fill the financial gap. She believed that the more she invested now, the more she would gain later. If she felt sad about the expenses now, she wouldn't achieve great success in the future. She decided to endure the hardship first for a sweeter reward later. Without needing Gu Changfeng to tell her, she willingly exchanged all the items in the house for silver to fund the new restaurant. Because Gu Changfeng was eager to see profits, the restaurant opened hastily. On the opening day, people curious about the new restaurant came to try it. The taste was the same as outside, but the prices were a bit higher. This was because Song Jiangma calculated the costs of the restaurant's capital, staff wages, and food prices, and set the prices slightly higher than outside. Naturally, this made it hard for customers to accept. They thought, I can eat the same food for less money elsewhere, so why spend more here? The restaurant had no fame or reputation. Compared to Zui Xianglu, which was expensive but associated with status and prestige, people in the capital didn't know or care about this place. Why waste money here? Only a few days ago, there was some business, but gradually, the customers started to decrease. Song Jiangma calculated at night that if things continued like this, the restaurant would have to close within a month. She needed to find a solution. She reported the recent accounts to Gu Changfeng. He looked over them and said, "Why has the decline been so sharp these past few days? When we first opened, there was profit. Now, it's almost zero. If this keeps up, we might even lose money." Gu Changfeng didn't think he or the restaurant had a problem. He believed it was a mistake in management and blamed Song Jiangma. But Song Jiangma felt wronged. She said, "I don't know what's going on. When we opened, everyone said the food was good and tasty. The chef was hired at a high salary. But these days, there are hardly any customers. Not only is lunch business poor, but even in the evening, there are few people. It's a big drop from when we first opened. If your colleagues in the court could help promote the restaurant, it would help raise its reputation. Once it's famous, more people will come." Song Jiangma thought about trying harder elsewhere. People like to follow trends, after all. If officials start dining at their restaurant, common people will follow. Seeing many customers, others will think the food is good and come in. If over time few people come, passing villagers will think the food is bad and stop visiting. She wanted Gu Changfeng to quietly put in more effort, but Gu Changfeng refused to beg so humbly. "No, when the restaurant opened, everyone congratulated me. If I go now and ask them to support us soon after opening, how will they see me? What will they say behind my back? Absolutely not. You need to understand the situation. Our goal is to become the second Zue Xianglu so that officials and nobles prefer our restaurant. I heard Zue Xianglu is fully booked lately, with many unable to get a reservation. Why is our restaurant still struggling? Song Jungma had heard a little about this. She had researched beforehand. I heard that Zue Xianglu's business wasn't great before, but suddenly they introduced crayfish. Usually, crayfish are only sold during markets or festivals. But recently, they started supplying crayfish regularly, launching this new dish, along with spicy hot pot and spicy chicken cubes. I heard these are very popular and affordable, so many people are eager to try them. Now, no one comes to our restaurant anymore. We only serve simple home-cooked dishes, things people have never heard of. A few days ago, Song Jiangma was full of hope, happy seeing money flow in. But gradually, all the earnings were spent again. She couldn't stand this feeling of being wronged. After investigating, she learned that their rivals were so strong because they launched new dishes. Their restaurant, just opened, was being suppressed and couldn't even lift its head. Gu Chongfeng didn't pay much attention at first, but he knew the crayfish was exclusive to Lu Shuizhuang. Basically, Fu Shiwan was secretly working hard behind the scenes. He didn't understand why she wouldn't help her own family, but instead turned away. Their biggest competitor was Zue Xianglu. Since crayfish was now supplied to Zue Xianglu, Gu Chongfeng couldn't sit still. He stood up, waved his hand, and strode quickly to Fu Shiwan's courtyard to confront her and ask what was going on. Fu Shiwan was counting money in her room. Recently, the crayfish at Drunken Fragrance Tower had been selling well. She gave all the money to the farmers, not keeping a single coin for herself. She only wanted the earnings from her new dishes. When the shiny silver and gold jewelry were brought to her, she was dazzled and quickly hid her eyes, having never seen so much money before. Even at night, the money sparkled brightly. She finally understood how tempting money was. Seeing the silver, gold, and freshwater pearls, Fu Shiwan felt more secure than ever. She realized that, since ancient times, true safety didn't come from love, but from money. Only money could bring real security. She eagerly threw herself onto the money, feeling the smell of wealth, which she found very appealing. Carefully, she closed the box and hid it under her bed. Just as she finished, Gu Chongfeng suddenly kicked open the door and stormed in. He looked so angry. Fu Shiwan was startled and quickly hid the silver again. Then she stood up calmly and looked at Gu Chongfeng with a composed expression. Now that she had money, she felt more confident. She was no longer as afraid of Gu Chongfeng as she used to be. "You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? I handed over the restaurant business to you, and yet you teamed up with outsiders to betray us. You really are an ungrateful wolf in sheep's clothing. You've always been against the Gu family. We've raised such a traitor like you. Are you happy that the Gu family has fallen? Don't you realize what benefits that brings you? Why are you working against me and the entire Gu family? What is the general talking about?" "I don't seem to understand." Fu Shiwan pretended to be innocent, looking at him with confusion. It seemed like she hadn't done anything wrong. She was just an innocent person caught in the middle. Gu Chongfeng saw that her temper didn't soften but instead grew angrier. He questioned her sharply. "You don't know? Then let me ask you, why does Drunken Fragrance Tower have crayfish? Don't you know that only Lu Shui village has those crayfish? And you discovered it. Now, the tower is selling crayfish. Where else could they be getting them from if not Lu Shui village? You're secretly doing these shady deals. Now, our restaurant is losing money every day. I suspect you've already made a fortune from it. Is this what you wanted, to earn some silver and also ruin the Gu family and our restaurant? What's in it for you? Do you just hate seeing us succeed? I leave this matter to you. I thought you would handle it well, because you seemed so dedicated. I trusted you completely. Now I see you're working with outsiders. Are you trying to make my investment go to waste?"
Fu Shiwan sneered inwardly.
It turns out that because of this issue, people are starting to blame her. Who asked you to be so blind back then and trust Song Jiangma? Fu Shiwan continues to pretend. She now realizes that being straightforward isn't good. It can hurt others and oneself. Better to act clueless like Song Jungma, pretending to be naive, which helps her survive longer. General, please sit down. Don't be in such a hurry. I really don't understand what you mean. I never knew that the crayfish from Lushui village was supplied to Zue Xianglu. Besides, I discovered these crayfish are quite good, but they still belong to the farmers. They want to make money, so they cooperate with Zue Xianglu. That's not something I can control. I have already returned now. I am part of the Gu family, not Lushui village. If they want to supply crayfish to anyone, they don't need my permission. It has nothing to do with me. Could it be that you're rushing and wrongly accusing me? I hope our restaurant can do well every day. I have no reason to oppose the Gu family. What good would that do me? Fu Sherwan pretends to be naive and distances herself from Lushui village. It was Gu Chongfeng who brought her back, and that relationship is completely cut off now. Why would they doubt her? Moreover, this restaurant now only belongs to Song Jiangma and the Gu family. It is no longer hers. Why should she bear this responsibility? They don't want to share the profits with her, and when they lose money, they start blaming her. Perhaps she shouldn't have had high expectations for them from the start. Luckily, this restaurant was given to Song Jiangma. Otherwise, if it ever lost money, Gu Chongfeng would scold her to death. She has to secretly put in money to keep up appearances, but working so hard doesn't bring any real benefit. It's not profitable. Maybe she works a whole year and earns less than the box of crayfish Zue Xianglu sent her earlier. Fortunately, she distanced herself early and partnered with Zue Xianglu in advance. Not your problem? The people at Lushui village don't listen to you? Go tell them to stop supplying Zue Xianglu and start supplying our restaurant instead. The money they get from us would be at least 30% less than what Zue Xianglu pays. Aren't you old friends with them? And since you discovered the crayfish, it should be supplied to us. Tomorrow, go and clarify with them. Tell them to cut ties. It's truly shameless how fearless she is. Fu Sherwan has nothing more to say. They started ordering her around so quickly, asking her to break the contract. How can Gu Chongfeng be so shameless? I'm the one who suggested it to the general, she said. Even if I speak, they might not listen. When I was at that village, I just worked alongside the farmers, selling small lobsters. They didn't treat me as a noble lady. I only wanted to help them so they could have a full meal. It's not a deep friendship, just a few days of interaction. How could I expect my words to matter? They want to make money. We even earn 30% less than Zue Xianglu. They wouldn't agree easily. Besides, since they're working together, it's probably a long-term contract. There should be an agreement. Breaking it suddenly might mean paying a penalty. Unless we can cover that money and offer them the same as Zue Xianglu, they might still work with us. Otherwise, it's impossible. Fu Sherwan was too tired to even smile. Gu Chongfeng was so shameless. She couldn't smile anymore. He kept ordering people around. She didn't think about how hard it was for others. Ending the contract and getting less money. How could that be fair? Fu Sherwan clearly distanced herself from the situation, keeping herself clean. But Gu Chongfeng lost money and couldn't sit still.
So, what do you suggest?
She asked. Right now, the restaurant is losing money every day. No business. If this continues, we'll be out of business in less than a month. I trusted you so much to handle this. Now look at what you've done. You can't manage this or that. You keep pushing everything away. Why do I still need you? Why didn't you think of working with Lu Shui Zhuang on the small lobsters from the start? Keep Lu Shui Zhuang firmly in your hands. Now it's been snatched away. Gu Chongfeng blamed Fu Sherwan for not planning early enough. Since he knew small lobsters were popular now, and they had such a close relationship, he should have arranged the cooperation sooner. That way, their restaurant wouldn't be losing money. Even relying on the lobsters' popularity could have kept them afloat for a while. But now, their main rival has launched new lobster dishes, and anyone important in Beijing goes to Zue Xianglu to eat. No one even remembers their restaurant. He trusted Fu Sherwan completely and handed everything over to her. Yet she managed to mess it up like this. But Fu Sherwan didn't understand. When did this matter become her responsibility? This matter has long been under Song Jung-ma's control alone. If she makes money, she takes the credit. If she loses money, she blames herself. Fu Shiwan doesn't want to take responsibility for such blame. When did the general hand this matter over to me? Why does he tell me about losses? I am not obligated to manage this tavern. What does the general mean by this? Is it not related to you? How can it not be? Didn't I say from the start? I asked you to oversee it, to have full control. If it makes money, you get a share. Now you've messed it up, and you still have the nerve to question me? Didn't the general say it was for Madame Song to manage? When did I say she should manage it alone? I meant for both of you to work together, to cooperate. You handle the outside affairs, she manages the internal matters. She is responsible for socializing and establishing herself, while you are to run the tavern well. Is there a problem with that? Gu Changfeng surprisingly doesn't seem to understand what's happening. Fu Shiwan hesitated for a moment, then realized it was Song Jungma's plan. It was because of Song Jungma. Gu Changfeng had always wanted her and Song Jungma to work together to run the tavern, but Song Jungma told her that Gu Changfeng had handed the tavern over to her, so she should let go. She wanted to take full control herself. That was the real reason. It was all a misunderstanding. Fu Shiwan understood now. She looked at Gu Changfeng as if he were a fool. The money lost wasn't someone else's fault. It was his own. There's a saying, 2 tigers cannot share 1 mountain. If you want to make money, you either give it to Song Jiangma or keep it for yourself. But he wanted both, and giving it to 2 people would naturally cause problems. General, I see now that you entrusted this matter to me and Madame Song together. But from Madame Song's words, I heard she said you had handed everything over to her and told me not to interfere, just to focus on managing the family. So I stepped back and let go. This isn't my fault. You should blame Madame Song. She wants to take all the power herself, but hasn't managed it well. Madame Song told me she had experience in business from her family, so she knew some tricks. Since you trust her so much, you handed this important task to her. Actually, that makes sense. I am just a simple peasant girl who knows nothing. If the general now blames me, I feel wronged. I should ask Madame Song instead. She has experience. You should ask her what to do. Blaming her for the current mess after her poor management is unfair. Fu Shiwan refuses to accept this responsibility. Gu Changfeng finally understood that it was all a scheme by Song Jiangma. You said Mo took over the tavern herself and lied, saying I told her to handle it alone. When she said that, you believed her. After all this, Gu Changfeng still blamed Fu Shiwan for trusting others too easily and not asking him. Fu Shiwan was speechless, and her face showed it clearly. There was no need to pretend. What else could she say? If the general really said so, she would have gone to ask him directly. Wouldn't that make her look foolish? Since the tavern was taken away, what more was there to say? The general's love for Madame Song wasn't so shallow that he couldn't see through this. Madame Song's words were convincing, and she didn't seem to be lying. So, she believed her. Was that wrong? The general shouldn't think everything was arranged by her. He was also quite inattentive. Since Madame Song was in charge now, he shouldn't be here questioning her, but should go ask Madame Song himself. I'll take my leave now, I won't see him off. Fu Shiwan turned away to fix her quilt. She had nothing good to say about Gu Changfeng. How could someone be so foolish? He was just a fighting machine, with no cleverness at all, straightforward and stubborn. That's the kind of person he was. Fu Shiwan had no intention of talking more with him. Gu Changfeng wasn't in the mood to stay with her now. He stormed into Song Jiangma's courtyard. What's going on? Fu Shiwan said you lied, claiming I handed over the entire tavern to you to manage, so she knows nothing about running it. What else do you have to say? What she said is true. Didn't I tell you to handle it together? Why did you lie to her? Gu Changfeng grabbed Song Jiangma's wrist tightly. Song Jiangma felt the pain, but didn't dare speak. Gu Changfeng was truly angry. His eyes reddened, tears falling. But Gu Changfeng didn't care about that. Don't just cry. When you took full control before, what did you say? You said you saw your father do business, had experience at home, and wanted to handle this yourself. Is this what you've done for me? The tavern only made money for the first 2 days after opening. Now, don't tell me that's your experience. What else can you do for me? What else can you do for this tavern? Gu Changfeng asked Song Jiangma with red eyes. She was so frightened she'd never seen the general like this. She was very scared, and, regardless of whether she could do it, she agreed first. I know I was wrong, General, but I just want to prove myself. If two people run a restaurant together, disagreements and unclear contributions are likely to happen. Trust me, General. I can turn things around. Please give me 7 more days. Within these 7 days, I promise the restaurant will start making money. Just 7 more days. She was given 7 days, so Gu Changfeng decided to trust her for now. But he was no longer willing to pay attention to Song Jiangma. He was very angry about her taking the lead in dismissing Fu Shiruan, so he went to Li Chuan's courtyard in a fit of rage. His love for Song Jiangma had almost been completely worn away. Now they only had family ties, not love. After Gu Changfeng left, Song Jiangma was completely panicked. Although she had 7 days, she wondered how she could turn things around and recover. Every day, she lost more money than the day before. Business was getting worse. The next day, she went out and looked at the busy Zui Xianglu, imagining if her Gu family's restaurant could be as crowded as Zui Xianglu, with people lining up at the door every day.
How wonderful that would be.
If that were the case, Gu Changfeng wouldn't dislike her and wouldn't speak to her in that way. If she really couldn't turn her restaurant from losing money into making a profit within these 7 days, perhaps she would have no hope in her life. Gu Changfeng might deal with her in the most extreme way. Knowing herself and her opponent, Song Jiangma decided to step into Zui Xianglu. She had never thought about coming here before. She was always proud and confident, believing their restaurant would soon surpass Zui Xianglu and become the top restaurant in the capital. But she clearly overestimated herself and was too naive. The first time she entered Zui Xianglu, she saw its luxurious decor and the crowded tables, a stark contrast to her own restaurant. She found an empty table and sat down, ordering all the popular dishes from Zui Xianglu. She wanted to see what was different about their restaurant and Zui Xianglu, and why people only recognized Zui Xianglu, even if they had to wait in line, and wouldn't go to her restaurant. Soon, the dishes were served. She didn't order crayfish because she had already tried it. These spicy dishes were placed in front of her, full of color, aroma, and flavor. No wonder she had smelled this strong aroma as soon as she entered the restaurant. She looked around and saw that almost everyone's table had these dishes. People were eating them eagerly, sweating from the spice, but they kept eating without stopping. The weather is gradually getting cooler. Eating spicy food makes me sweat, and I feel warm all over. No wonder this place attracts such good business. Song Jiangma also picks up a piece to taste. As soon as she bites, the flavor is exactly like spicy crayfish, which greatly impacts her mind and body. This is a taste she has never experienced before. She keeps eating several more bites, trying each dish. Not only is it spicy, but it's also very fragrant. It's not just spicy for the sake of spiciness, but a fragrant spiciness. She carefully studies it. All the dishes are quite ordinary things she can buy at the market. They also have these in their tavern, but they can't make this flavor. Why is that? Because Song Jiangma ordered too much food alone and couldn't finish it. She packed it up to take home.
Her first step was to go to their restaurant and give these dishes to their chef to try.
Try this new dish from Zui Xianglu.
See if you can copy it.
We'll make a cheaper version and sell it. Since she couldn't attract more customers, Song Jiangma came up with this idea. Copy the dish and compete on price. If they can perfectly imitate it and sell it cheaper, their restaurant business will improve quickly. That's what she thought. The chef tasted a few bites. Many flavors flashed through his mind, but he couldn't put them in order. His face looked a bit troubled. He clearly couldn't make such delicious food. Madam, you're making it hard for me. If I could make this, it would be great. It seems to be a secret recipe. I'm afraid I can't replicate it exactly, no matter how hard I try. Who said you need to make it exactly the same? You know the flavor, and you can see the dishes. Just imitate them now, even if it's only 70 to 80% similar, that's fine.
First, let's get the name out there.
Earning a day's profit is good enough. Think carefully. If your imitation isn't good enough, I won't hesitate to hire another chef to replace you until we find someone who can truly replicate it. Since Gu Changfeng was pressuring her, she also pressured the chef. She sat there, watching him prepare and cook, until he finally recreated a dish that looked exactly like the spicy hot pot. But just smelling it, she knew it wasn't the same. The aroma was miles apart. Still, she stubbornly picked up a chopstick and took a bite. The taste was completely different. Although they look the same, one is in the sky and the other on the ground. One hits the soul directly, while the other seems to be attacked. Song Jiangma couldn't even swallow her anger. She spat it out. How can such a thing be called food? She didn't understand how the cook managed to imitate it. It was so simple, yet it didn't look like the original at all. She thought it would at least be 40 to 50% similar, but there was not even a little resemblance. It was clearly the same ingredients and seasonings, so how could he make it like this? Is this food fit for people to eat? Try it yourself and see how far off it is. You're hired at a high salary to cook, but this is what you produce? Even a dog wouldn't eat it. You serve this kind of pig feed to customers every day. No wonder no one comes to our restaurant. If I knew your skills were this bad, I wouldn't have paid you so much. All her frustration was directed at the cook. How could a person be so stupid? He couldn't even replicate the dish properly. Was it really that hard? But she was an outsider and didn't understand the hardships involved. Even with the same ingredients and seasonings laid out in front of her, putting them together and recreating the exact same dish in the right order was as difficult as climbing to the sky. The cook took off his clothes. He was a big man, and being scolded so harshly by a woman made him lose face. He threw his clothes on the table and told Song Jiangma, "Fine, I made pig feed. Dogs wouldn't eat it either. Lady, you can find someone more skilled. I won't serve here anymore. If you blame me for all this, I might as well leave. You can find someone else or do it yourself if it's so easy." He quit on the spot and walked away. Song Jiangma didn't expect that just a few words would make him so angry. Now, with no cook at all, how could she run the business? She had hired a chef at a high salary, heard he came from the famous Drunken Fragrance Tower, yet he made such terrible food. Chefs from the same restaurant could create wonderful dishes, but he couldn't even imitate properly. Why was the difference so big? If she didn't want to continue, that was fine. She could save the money and come up with a better plan. Since the business was not good, she decided to close for the day and not do any business. Instead, she went to wait outside the Drunken Fragrance Tower. If the previous chefs there were not capable, she would find someone new herself. As long as she paid well, she was sure someone would be willing to work with her. After all, who would argue with money? She stayed here, watching until almost midnight. Finally, the business at Drunken Fragrance Tower closed, and the guests gradually left. The staff quickly tidied up and prepared to leave. She saw a man who looked like a chef and ordered the coachman to follow him. When he turned into a small alley, she put on a thick veil and got off the carriage to stop him. "Sir, please wait a moment. I have something to give you. Please look at it before making a decision." She handed him a letter, then quickly got back into the carriage. The chef looked at it, and the next day, Song Jiangma waited for him at the agreed place. To her surprise, he really came. Seeing this, she thought that the chef might also want to be recruited away. Song Jiangma still wore a thick veil, hiding her true face. "Sir, you really came. Please sit first. Since you are here, you should know I have something to ask of you." The chef looked at Song Jiangma, then at the maid who was about to leave, and closed the door. He sat down in front of her and asked, "Miss, you trust me enough to be alone with me? I am a stranger. You are innocent and pure. If this gets out, it might ruin your reputation. If you have something to say, even your maid has to leave. You are so cautious, I dare not easily agree." Even a chef at Drunken Fragrance Tower, just by being a chef, is skilled at reading people. Not to mention the waiters and assistants who serve high officials and nobles, they know how to observe and judge. When they need to separate people for private rooms or seat friends together, they have to be careful. They often offend others and must learn to read people well, especially chefs. He mentioned these things to Song Jiangma, who calmly sipped her tea. It's okay. I respect you very much. You wouldn't do anything inappropriate. I just have a matter to ask of you. Could you come to my restaurant and help? She only wrote in the letter that she had an important matter to discuss and the location, but didn't specify what it was. The chef understood immediately. Such things happen almost every day. Other restaurants are eager to recruit the chefs from Drunken Fragrance Tower, but they are not so easy to steal away. Since it was about this, the chef didn't want to stay long. If the young lady comes to me just to ask me to betray my old employer and cooperate with you on this matter, I'm afraid she should not bother. I will never betray. If she has such an idea, I can tell you this. Not only I, but all the chefs at Drunken Fragrance Pavilion would never agree to her request. So, don't waste your effort. Song Jiangma didn't expect him to refuse so quickly without even asking about the pay or conditions she offered. He just refused outright. Her heart sank again. She thought seeing him come over might give her hope, but he refused so decisively. He was very loyal, so she tried to create some trouble between them. Sir, you are very honorable, but you are so talented and yet only one of the many chefs at Drunken Fragrance Pavilion. You are ordinary and can't show your true talent or achieve your dreams. If you come to my restaurant, you would be the head chef, and everyone would follow your orders. You can show your skills freely there. Isn't that better than staying unnoticed at Drunken Fragrance Pavilion? Although it's your old employer, they can't stop you from seeking better opportunities. I know you are grateful, but you should also think about your future. Future? Do I only have a future if I go to your restaurant? How much money are you willing to spend to lure me? Song Jiangma clenched her teeth. She desperately needed money now. To open the Gu family's restaurant, she had sold almost everything valuable from her house. She had no extra money to offer high wages to lure someone away. But she also knew that if she didn't offer more than Drunken Fragrance Pavilion, the person wouldn't leave. To make the business profitable, she had to spend a lot. After thinking, she gritted her teeth and forced herself to speak. Don't worry, sir. We won't treat you unfairly. If you come to my restaurant and bring the dishes you learned at Drunken Fragrance Pavilion, we will introduce new dishes there. The offer will be better than at Drunken Fragrance Pavilion. Since you are our head chef, I will pay you much more than at Drunken Fragrance Pavilion. As long as he could bring the new dishes from Drunken Fragrance Pavilion, he would earn more, and naturally, he would be paid more. But the man shook his head. If you want to lure me away, that's fine. But trying to steal the dishes from Drunken Fragrance Pavilion? That's impossible. We all signed confidentiality agreements. The dishes at Drunken Fragrance Pavilion must not be shared outside, regardless of whether they are employees of Drunken Fragrance Tower or not, and no matter what happens in the future, they must not betray their former employer. This is a secret. Even if she signed a contract with me, I could not take the dishes from Drunken Fragrance Tower outside. This is our principle. Song Jiangma did not expect this person to be so stubborn and inflexible. Who would go against money? Besides, who would care about such things? Even if he really took the dishes out and they spread, no one would mind. Sir, don't be so stubborn and old-fashioned. Since we're all trying to make a living, why not choose a better life? I'm not asking you to copy exactly, just to learn from it and adapt it to our restaurant's dishes. I didn't say it has to be identical. You could give it a different name and just replace it, right? Sir, don't be so rigid. Sometimes you need to learn to be flexible. She continued to persuade the chef, but he could no longer listen. He was absolutely unwilling to cooperate with Song Jiangma. There was no point in continuing the conversation. It was useless and a waste of time. He stood up. Since you are so determined, I cannot steal the secret recipe for your restaurant. I won't do it, and neither will anyone else at Drunken Fragrance Tower. If you're still not convinced, you can try again. I've already warned you, and I won't say more.
Goodbye.
He left directly, not giving Song Jiangma any face. She didn't expect him to be so stubborn and rigid. He looked at the full teacup opposite him, but didn't drink a single sip. She had gone to great lengths, even willing to offer a higher price than Drunken Fragrance Tower, but he refused to come over. Moreover, he was extremely arrogant, leaving such words behind. All the chefs at Drunken Fragrance Tower would never betray their old employer. Song Jiangma didn't believe it. Over the past few days, she had approached several different chefs, but the results were always the same. Time was running out. She and Gu Chongfeng had been granted 7 days, and now only 3 days remained. If they couldn't generate any revenue in 3 days, Gu Chongfeng probably wouldn't let her go. Helpless, she decided to change her approach. Instead of targeting the chefs, she turned her attention to the waiters, especially Xiao Si. Those who could enter the kitchen should also be able to learn the skills. She spent a lot of money to bribe one of the waiters, then asked him to pay more attention in the kitchen, observe the steps carefully, and hired a new chef to assist. She then told him what to do and quickly copied all the new dishes recently introduced at Drunken Fragrance Pavilion. Although her imitation wasn't perfect, it was about 70 to 80% similar. Song Jiangma then lowered the prices to just over half of those at Drunken Fragrance Pavilion. Soon, she reopened and attracted a group of customers. They claimed that they could enjoy the same food at a lower price, criticizing Drunken Fragrance Pavilion for raising prices, which drew many patrons. Standing upstairs and watching, Song Jiangma felt very safe. At least someone had come in, and most of the dishes ordered were new. Although they didn't manage to get a partnership for crayfish, they gathered many snails from the fields and learned to stir-fry them in the same way as crayfish, then sold them at a cheaper price. These were also good snacks to drink with alcohol, fresh and mildly spicy. Moreover, if customers ordered all the new set meals, they would receive a plate of snails for free. Many people came for this deal. The day was lively, but the next day, no one came again. Song Jiangma became anxious. The day's earnings couldn't cover the losses from previous days. Although many people had come yesterday, their low prices meant the income was barely enough. She looked at the few people sitting at the tables below. Even if some were eating, it was just enough to break even. Reluctantly, she decided not to interfere with Drunken Fragrance Pavilion and angrily went to find Fu Shuwan. She knew Fu Shuwan had the ability. In recent days, Fu Shuwan had been collecting money so eagerly that her hands were sore. She wasn't very familiar with money from this era, but the gold, silver, and jewelry sent over were clearly valuable. She exchanged the large amounts into banknotes and kept some for herself to play with. Probably, she was the richest person in the entire Gu residence, especially since Gu Chongfeng had once failed to recognize her worth. Her favorite thing each day was to take out her money when no one was around and count it. In the past, Fu Shuwan didn't understand this kind of greed, but now that she had real money, she felt these were like her children. Not seeing them for a day made her anxious. She had just finished counting and carefully stored the silver when Song Jiangma came to knock on her door. Fu Shuwan impatiently opened the door, and seeing it was Song Jiangma, she wasn't surprised at all. It seems that the Gu family's restaurant business is now very poor. She finally knows that someone is coming to find her. She didn't expect that she would hold back for so long, but still couldn't resist. Fu Shuwan thought she was very proud and could endure not coming to see her, but it turns out she is smart and knows she is asking for help. She opened the door and sat back at the table, watching Song Jiangma to see what she would say. Her anxious expression was genuine, not fake. "Madam, I know you have a way. You also know what the Gu family's restaurant is like now. I lied to the general and to you before, making you hand over this restaurant to me to run. Now I am begging you and willing to give you 60% of the profits from the restaurant. I only ask you to talk to the villagers of Lushui village and ask them to supply us with small lobsters instead of giving them to Zui Xianglu. Help turn the Gu family restaurant around. Most of the money earned will be yours. Isn't that good?" Indeed, it is very tempting. She is offering not just half, but most of the profits. But this restaurant isn't entirely hers. Can she really make such a decision? This restaurant belongs to the Gu family. Naturally, the general has the final say. You didn't ask for his approval before saying you want to give me most of the profits. Would the general agree? Isn't that too hasty? You already tricked me, and the general once. Can I still trust you now? What if we make money, and then you turn against me? Also, the farmers of Lushui village are their own people. I am myself. How can I order them to give you the small lobsters? They are not exclusive to me. They are supplied voluntarily. You shouldn't be trying to persuade me. If you have time, you should go and persuade those farmers. Why tell me? Besides, I am just a woman, a simple farmer girl. What ideas do I have? Your family used to do business and you learned a bit from experience. I can't compare with you. How could you come to ask me? Fu Shiwan retorted by quoting her own words. And she is not stupid. Now, every day, steady income is coming in. She just needs to prepare a few new dishes. Once the people get tired of these new dishes, business will gradually slow down and then she can introduce new ones. This way, Zue Xianglu can make a lot of money, and she can also benefit. As long as she maintains this, it will be fine. She has a recipe that could last her a lifetime. Why should she support Gu Chongfeng and Song Jianma's businesses? She might not even get that much money for herself. People say that close brothers should settle accounts clearly. When doing business or buying things, it's better not to rely on familiar people. The closer they are, the more likely they are to cheat you harshly. Because you are friends, you feel embarrassed to ask for more, so you just pay what they ask, but they often cheat even more. It's better to work with strangers, as it's more straightforward and clear. You can negotiate prices without fear of damaging the relationship. Fu Shiwan doesn't want to talk much with her now. She has a stable income, so why take such risks? However, Song Jianma is really anxious. She can't think of any other way. She has tried to poach staff, but failed. The cooks at Drunken Fragrant Tower are surprisingly united. She has also tried to imitate, but it doesn't work. Even though she paid someone who watched the steps carefully and explained everything, the cook still followed the steps exactly. Yet the taste is just a little off. She doesn't know what exactly is different. She has also tried price wars, but people still refuse to buy. They prefer to spend more money on more expensive food than come to their place. She has offered free dishes, but nothing works. She has tried everything, yet the restaurant might have to close. Gu Chongfeng has spent all his savings on this. If it really closes, her good days will be over. She doesn't want to accept this fact. For some reason, she feels that Fu Shiwan must have a solution. Fu Shiwan definitely has a way. If she hadn't stepped in, the Gu family's restaurant wouldn't be struggling so much. But this is her way of getting revenge. She shrugs her shoulders, showing she feels powerless. There's really no way. Madame Song begged me, and although I feel anxious, I can't do anything. I have no background, no connections, no insight or experience. I didn't expect you to come to me for help. Is there really no solution? Madam, I know your cooking skills are excellent. I'm willing to pay a lot to hire you to help make 1 or 2 dishes at our restaurant. I've tasted your skills, and you're better than any top chef. Can you please help me? The general's 7 days have passed 5, and only 2 days are left. If business doesn't improve, I really don't know what to do. She looked like she was about to cry, but it wasn't her problem. She had originally wanted to swallow a big problem herself. Fu Shiwan calmly looked at her impatient expression. This was all her own fault. Isn't this what you wanted from the start? You wanted to take all the credit for yourself and not share with me. The general said he would let you and me manage this together, but you wanted to keep all the power. You lied to me, saying the general had already handed this matter over to you. Why did you do that? You just wanted to make money later and keep all the credit for yourself. If you don't want to share the credit with others, then you must also accept all the consequences, whether good or bad. Since you did this in the first place, you should take responsibility for the results. Fu Shiwan has always been this direct. Song Jianma covered her face, looked up at Fu Shiwan, and seemed to be thinking about something. Then she said nothing and left her yard. Fu Shiwan didn't stay at home for long. She took a few silver notes, arranged a meeting with Shenzurue, agreed on the time and place, and then handed him the notes. These were savings from her recent days. She was grateful that Shenzurue had told her this method before. Here, these 2 silver notes are what I saved.
Take them.
I heard the fields are almost cleared for planting. You can buy more workers, then plant some melons, fruits, and vegetables first, and then spread some seeds. The farmers have been working hard these days. Share some with each family, so they can eat well.
Keep going.
The crayfish farming should also continue. The demand is high now. The ponds were overrun before, but they might be close to extinction now. We must take good care of them to earn more. Shenzurui saw Fu Shiwang and felt a bit dazed. She used to be so shy and unsure of herself, always acting indifferent and not competing for anything. He thought her personality was like that, but now, because she listened to his advice and started to develop herself, she was gradually becoming wealthier. She was more confident in her words, her walk, and her smile. It turned out she wasn't naturally like this. Her background had made her less confident, but now she's doing better. Shenzurui smiled and returned the money. No need. Working with Zue Xianglu is generous. They provide the crayfish, and the money they give is enough for the farmers to have a good life now. It's much easier than selling on your own before. We only need to prepare the live lobsters, clean them thoroughly, and send them over. The owner of Drunken Fragrance Pavilion gave me a lot of money, so you can keep it for yourself. Once you've saved enough, I hope it can help you regain your freedom.
Fu Shiwan firmly refused.
Keep it, I have plenty here. As you said, the owner of Drunken Fragrance Pavilion is very generous. He gave me a lot, so this little bit doesn't matter. Just keep it as a small token of my goodwill. Since she said that, Shenzurui had no choice but to accept the 2 silver notes. Then I'll thank you on behalf of the farmers first. By the way, I've been paying attention lately. I heard that your lady's side consort got into big trouble. I see your restaurant is now struggling, sometimes the doors are closed, and I don't know what you're doing inside. Almost no business at all. A restaurant this big must have high rent every month. She must be very worried now, Shenzurui asked curiously. Fu Shiwan shrugged. Who knows? That's what she chose to do in the first place. If she hadn't lied to me and asked me to run it, I might have earned even more than I do now. But it doesn't matter anymore. I don't have to worry or work hard. Money keeps flowing into my pocket without much effort. Why should I do everything myself and get exhausted every day? I wouldn't earn more than I do now. It's better I didn't take on such thankless tasks back then. Otherwise, if something happened, I'd have to take responsibility. Gu Chongfeng, that irresponsible guy, just blames everything on Song Jiangma. But I don't care. Aren't they both very fond of each other? Well, let them be.
I don't care about them.
Fu Shiwan now felt confident. She had calculated her savings. Soon, she could buy a house outside. She wanted her own business, her own home. As someone from the future, she knew how important a house was for independence. To be truly independent, she needed a place to settle outside first. Once she moved out of Gu's house, she'd have a safe place to stand. Having a house wasn't enough. She also needed her own business. Otherwise, her money would eventually run out. Instead of waiting for others to give her money, she decided to earn her own. She had a solid plan in her mind. Seeing that Fu Shiwan was in a good mood today, Shenzurui took her hand and led her somewhere. Since the weather was so nice, staying inside the restaurant to scheme was a waste of such good weather. He took Fu Shiwan to a remote countryside outside Beijing. Surprisingly, there was a hillside, and the grass was still green. Even at this temperature, you could see such beautiful scenery. Fu Shiwan was amazed that he knew such a good place and wondered why he hadn't brought her here earlier. The grass is still green, so beautiful. And there are flowers too. Why didn't you bring me here sooner? It feels so relaxing, like I can really unwind. It's even better than escaping from the Gu family's house. The city is so oppressive. This place is really great. How did you find it? Fu Shiwan casually lay down on the grass. Rolling hills stretched out, covered in lush green grass that hadn't turned yellow despite the approaching winter. It was still vibrant and fresh. Smelling the scent of soil mixed with grass, Fu Shiwan felt her mind and body becoming refreshed. She thought that if she built a small cottage here, it would be very cozy. Seeing how much Fu Shiwan liked it, Shenzurui felt reassured. He was right not to bring her to the wrong place. I'm glad you like it. This is my secret base. I don't tell just anyone about it. I discovered this place when I was young, and I always thought the scenery was beautiful. The air here is very fresh. Whenever I have worries or feel down, lying here for half a day makes all my troubles disappear. Now, this isn't just my secret base. It can also be yours. If you ever feel upset, just come here. Indeed, Fu Shiwan felt that lying here, she couldn't remember any worries. As she lay there, Shunzurui also lay down beside her. They reached out their fingers, pointing at the sky, the sunlight, the blue sky, and the white clouds. It felt like they had returned to childhood. Fu Shiwan felt her soul being cleansed, and her scars seemed to fade a little. Lying like this, she felt she didn't need to worry about anything. She wished she could stay like this forever, not having to face the stressful things at the Gu family's house. She didn't want to think about anything. How wonderful that would be. If you think it's good, you can stay here forever, chasing what you love. Now you've saved some money, and once you're strong enough and can stand on your own, you can bravely part ways with Gu Chongfeng and live your own life. Shunzurui was happy to see Fu Shiwan's change. It meant she was getting closer to her goal. Of course, Fu Shiwan was very happy. She now felt confident and had support. By the way, can you help me find a house within the capital city that is reasonably priced, has good scenery, and a nice location? If you find one, please contact me. Let me know how much silver it will cost, and I will pay you. Is it possible that you already have enough money to buy a house so quickly? The city is very expensive, are you sure? What size of house are you aiming for? If you go too big, there are many options, but I worry you might not have enough money. If you look for a smaller one, I worry it might not be comfortable. I can help you with this, but you need to tell me your requirements clearly. Shunzurui teased her. Finding a place to live in the city is harder than climbing to the sky. I didn't expect Fu Shiwan to have such a large sum of money so quickly. He knew she had been earning a lot from her partnership with the Fragrant Pavilion, but he didn't expect her to be so wealthy. In just a few days, she was already thinking about buying a house. That's good too. The sooner she saves enough money, the sooner she can leave Gu Chongfeng. Fu Shiwan smiled and patted him. Yes, I do have money now. I'm a little rich lady. I want a house that's big and spacious. I like quiet places, but it shouldn't be too far from the market, or it would be inconvenient. Mainly, I want peace. The yard should be small and delicate, not too big or too small. It just needs to be enough for me to live alone. I need to buy the house first. And looking at houses will take some time. When the time comes, I should be able to pay the deposit. The rest of the money can be dealt with later. I want to plan ahead. Only when I have my own real home, away from the Gu residence, will I not feel like a drifting leaf with no fixed place to stay. That's a good plan. Shunzurui immediately agreed to help her. The two lay on the lawn with their eyes closed for a long time. Fu Shiwan was so tired that she fell asleep. She hadn't done much, so she didn't feel very tired, but lying in this environment, her body and mind naturally relaxed, and she fell asleep. Shunzurui lay beside her, propping his head with his hand, turning to look at her. She slept peacefully and securely. Her small breathing was almost inaudible. If not for her chest rising and falling, one might think she wasn't breathing at all. Shunzurui even reached out to feel her breath at her nose. Who sleeps so obediently? Do girls sleep like this? There was no sound at all. He usually slept with men, and their snoring was often harsh to listen to. He didn't expect a girl to sleep so quietly, no turning over, no snoring, not a sound. She's really well behaved. Fu Shi stayed up for a long time, and he watched her quietly beside him for just as long. He never felt bored. He carefully observed her from top to bottom, even shielding her face from the sunlight with his sleeve to prevent her from getting sunburned. The soft hair on her face glowed warmly in the sunlight, making everything seem so beautiful. But happy moments are short. Fu Shiwan soon woke up. Shunziyu, noticing her eyelids moving, quietly moved aside and pretended to rest his eyes. When Fu Shiwan woke up, he acted as if she had disturbed him. He half sat up and asked her, "Did you sleep well? Was it comfortable? How do you feel now? Do you feel better physically and mentally? Are you ready to stand up again And go back to the Gu residence to continue your fight? Of course. I only slept for a little while, but I've never felt so rested. Thank you for bringing me here, she replied. Fu Shiwan stood up, brushed off the grass on her clothes, and didn't seem to mind that she and Gu Chongfeng had just taken a short nap together. Her clothes were still on, and Gu Chongfeng was asleep too. They didn't do anything inappropriate, and as long as no gossiper saw them, there would be no rumors. A person who is upright doesn't fear shadows, and honest people have nothing to hide. Shunzi couldn't accompany Fu Shiwan back, so she went alone to the Gu residence, took a bath, had dinner, and then went to sleep. The next morning, she was to go with Gu Chongfeng to a banquet. The person who originally sent the invitation insisted that Fu Shiwan come along. Fu Shiwan dressed in the clothes and accessories Gu Chongfeng had given her, and Chen Ning did her makeup carefully. Now she finally looked like a lady of the general's house, dignified, noble, and delicate. When she appeared, Gu Chongfeng's eyes nearly popped out. He knew Fu Shiwan was beautiful and had a good foundation, but he didn't expect her to look so stunning after a little dressing up. She looked so radiant and charming, standing in the sunlight like a fairy fallen from the sky. Was Fu Shiwan always like this? Why had he never felt attracted to her before? Maybe over the past 3 years at the residence, she had gradually gained elegance and nobility, making her look different from before. She used to have little charm, and even if she was pretty, she didn't attract much attention. Now, she had developed in many ways, and as she aged, her face gained some flesh, looking more full and refined. Her face was smooth, with small, delicate features. Gu Chongfeng couldn't help but reach out to her. However, Fu Shiwan didn't reach out her hand to him. Instead, she quietly lifted her skirt and entered the carriage alone. Gu Chongfeng followed closely behind. Inside the carriage, there were only the two of them. Ning was waiting outside. To avoid close contact with Gu Chongfeng, Fu Shiwan subtly moved to the other side. Her gaze looked elsewhere, but Gu Chongfeng's eyes seemed to be fixed on her, never leaving. That dress looks very nice on you. The fabric is the most fashionable in Beijing this year. When you return, I will have someone make a few more for you to send over. His eyes lingered on Fu Shiwan's body, making her feel uncomfortable. She didn't appreciate this kind of flirtation. Forget it. The family's money has been used to open a restaurant. General, don't spend money on me. I heard from Madame Song that the restaurant isn't doing well, so it's better not to waste money. Use it wisely. Fu Shiwan brought up a sensitive topic. Recently, Gu Chongfeng had been staying alone at night because of the restaurant, not visiting anyone's courtyard. During the day, he was busy with official matters, and at night, he worried about the business. Nothing seemed to go smoothly. Fortunately, Fu Shiwan, with her pure and elegant appearance, temporarily forgot these worries and brought it up herself. His face darkened, and he finally turned his head away. You don't need to worry about this. I still have money to make clothes for you. The family isn't in such dire straits. The restaurant's poor performance is only temporary. It will get better soon. Business has its ups and downs. As long as we can endure, it's fine. Is that really true? Fu Shiwan tilted her head, her hairpin clinking softly, making her feel a little less anxious. But her words kept adding to Gu Chongfeng's frustration. Is that really the case? But I saw Madame Song looking very anxious and even came to ask me for help. I'm powerless to do anything. Madame Song promised the general that the restaurant would be profitable again within 7 days. But it's not just Madame Song's business. According to reason, it's the Gu family's property. General, you shouldn't put so much pressure on Madame Song. She's just a woman, with limited experience. Even if her family was once glorious and involved in commerce, that's all in the past. The general should not put so much pressure on her. Madame Song has children and is also managing a restaurant alone. I have noticed she has become much more tired these days and no longer looks as beautiful as before. Perhaps you should find someone experienced to take over this matter. Fu Shiwan outwardly is pleading for Song Jiangma, but in reality, she is mocking Gu Chongfeng for being powerless and irresponsible, pushing all the burden onto a woman. If he profits, It's his own doing. If he loses, it's Song Jiangma's fault. How can he be so shameless and put such heavy pressure on her? Bullying a woman is not a skill. Gu Changfeng doesn't understand her hidden meaning, but he feels a bit uncomfortable listening to her words. This is the consequence of her tricking you and me in the first place. Let her bear it herself. But, on the other hand, can't you get the farmers from the watermill village to listen to you? You've worked with them before and helped them out. Without you, they wouldn't be able to make a living. Why not try to persuade them to supply our restaurant with crayfish? We'll pay them fully, just as we do now. Whatever amount they give to Zui Xianglu, we'll give them the same. You have a good relationship with them. Can't you ask them to stop working with others? Fu Shiwan didn't even consider the idea. No, it's not possible. The general knows I only gave them an idea. They are doing well now because of their own efforts. I didn't spend money or effort, so how can I make them obey me? This matter still depends on the general to take the initiative and show sincerity. Maybe the farmers will be moved. Or you could ask your colleagues to promote the restaurant, build its reputation. When officials and princes dine here, our restaurant will become as popular as Zui Xianglu. Zui Xianglu is so popular because, although its dishes are more expensive than others, people still flock to it. It's not just about the food, it's a symbol of power and status. Common people take pride in dining at Zui Xianglu. If they can book a private room, it's even more a sign of status. Whether for business talks or entertaining guests, dining at Zui Xianglu shows both your status and sincerity. That's why people hold it in such high regard. If the general could transform our restaurant into a place like this, where eating is not just about food but also a symbol of power and status, then common people would come to admire it too. That would be the key to opening up business, rather than constantly pushing me to talk about the crayfish business with the farmers from Lu Shui village. Gu Changfeng understands this logic well. Song Jiangma once told him the same, but it's not easy to make it happen. Gu Changfeng is a proud man. He's used to fighting on the battlefield. How could he easily humble himself and ask for favors? The soldiers, like them, are very stubborn, both in words and in their nature. They won't ask for help easily. They have friendships, but asking for favors means lowering their pride, and they can't accept losing face. Moreover, Gu's family has inherited the title of general for many years and is respected. If he asks others to support their business, it would seem like he's losing face. He wouldn't do that. But if he doesn't, the business might fail. If he does, he might lose face. It's a choice between money and reputation. Fu Shiwan has said all this, and Gu Changfeng stops talking. He's thinking to himself. This was Fu Shiwan's idea. Song Jiangma once mentioned it, but he didn't take it seriously. Now that Fu Shiwan has said it, he's starting to consider it more. It seems he needs to find a good chance to promote it. While he's lost in thought, they arrive at the door. Firecrackers and joyful music burst loudly. Fu Shiwan is attending this kind of ancient wedding for the first time. Gu Changfeng gets out of the carriage first and then reaches out to greet her. With so many eyes watching, she has to give Gu Changfeng some face. She places her hand on his offered hand and helps him down from the carriage. Gu Changfeng also enjoys the moment, holding her hand tightly and not letting go. He naturally steps into the crowd. Some of the military officials in the crowd are seeing Fu Shiwan for the first time. Everyone is waiting for the bride to arrive, so they have time to chat. They've never seen Fu Shiwan before. They only know she's a simple farmer girl. They thought she would be very ugly, rough-skinned, or big and bulky, but she turned out to be a beautiful, elegant young woman. Most of the people Gu Changfeng knows are military officers, big and muscular, but Gu Changfeng's appearance is more refined and scholarly. Gu Changfeng's looks are undeniable, but those men are rough and uneducated. They speak very directly. One of them puts his arm around Gu Changfeng's neck, very close, and says, "Brother Changfeng, you're really something. Your wife is a beautiful lady at home, yet she is willing to guard the border for 3 years. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to bear it. She also never allows you to attend banquets. She keeps her beauty hidden so well that people might be curious about her. Such a beautiful woman. You should be more careful." He stared intently at Fu Shiwan, making her feel quite embarrassed, so she lowered her head. Someone praised his wife, saying Fu Shiwan looked very pretty. Gu Changfeng felt proud inside. He always thought Fu Shiwan only brought him shame, but now he realized she could also bring him honor. No, your wife isn't worse than mine.
How can you say that?
Could she be more beautiful than the ladies in the palace?
Don't tease me.
Though he was modest, he felt very pleased inside. Fu Shiwan's outfit really surprised him. He knew she looked very beautiful now, but after a little dressing up, she looked even more stunning, more beautiful than the palace ladies he had seen. She seemed a bit thinner, her features more defined, but her face had a little more flesh, in all the right places.
Truly a beauty.
Brother Changfeng, you're being modest. Your wife is more than enough to be a palace lady. No wonder she doesn't come out, afraid people will notice her. This is the first time we've seen your sister-in-law. You should bring her out more often. She's so pretty, don't hide her away. You didn't expect him to be so clever. We told you everything openly and honestly, yet you hide such a beautiful wife and never show her to others. Miss, at your age, you should come out more often. Don't just stay with Brother Changfeng. Don't always listen to him. Everyone teased Fu Shiwan, but she only listened to Gu Changfeng. Seeing he seemed in a good mood, she could only smile and agree. Though they said this aloud, everyone was curious inside. They heard Gu Changfeng married a simple rural girl, expecting her to be rough and plain. But she was much more beautiful than their wives. This wasn't a peasant girl at all. They thought they would laugh at her, but instead, they were proven wrong. Luckily, they only discussed this privately. Gu Changfeng felt very pleased seeing Fu Shiwan's effect on others. He held her hand tightly, never letting go. But Fu Shiwan felt disgusted and wanted to pull away. Still, she had to pretend to be polite in front of others. They are waiting here for the groom to bring the bride over. The other guests see Fu Shiwan and come over to chat. After all, Fu Shiwan has never been out before. This is her first time. Gu Changfeng has never taken his wife out before either. This is also the first time. Everyone finds it interesting. Since the bride hasn't arrived yet, they're the main focus here. Oh my, the wife is so beautiful. I've never seen her at any banquet before. Why doesn't she come out and mingle? Staying inside the house all the time must be boring and lonely. I heard the wife is very talented. She's famous for her crayfish in the city, and there's some at today's banquet. I've never tasted it before. It's amazing that the wife discovered the crayfish was edible and made it so delicious. I heard General Gu's family runs a restaurant.
They must have this dish. I definitely want to try it sometime.
Some officials' family members come over to talk to Fu Shiwan. Gu Changfeng's eyes brighten when he hears this. He didn't expect bringing Fu Shiwan here would have such an effect. But in the next moment, Fu Shiwan politely declines for him. That might disappoint the wife. Our wine estate doesn't have this crayfish. If she likes it, she can buy some from the market or other places. If she wants to come support us, our restaurant will naturally welcome her. Clearly, they came for the crayfish, but Fu Shiwan simply refused. Gu Changfeng's face changes after hearing this. He just thought he had some business, but Fu Shiwan ruined his plans. He angrily pulls his hand away from her, but Fu Shiwan refuses to let him earn a single cent. Now, she doesn't have to be taken advantage of anymore. She quietly moves to the side, keeping her distance from him. Soon, joyful sounds approach from afar. The bride has arrived. Fu Shiwan, for the first time, observes the wedding of ancient times up close and finds it very interesting. After all the formal procedures are completed, she recalls the scene of the original bride's wedding. It turns out that marriage was like this. The original bride was quietly dressed in her wedding clothes and brought in secretly, without any banquet or celebration. Gu Changfeng was marrying a wife, but it was done very secretly. It seemed marrying her was something shameful, as if they didn't want others to know. But it doesn't matter much. She only feels sorry for the original bride. Still, a single slap can't make a sound. She must have brought some of this on herself. Fu Shiwan sat at the table, preparing to start the meal. The crayfish was placed in the center. The groom's father came over, looking excited, and held her hand warmly. Is this Mrs. Gu? Wow, she's so beautiful. Truly stunning. The crayfish is also amazing. I wonder when I'll have the chance to enjoy such a meal again at Lu Shuian. We should thank the lady. Fu Shiwan felt stiff and unsure how to respond to such enthusiasm. She looked at Gu Chongfeng, who quickly stepped in to handle the situation. You're too kind. Today is a happy day, and you must be very happy. I guess you'll soon be holding your grandson. When the baby's 100-day or first-year celebration comes, you can invite us again for crayfish. There will be plenty of chances in the future. Gu Chongfeng congratulated and praised her, making everyone feel happy inside. Fu Shiwan quickly moved behind him to find a seat. She didn't like socializing, especially with people connected to Gu Chongfeng. She preferred not to interact much with them. She watched their comments and glances. On the surface, they praised her, but inside, they looked down on her. Given her background and status, it was normal for them to look down on her. She just focused on filling her stomach. Everyone enjoyed the banquet happily. Many kept eating crayfish, some because they found it delicious, and others because they hadn't tried it before and found it so tasty they kept eating. Soon, the bowl of crayfish was quickly finished. Despite the large amount served, it was gone in no time. People still wanted more, so they whispered among themselves. This crayfish is really good. I've never tasted anything this delicious before, and it's very addictive. It goes well with drinks. One day I'll buy some to try. I heard it's popular in the capital, but I've never bought any myself. I thought it wouldn't be that great, but it's so tasty. I'll look for some places selling it and buy a little next time. Brother, you're too late. They don't sell it at the market anymore. It used to be available, and if you went early, you could queue up to buy some. Now, the whole capital doesn't sell it anymore. Lu Shui in supplies only to Zui Xianglu, and only they have it. If you want to try it, you have to go to Zui Xianglu. But their other dishes are also very tasty, and I've tried some new ones that are quite delicious. I'll definitely take you there someday to try. Really? I was not interested in these foods before, but this time I changed my mind about the small lobsters. I didn't expect them to be so delicious. So tomorrow, I will go to Drunken Fragrance Tower. I will bring my wife and children along. It's been a long time since we went out for a walk, so I plan to take them to try it. You, young man, are only thinking about your wife. Your wife is probably about to give birth soon, right? What a blessing. She already has 2 children, and now she's pregnant again. Whether it's a boy or a girl, your mother will definitely be very happy. The 2 of them didn't continue talking, and Fu Shiwan didn't listen anymore. She didn't expect small lobsters to be so popular. Hearing the crowd's comments, she thought that the business at Drunken Fragrance Tower might get even better. This was like free advertising for the restaurant. As expected, whenever there is a monopoly, the business can grow bigger and stronger. Only what Drunken Fragrance Tower sells can attract customers. Even if the prices are high, people are willing to pay. That is the power of a monopoly. In the past, Fu Shiwan wouldn't have been happy about this, but now she wasn't upset. Because she was the one benefiting. As long as Drunken Fragrance Tower makes money, she gets a share and more money keeps coming in. These people have all been convinced to try small lobsters. Soon, they will all go to support the restaurant. Business at Drunken Fragrance Tower will probably get even better. That means she will have more money. Gu Chongfeng naturally heard all this too. He was furious. The 3 words he hated most to hear were the names Fu Shiwan and Drunken Fragrance Tower. He never expected that Drunken Fragrance Tower would do this. Gu Chongfeng quietly told Fu Shiwan, "Do you have any way to stop the people from Yanglu village from supplying small lobsters to Drunken Fragrance Tower? No matter what method, you must make sure they stop working with them. Talking to the general about this is useless. I told you, I only have casual dealings with them. We are not close, and I can't order others to end their cooperation." Fu Shiwan knew he was anxious, but she was not worried. He was anxious, yes. Gu Chongfeng didn't believe Fu Shiwan had no way. He looked at her face, her expression, and always felt she was not worried at all. It seemed like she had the upper hand, but what was she so proud of? Gu Fu couldn't make money, and it was closely related to her. So she had no silver in her hands. Why wasn't she panicking? Song Jiangma's recent actions were clear to him. Why could Fu Shiwan remain so calm? Even if Song Jiangma had taken full control of this matter, as the wife of the Gu family, how could she be so untroubled? He always felt that Fu Shiwan was hiding something from him. After today's banquet, Gu Changfeng ordered his bodyguards to follow Fu Shiwan. He believed she was keeping secrets, and once a suspicion is planted, it will grow roots. He must find out what Fu Shiwan was really doing. The doorman said she almost always went out or occasionally left home. Since the Gu family's restaurant no longer had any connection with her, why did she go out every day? She didn't buy anything, and even if she did, she wouldn't have that much money. Right now, the Gu family had almost no money to give to anyone for the restaurant. She went out every day, so if she was shopping, where did the money come from? The more Gu Changfeng thought about it, the more suspicious he became. So he sent someone to follow Fu Shiwang, and soon the results came back. What did you find out during the recent followings? Replying to the general, Madam does go out every day or every other day. She usually goes to the same restaurant and books a private room. She sits alone inside, but I observed that not long after, a strange man also enters the room. Then the man comes out, and after a while, Madam leaves. Gu Changfeng's face turned pale when he heard this. He thought Fu Shiwang had betrayed him and was involved in something secretive. Did you secretly watch what they were doing inside? Is her maid inside or outside? She is outside guarding the door. This meant a man and a woman alone in a room. Gu Changfeng knew Fu Shiwang was hiding something from him. So she didn't like him because she was with another man, falling for someone else. As a married woman who went out every day and secretly met with another man, Fu Shiwang was really bold. No wonder she disliked him so much and refused to get close. It turned out she already had someone else outside. Gu Changfeng was furious. He wanted to rush out and confront Fu Shiwang, but a guard stopped him. Hold on, General. At first I was suspicious too, but later I thought it probably wasn't a secret meeting. The time was very short, and the man and woman were both dressed neatly. It's unlikely they did anything in such a short time. Also, the man doesn't look good, he's not handsome, and he looks a bit old, even older than Madam and you, by about 10 years. If it was a secret meeting, that seems unlikely. It looks more like they were discussing something. I also peeked through the window, but couldn't hear what they were saying. The voices were very low, but I could tell they were talking. He told Gu Changfeng about his thoughts, but Gu Changfeng was no longer able to listen. His mind was only on Fu Shiwan's betrayal. He could betray Fu Shiwan, have 3 wives and many concubines, but he would never allow these women to have lovers outside. No matter what, if she stayed with another man in the same room, her reputation would be ruined once it got out. Gu Changfeng couldn't bear it anymore. The secret guard still had something to say. I have another matter to report. What is it? Just tell me. The secret guard looked at Gu Changfeng and saw he was already very angry, with a bad face. But what he was about to say might make him even angrier, so he had to speak. General, I tracked that man and found out he always returns to Drunken Fragrance Pavilion. I investigated and discovered he is actually a worker there. Drunken Fragrance Pavilion. Hearing those words, Gu Changfeng's anger grew. These 3 words he hated most recently. He disliked them the most. The connection between Fu Shiwan and Drunken Fragrance Pavilion made him think of those 2 names together. He snorted coldly. Since he was a worker at Drunken Fragrance Pavilion, what was there to talk about? No wonder she didn't worry about the Gu family's tavern business. She was indifferent to outside affairs. She could stay so calm and relaxed in the mansion, which meant she was secretly working with other taverns. Suddenly, Gu Changfeng had a flash of insight. He didn't believe Fu Shiwan had no connection with Lu Shuizhuang. Every time he asked her to help get those people from Lu Shuizhuang to sell crayfish to the Gu family's tavern and form a partnership, she always found excuses to refuse. Now he understood. She hated the Gu family deeply and didn't want to help him earn money. Instead, she was secretly collaborating with Drunken Fragrance Pavilion. Gu Changfeng stormed into Fu Shiwan's room in anger. She wasn't there now. Today, he didn't have official duties, so he stayed at the mansion. Fu Shiwan had indeed left early in the morning. He barged into her room. Even though no one was there, he still went in because he wasn't there to see her. He rummaged through her belongings, even overturning her bed. He checked every corner and every carefully. Finally, he found a hidden compartment filled with many silver notes and silver coins. He looked at the amount. It's quite a lot. How could a woman have so much silver? It turned out she was really colluding with Drunken Fragrance Pavilion. This money was more than the entire Gu family could gather. She had managed to hide such a large sum of money all by herself, and she was so deep in it. Gu Changfeng finally believed it. All the evidence pointed to the fact that Fu Shiwan had betrayed the Gu family and collaborated with Drunken Fragrance Pavilion. It turns out that Drunken Fragrance Pavilion had launched a new dish with small lobsters, all created by Fu Shiwan. Without her, the restaurant's business wouldn't be doing so well. The Gu family's restaurant wouldn't be struggling like this either. Gu Changfeng knew her cooking skills, so those new dishes must have been her ideas. That untrustworthy woman. He sat in Fu Shiwan's house, waiting until she returned. Today, Fu Shiwan had gone out to collect money. As soon as she entered, she saw Gu Changfeng sitting on her bed. Her room looked like it had been ransacked, messy as if bandits had broken in. Gu Changfeng sat in the middle, with a dark expression. She instinctively shoved the silver notes in her sleeve further inside, pretending she didn't know anything. How long have the general been waiting here? Why is this room so messy? What happened? You're finally back? What took you so long? You look very happy, even happier than when you earned money. What did you do outside? Gu Changfeng turned his face to Fu Shiwan, curious about what she had been doing. Of course, Fu Shiwan wouldn't tell him the truth. She had gone out to earn money, but how could she tell Gu Changfeng that? Yet his expression was strange. He never usually asked about such things. Today, he suddenly inquired about it. I just went out for a walk, nothing special. Why did the general come back so early today? Nothing happened? Gu Changfeng threw all the silver notes and coins at her feet. Tell me, what are these? Where did they come from? How can you have so much silver on your own?
Did you steal them? With such a large amount, what did you do to get it?
The Gu family is already struggling so much. How could you have saved so much silver on your own? Where did it come from? He laid everything out, wanting to see how Fu Shiwan would explain. Looking at the messy room and the money spilled on the ground, Fu Shiwan finally understood. She snorted coldly. Gu Changfeng had gone so low, breaking into her room, rummaging through her yard, just to find out where the money came from. Since that was the case, Fu Shiwan decided not to pretend anymore. Since the general already knows. Why are you asking me? Since the general came into my house and searched thoroughly, and also found so much money, I believe he already knows how this money was obtained. Since the general has the answer in his mind, why ask me about it? I admit that this money was not saved by me, but earned through my own ability. How did you get it? Was it through cooperation with the Drunken Fragrance Tower? As a member of the Gu family, your family's restaurant is struggling so badly, and yet you conspire with outsiders to ruin it. Do you hate us that much to think of doing such a thing? Are you happy to see the Gu family destroyed? Is that your goal? How much does Drunken Fragrance Tower benefit from this? Why would they pay you to risk everything to help them ruin us? The Gu family has treated you well over the years, giving you good food and a comfortable life. I never thought you would turn against us and do such a thing. I am really disappointed in you. I trusted you, and now I find out you teamed up with outsiders to bring us down. No wonder Jiangmo's efforts to improve the restaurant haven't worked. It turns out there are not only strong enemies outside, but also traitors inside. Fu Shiwan won't let Gu Changfeng speak to her with such harsh words. I originally wanted to help the Gu family restaurant, but Mrs. Song wanted to take all the control herself. I planned to use the money for our family's restaurant, but Mrs. Song belittled me, and the general looked down on me too. She took this business away from me. Since she took it, I don't want it anymore. If you want to handle it yourselves, go ahead. I just want to make money. If I can't earn here, I'll go somewhere else. I'm not trying to fight against the Gu family's restaurant. I earn honestly, with clean money. They pay me more, and the Levusoijong flowing water in pays me even more. I earn my money through my own skills, and all of it is clean. Why is that a problem? We speak with strength. If you are blind and don't see the truth, don't blame others for stepping ahead.
Fu Shiwan speaks confidently.
Every penny she earns is clean and honest. She hasn't stolen or robbed anyone. Why does Gu Chongfeng say such things? She looks at Gu Chongfeng sitting there, still clutching some money in his hand, and she is furious. Did she marry Gu Chongfeng just to find out there's no privacy? He actually came into her room to search her silver. Gu Chongfeng was very angry. He didn't expect that guarding against enemies day and night couldn't protect his home. He was so worried he couldn't sleep. He and Song Jiangma didn't know how to save the restaurant's business. He never thought that the real troublemaker was Fu Shiwan. If she hadn't supplied small lobsters or new dishes to Zui Xianglu, the restaurant wouldn't be doing so well. And their restaurant wouldn't be facing the risk of closing just a few days after opening. If she hadn't interfered, their restaurant wouldn't be in this state. All of this was caused by Fu Shiwan. He didn't understand why she was doing this. We are really family. Do you remember how you begged me to marry you? I thought you were truly devoted to me. I thought your feelings for me were deep. But it turns out it was just because of this matter, just because of a misunderstanding. You hate the Gu family so much. You want to team up with other restaurants to ruin us. What good does that do you? Even if you hate us, you are still part of the Gu family. If the Gu family falls, you won't be better off. Do you think holding these coins makes you secure in the future? I tell you, you can't get a single cent of this money. Since you smeared the Gu family to get it, it belongs to the Gu family. Don't even think about keeping it for yourself. Zui Xianglu also gave you some money, right? But this money definitely isn't from Zui Xianglu. You can't have done so much for Zui Xianglu out of loyalty. There must be other money. Where did it all go? Give it all to me. Gu Chongfeng spoke confidently, demanding that Fu Shiwan give him all the money she had. Whatever Zui Xianglu had given her, she had to hand over everything without missing a single coin. Fu Shiwan really wanted to laugh. She was stunned by Gu Chongfeng's behavior. Who could be so confident? Not only did he invade her privacy, but he also demanded her other money. This was money she earned herself. Why should she give it to him? He kept changing the topic. Does he think her money was stolen? Did she steal it from the Gu family? Fu Shiwan really regretted not learning martial arts or taekwondo in her previous life. She wished she could teach this a lesson, even just give him a good punch. But she didn't expect to travel through time. She had no special powers or foresight. Now she was powerless, feeling angry and helpless. She was so frustrated she could only stand there, feeling bitter inside. She couldn't fight him. She felt full of resentment, but could only sneer coldly. The general entered my courtyard without my permission and searched my room thoroughly. It seems he has already checked every corner. Since he found so much, that's all there is. I have nothing else. These are honest earnings I made with my own ability. I once admired the general very much, but how did he treat me? People expect some return for kindness. I have been good to him, so I naturally hope he treats me well. But he doesn't, so why should I waste my feelings on him? Isn't that the truth? General, just tell me. Now he's taking that money again. I earned it with my own skills. It's not like after I married into the Gu family, everything I have belongs to them, including my earnings. Does he think he can take my money too? Is he even trying to steal from women? Fu Shiwan was speaking very gently, trying to reason with him. She was careful not to get too angry or wild, afraid she might scare Gu Chongfeng. She could go crazy if pushed too far. Isn't that what he's doing? Forcing her? But Gu Chongfeng didn't care about her feelings. Right now, he only thought about himself. Everything Fu Shiwan owns is from the Gu family. From head to toe, everything she wears is from the Gu family. Without the Gu family, how could she enjoy her wealth and comfort? This money was earned by fighting against the Gu family, and it should be used to make up for what she took. It's only right that he keeps it all. He casually stuffed the money into his clothes, ignoring Fu Shiwan's disdainful look. She sneered silently, feeling helpless. How could there be such a man in the world? If she were just an ordinary woman from the countryside with no family background, she would still know about manners and shame, about respect and hierarchy. But Gu Changfeng, born into a noble family and raised with education, has no shame? No manners? Did anyone teach him? Could a gentleman really do something so shameless? Fu Shiwan couldn't help but laugh. In ancient times, social hierarchy was strict. Noble families were educated and literate. Although he was a military man, he should understand basic principles. How could he be so brazen and shameless? She knew this money had gone into his pocket. It was almost impossible to take back. The power imbalance between men and women was too great. If she tried to take it, Gu Changfeng wouldn't give it to her. Since he had already hidden it away, it meant the money belonged to him. Fortunately, Fu Shiwang gave some money to the farmers of Lushui village and also gave some to Shinziyu to help her look at the house and pay a deposit. All her banknotes and silver were with Gu Changfeng, and they had already been handed over to him. This means that her efforts these days were almost in vain. Fu Shiwang became more determined to leave this place. She must quickly have Shinziyu check the house and then move away, separating from Gu Changfeng. She couldn't endure these days anymore. No privacy, no dignity. When Gu Changfeng was in a good mood, he would look at her kindly and treat her a bit better. When he was upset, he would take it out on her, make her feel sick, and intentionally make her uncomfortable here. She was very disgusted by what Gu Changfeng was doing now. In her later years, she already disliked men and hated them, especially those arrogant men. She despised men who used women's money. Usually, it was just ordinary people, but Gu Changfeng, a proud general, was even stealing her money. It was truly shameful. Even in her past, during those 3 years, Fu Shiwang never asked the Gu family for a single coin. She just wanted enough to eat and wear warm clothes. Gu Changfeng's behavior was so despicable that she was angry. Why should she care if he was angry? Since the general has already taken the money, then please go ahead. No need to see you off. Knowing she wouldn't get the money back, Fu Shiwang decided not to waste her words. She was annoyed just seeing Gu Changfeng now. She wanted him to disappear from her sight as soon as possible. She didn't want to see him for a second longer or stay in the same place, breathing the same air. But Gu Changfeng clearly wouldn't let her go easily. The money was far from enough. With his abilities to cooperate with Zui Xianglu, supply crayfish, and offer new dishes, she had to squeeze every bit of value from him. Who said I would let you go so easily? You've wronged the Gu family. They've supported you all these years, provided you with good food and clothing. Yet, you repay their kindness with betrayal. From now on, you must cut ties with Zui Xianglu and have the farmers of Lushui village supply crayfish to our restaurant. Since your cooking skills are so excellent, why not come work as the head chef at our restaurant to develop new dishes? We need to revive the restaurant's business and overthrow Zui Xianglu. I believe you have this ability. This is your debt to the Gu family. Fu Shiwang was truly amazed that Gu Changfeng could reach such heights of arrogance. I have never owed the Gu family. Over these past 3 years, when the general was away, I did my best for the Gu family. I didn't ask for a single coin, and the clothes I wear were all bought when I first entered the household 3 years ago. They have faded now. These few sets of clothes were recently made for me by the general. If the general says I have lived, eaten, and worn for the Gu family all these years, that would be unfair. Honestly, I haven't spent much money. If the general wants to settle accounts with me, I can earn that money back and give it to you. But I am a person with dignity and my own principles. Even if I buy a servant, I need a contract of service to fully decide my fate and serve the owner. I married into your family, not sold myself to you. Why should I do whatever you ask? I also have my own thoughts. If the general asks me to do something, do I have to do it? At first, I wanted to help the general run the tavern well. But the general didn't trust me and even let Madame Song share in the business. She is your close companion, not mine. How could I know her character or see through her tricks? Naturally, I believed her words. Now, when things turn out like this, the general blames me. Shouldn't you ask your beloved Song Jiangma? Anyway, I will never cut ties with Drunken Fragrance Tower. I signed a contract and that is my business. I will never help the Gu family's tavern again. If I miss that chance, so be it. I will not turn back. Even if the general forces me, I am only the wife of the Gu family, not a servant. I still have the right to decide my life and death. If necessary, just kill me.
Fu Shiwan refuses stubbornly.
At worst, just kill her early, and everything else is not worth mentioning. She will never betray the Gu family. Absolutely will not go back to help Gu Changfeng. If he hadn't been so extreme, she wouldn't have done this. But all these things are just too much for her. She doesn't want to stay here even for a second longer. Gu Changfeng sees that Fu Shiwan has truly become bold and capable, so he dares to speak to him like this. In the past, Fu Shiwan would never have the courage to talk to him like this. He is so angry his chest rises sharply. He walks forward, grabs her wrist, and forcefully throws her onto the bed. His movements are rough and unkind, showing no mercy. He grabbed Fu Shiwan's neck and pushed her onto the bed, his eyes bloodshot. How dare you do this? Do you think you're brave now? Do you think you've gained enough confidence, earned a little money, and can now leave the Gu family? Don't forget how you begged me to marry you and begged to join the Gu family. Now that you're in, shouldn't you work hard for the family? Instead, you're turning against us. What? Do you have a secret lover at the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion? You've been going out often and dressing up so beautifully. Is there someone outside? You used to be so devoted to me, but now you're indifferent. Have you fallen for someone else? Women like you, who haven't read many books or learned to read properly, are not only unfaithful, but also lack morals. Is it because some man outside has given you benefits? Or is it because the owner of the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion is now close to you? Are you really married in secret? Gu Changfeng seemed to have lost his mind. Fu Shiwan looked at him in disbelief. He didn't squeeze her neck too hard, just restrained her, but it still made her feel scared, her heart pounding faster. She didn't expect Gu Changfeng to say such things or doubt her like that. She was furious and embarrassed. There was no reason for such suspicion. Since ancient times, accusations should be based on evidence. His baseless accusations hurt her deeply. Fu Shiwan was very angry, but she couldn't move or resist because he was holding her down. She lay completely on the bed, with Gu Changfeng gripping her wrist and one hand around her neck. She wanted to speak, but her throat was blocked and she couldn't make a sound. Gu Changfeng, truly angry, was probably losing control. In her helplessness, Fu Shiwan kicked him in the groin. Pain made Gu Changfeng step back quickly, but he still slapped her. Fu Shiwan covered her face. Gu Changfeng's strength was obvious, and the slap made her face burn with pain. She had never suffered such humiliation before in her past life. Now, she was being bullied again and again. That slap hit her where it hurt most. She was on the verge of losing her temper. Gu Changfeng was angry, but didn't she have the right to feel wronged? Wasn't she angry? Her money, earned with her own strength, was taken by him. Fine. She didn't have the ability to fight him. She would hold back and endure silently. But Gu Changfeng wouldn't stop. He wanted to squeeze her dry, use her, and even slap her again. Fu Shiwan had already suffered emotional pain before, and now she had to endure this shame. She could no longer stay in the Gu family. She covered her face and mockingly told Gu Changfeng, "Since the general doubts me so much, he should show proof. If he can't, he has no right to accuse me. If you've been so frustrated these past 3 years and dislike me so much, why not just part ways? Divorce is better. You have many women you like, and now you also have military achievements. You can marry a noble lady who benefits you, and I can be free from you.
Just get rid of me."
She finally decided to divorce. She never had the courage before, but now she couldn't bear it anymore. Gu Changfeng never treated her as a person or respected her. Such a man was no longer worth her staying. He had committed domestic violence once and many times. Although she didn't love Gu Changfeng, if he dared to hit her once, there would be a second time. She couldn't tolerate such humiliation. Gu Changfeng gradually calmed down, but he didn't expect Fu Shiwan to say such things to him. Divorce? You wish. A woman like you with no background or family Where can you go after leaving me? You think that earning some money and gaining some silver makes you respected? Do you think you can leave the Gu family and stand on your own? I'll tell you, without the Gu family, you're nothing. If you want to start a business after leaving me, I, as an official, can make your life in the capital impossible. Do you want to run away? Where do you think you can go? What do you owe the Gu family? You turned the Gu family's restaurant into this mess. If you don't want the business to recover, you just want to escape and cut ties. I won't let you go. Even if many noble ladies want to marry into the Gu family, you won't escape. It was you who fought hard and forced me to marry you. Now you want to leave? Do you think I have to listen to you?
Don't even think about it.
Divorce is impossible. Even if I divorce you, I won't. I want to make sure you can never lift your head in this house or find a way out. From now on, you are not allowed to step outside this house. I'll have people watch you day and night. Don't think about collaborating with Zue Xianglu anymore.
Gu Changfeng tightly grabbed Fu Shiwan's wrist.
Although he was a handsome, elegant man, Fu Shiwan now found him incredibly ugly. His heart was ugly, so his behavior appeared equally ugly to her. She hates Gu Changfeng and Gu Changfeng also hates her, but he won't let her go. Faced with someone as capable as Fu Shiwan, she can generate endless money. He knows her value. As long as he keeps her and makes her work for the restaurant, his business can thrive, even surpassing the Zue Xianglu. So he absolutely won't let Fu Shiwan leave. She initially wanted to marry him, so she did. Now she wants to leave, but it's not that easy. Fu Shiwan didn't expect him to use such tactics against her, and she feels powerless. Who do you think you are? I am a person, and no matter what, I am a commoner, not a servant. You have no right to imprison me or restrict my freedom. If you think you can force me with this, you're wrong. Gu Changfeng sneers coldly. He doesn't care. As long as he achieves his goal, he will use any means necessary. Whether you agree or not, from now on, someone will come regularly to bring you food. Your basic needs won't be neglected. When you decide to agree, I will let you go. If you want freedom, I won't give it to you unless you exchange something with me. When you come to your senses, send someone to call me. Until then, you won't step out of this door. Think carefully. Gu Changfeng leaves Fu Shiwan alone, then goes out and locks the door. Hearing the sound of the lock, Fu Shiwan's heart sinks completely. She should have listened to Shinzurue and left Gu Changfeng long ago, instead of waiting until this crisis exploded today. She has completely angered Gu Changfeng, who now confines her here. Things are not like before. Before crossing over, she at least had her phone to contact the outside world, but in this era, Gu Changfeng has cut her off entirely. Even Shun Ning has been sent away by Gu Changfeng. Outside, only Gu Changfeng's people remain. Fu Shiwan is alone in this room, not even allowed to step into the yard. She can only stay in this small room, unable to see the sunlight. Gu Changfeng is so ruthless that Fu Shiwan feels utterly helpless. She doesn't know anyone here, has no way out, and now she is completely cut off from the outside world. She was still thinking of creating new recipes for Zue Xianglu, but now she has no money, no silver, no connections, no freedom. All her hopes are shattered. Just when she thought there was a glimmer of hope after what happened this afternoon, she felt a bit warmer inside. But Gu Changfeng's actions make her believe it is a punishment from heaven. Did she do something wrong? Although she hadn't done anything to harm society, the people, or the country, she wondered why fate had arranged for her to experience a time travel that brought her such suffering. Gu Changfeng was the most disgusting person she had ever met in her life. But thinking this way was useless. Fu Shiwan sat alone on the bed, feeling a burning pain on her cheeks. Her wrist was also painfully squeezed by Gu Changfeng. He simply didn't understand what it meant to cherish and respect others. Maybe other women would think he was gentle, elegant, and a true gentleman, but she had seen Gu Changfeng's ugliest, most disgusting side. No matter what, she would never fall in love with him, nor help him. She was locked in the room like this. A few days ago, she still had good food, perhaps because Gu Changfeng saw her stubbornness and refusal to give up. But in the following days, her 3 meals a day became fewer, and the food grew less fresh. It seemed like he was trying to force her to submit. Initially, all conditions were gone. Her life became like that of a prisoner. Every day, she was starving, so hungry it hurt. Sometimes she even thought about giving in to Gu Changfeng. But she knew she couldn't do that. Her hunger was so intense that she had no strength left to think about how to contact the outside world or find a way to escape. She could only lie in bed every day to avoid moving, because exercise made her hungrier. She tried to reduce movement to lessen her hunger. She never thought she would live such days. Fu Shiwan often cried. Over the past few days, she had become very thin and looked extremely exhausted. She never imagined she would live like this. At first, she even thought the Gu family was good, but now she realized it was a ruthless mansion that devoured everything. Shinzarue's words had all come true. Only by escaping from the Gu family could she truly be free. She thought that was all that would happen. Either she would faint from hunger and agree to Gu Changfeng, or she would die of starvation in this room. When that happened, Gu Changfeng would tell the officials she was ill or had an accident and died. As a high-ranking official, the officials wouldn't say much because of their connections. She would quietly die like this, ending her life. She believed her life would be like that. Since she had already traveled through once, when she closed her eyes, she didn't know whether she would die or return to her original time. If she could go back, she wouldn't have to suffer such humiliation anymore. Thinking this way, Fu Shiwan felt that life had no meaning. I don't know what it feels like to starve to death. I never dared to think about it in my past life. Every time I skip a meal, I complain about being hungry and say I will die from hunger, but I never truly consider it. Sometimes, when I see posts about people dying from hunger, I wonder what that feeling is like. Compared to sudden accidents, dying slowly from starvation is the most painful. Because the process of waiting for death is extremely long, Fu Shiwan is now in that situation. She is curled up on the bed, cold and weak from hunger, feeling sleepy but unable to rest because her stomach is growling with hunger, tormenting her. It feels very uncomfortable. Maybe because the house is quiet, or because she has been hungry for a long time, she has not seen the sun, and doesn't know how much time has passed outside. She just drifts through day after day in a hazy state. When she feels sleepy, she sleeps. Every day, she looks forward to that one meal of spoiled rice, which she eats with great relish. Her room has become messy and untidy. No one is taking care of her. Just as she is about to fall asleep, the door suddenly opens. Gu Changfeng walks in like a savior, carrying a food box. The smell of food makes Fu Shiwan feel a little more alert, but she has no strength to sit up and look. Gu Changfeng places the food box on the table, slowly opens it, and arranges delicious dishes in front of her. After eating spoiled rice for so many days, seeing fresh fish and meat is a rare treat. She hasn't seen such food in a long time, and after starving for so long, her sense of smell and taste have become very sharp. She is already very hungry, and when she smells the aroma of the dishes in front of her, her stomach begins to growl loudly, expressing her strong desire to eat. Gu Changfeng walks slowly to her bed, sits down, gently strokes Fu Shiwan's messy hair, and asks softly, "Do you want to eat? You've been hungry for so long and suffered so much. I've been busy these days and didn't have time to see you. You've become so haggard. I brought some good food. Do you want to eat? If you do, just nod." Fu Shiwan instinctively nods in response. She is so hungry that of course she wants to eat. Seeing her want to eat, Gu Changfeng deliberately brings a plate of food in front of her. "If you want to eat, I can let you have some, but it won't be free. This is Gu family's food. If you want to eat, you have to do something for the Gu family. You've been hungry for so long, and you're very stubborn. Using such methods to deal with you, you still refuse to give in. But now, you're so hungry that you can't tell reality from illusion. The food is real, and right in front of you. If you want to eat, you must help revive the Gu family's restaurant. You don't know that these days, because you're not here, the dishes at the Drunken Fragrance Tower have become boring for the common people. The crayfish no longer tastes good. Gradually, our restaurant has started to get some business. As long as you're willing to step up and develop a few new dishes for our restaurant, I will still share the profits with you. You can come and go freely. Don't you want freedom? Don't you want to have a good meal? Soon, all these things will be easy for you to get. All you need to do is nod, and you can enjoy this table of food right away. You can come and go freely. I will arrange some new clothes for you, help you clean up, and give you money. The entire restaurant will be handed over to you. From now on, Songjiang Mo is not allowed to interfere. I can give you everything you want, as long as you serve the Gu family faithfully. Gu Changfeng spoke these tempting words like an angel, but they were just his hypocritical mask. Fu Shiwan was still somewhat rational and knew what kind of person Gu Changfeng really was. Her body was very dirty. No one had taken care of her these days. At first, she could handle herself, but later she was too hungry and weak. She tried to stay in bed and not move. So, a foul smell filled the room. Gu Changfeng disliked her. Although he spoke gentle words to Fu Shiwan, he only sat by the bed for a little while, just touched her hair, and didn't dare to get too close because he was disgusted. Fu Shiwan, in a daze, saw all of this clearly. She didn't know what choice to make. She was very hungry. Out of instinct, she wanted to eat, but she also valued her dignity. Yet, what is dignity in the face of hunger? She hesitated for a moment, blinked weakly, and nodded. No matter what, she wanted to survive. In such moments, humans still have a survival instinct. As soon as she nodded, Gu Changfeng immediately fed some food into her mouth and ordered Chenning to come in. He told her to help her sit up, then brought her some food and helped her tidy up. Gu Changfeng, disgusted, refused to stay any longer and left with a wave of his sleeve. Not long after he left, Li Chuan came. Because there were no guards at the door now, Fu Shiwan regained her freedom. Li Chuan naturally could come and go freely to visit her. When he entered, he immediately smelled a foul odor. Even though the door had been opened and aired out for a while, and the air had been changed, the room still carried an unpleasant smell that wouldn't go away. Fu Shiwan was eating. Seeing her messy and desperate way of eating, she felt very sorry for her. Her brows furrowed deeply, surprised that she had become like this in just a few days. She knew the general was ruthless to confine the lady in the courtyard, but she didn't expect that those people would treat her so badly in secret. She stepped forward and looked at her hurriedly eating, feeling a pang in her heart. "Madam, you've become like this these days. The general is really cruel. Please bring some light porridge and vegetables. The food here is too greasy. You haven't eaten for a long time, and suddenly eating so much might upset your stomach." She ordered Chenning to prepare some light food. Chenning nodded and instructed others to do so. Only the two of them remained in the room. Fu Shiwan didn't care whether the food was light or heavy. She was so hungry she could eat anything, big fish, meat, or greasy food. She was so hungry she had lost all feeling. She even grabbed rice with her hands. The more she ate like this, the more Li Chuan felt heartache and couldn't bear to see her suffer. He held her hand gently and told her to rest for a while. "Eat later. You've been hungry for so long. Madam, eat slowly. Eating too fast isn't good for your health. How have you been managing these days?" He had heard about her situation and wanted to contact and help her, but the general kept the courtyard tightly guarded, not allowing anyone to get close. So he had no way to help her. He didn't know how she was living like this. If he had known earlier, he would have begged the general for her. Fu Shiwan ate a little and regained some strength. Her eyes were no longer hazy, but gradually became clear. Her hands and face were covered in oil as she looked at Li Chuan. Surprisingly, he didn't dislike her. She had regained her reason and didn't blame him. "It's not your fault. This is all Gu Changfeng's doing. I only blame him. You have to survive in this house, and your support is him. I don't know what you think of him. Anyway, I hate him deeply. But I can't do anything. I know you have feelings for him, so you don't need to offend him for me. You're doing the right thing. And I am doing the right thing too. I never thought I did anything wrong. But I want to live. For this one meal, I can't do otherwise. He might really starve me to death. Such a person can do anything. To survive for this one meal, I can only agree with him. How long has he confined me?" Fu Shiwan really wanted to know how much time had passed outside. She was starving here, unaware of what was happening outside. Li Chuan's eyes were already filled with tears as he choked out, "It's already the 16th. 16 days. That means she broke her promise." Fu Shiwan had agreed with Drunken Fragrance Pavilion to contribute a few new dishes each month. Her disappearance these days caused the business at Drunken Fragrance Pavilion to gradually decline. The Gu family's restaurant also finally got through the hardest times. But Gu Changfeng was really cruel. He had starved her for so many days. Fu Shiwan felt like each day was a year, as if a long time had passed, and only 16 days had gone by. But she had already broken her promise. She didn't know what was happening outside, but she needed to eat first and gain her freedom before thinking about how to turn things around. Li Chuan also told her, "Madam, you don't have to fight the general head-on. I know his temper very well. He prefers soft methods over hard ones. A few days ago, Madam clearly escaped his affection, but then you ended up with him again. I have an idea. Why not pretend to agree and gain some freedom to contact the outside world? That way you can protect your rights. The more contacts you make, the stronger your background will be to oppose the general. The reason he can imprison and starve you without fear is because you have no family or connections behind you. All your belongings are with the Gu family, so the general can do as he pleases. Why not pretend to help him get what he wants? When he's in a good mood, he might agree to give you more. Once you're strong enough to negotiate, you can gain your freedom. Confronting him directly would only hurt you and not him." Li Chuan's analysis was very reasonable. Fu Shiwan, now well-fed, gained strength and thought. She agreed with him. Only by standing firm could she gain more. She was still very hungry, eating while agreeing with Li Chuan. "You're right. I must become stronger and build more connections. He's just bullying me because I have no background, no status. I need to get stronger. There are many things I need to handle outside. I must eat enough to have the strength to oppose Gu Changfeng. By the way, how is Song Jiangma now?" Fu Shiwan needed to start planning for herself. She ate while asking about Song Jiangma. Since she had been confined for 16 days, the 7-day agreement between Song Jiangma and Gu Changfeng had long since passed. Although Gu's business had shown some signs of recovery, Gu Changfeng probably no longer trusted Song Jiangma. She wanted to ask about the outside world, and Li Chuan told her everything in detail. Madame Song isn't much better off. She's also kept inside the courtyard, but she is well-fed and cared for. Because Madame Song still has the young master with her, he is fed and clothed properly, so her life isn't too miserable. However, she has lost her freedom. The general no longer allows her to come and go freely from the residence, and the tavern has been handed over to someone else to manage. The general's reason for pressuring Madame is probably because he can't wait for the tavern's business to improve. If it keeps losing money, he might cut off her food and drink, forcing her into this situation. Now, the general rarely visits Madame Song's courtyard. He only goes a few times when he checks on the young master's studies. The young master doesn't know anything. The most frequent visitor is me and also my 2 other sisters. But the general isn't interested in anything else. He seems worried about the tavern's business. However, now that Madame Song has agreed to the general, his mind should finally be at ease. By this point, Fu Shiwan had almost finished clearing the items on the table. She felt very full but still hungry. Her hunger was emotional. She had nothing now. Back to the very beginning, empty-handed. Yet her stomach was very full after eating so much suddenly. She knew her stomach couldn't handle it, but she couldn't stop herself. She was afraid of starving again and dared not go hungry anymore. Even if her stomach hurt terribly, she had to eat more to have the strength to stand firm. She was full now but couldn't take a bath for the moment. She asked Li Chuan to stay and talk with her for a while, to learn about the outside world and discuss what to do next. Only Li Chuan was truly honest with her in the entire residence. He knew she wanted to escape and helped her think of plans. She could only confide her worries to Li Chuan, but he couldn't stay long. She knew the general would surely send someone to watch her. She only spoke a few words of comfort and didn't dare stay longer, fearing the general might suspect her. That was also what Fu Shiwan said. She didn't want to involve others, so she didn't let Li Chuan sit for long and hurried him away. Then, Shen Ning helped her take a bath. She hadn't bathed in a long time. Shen Ning prepared the water, helped her change clothes, and bathed her. Seeing her bones showing from hunger these days, Xining felt very sad. She gently wiped her and couldn't help but cry. The general is really harsh, treating the lady like this. Why does the lady have to fight so hard against the general? If she didn't, she wouldn't be so hungry and miserable. I feel sorry for her. You're right, said Xining. The lady helped our family run the tavern. Later, the general won't mistreat you. Why do you insist on refusing? You're suffering so much because of it. Xining was a maid from the Gu family and naturally spoke for Gu Chongfeng. She couldn't understand why Fu Shiwan was so stubborn. If she agreed early, she would have money, freedom, and a good life. Why suffer like this? She felt sorry for Fu Shiwan but didn't understand her reasons. Fu Shiwan didn't explain, so she closed her eyes and said nothing. Although she didn't speak, Xining didn't stop trying to persuade her. She thought Fu Shiwan was upset from hunger and didn't want to talk. But she kept advising, Madam, since you've married the general, you're part of him and also part of the Gu family. Naturally, you should think of the family. I don't know why you did what you did before, but the general was angry, so he treated you like that. It's wrong, but you can't betray the general like this. Now you've finally agreed to the general, and he's willing to let you go. From now on, you'll earn money for the Gu family. The money belongs to everyone, including you. You can also gain the general's trust and affection, strengthening your position in the house. Isn't that good? Xining's thinking was simple. She believed that gaining Gu Chongfeng's love would help her stay stable and secure in this household. She just wanted Fu Shiwan to stop fighting with the general because she thought that would only hurt both sides and she wouldn't benefit. She believed that as long as she pleased the general, life would get better. She didn't understand Fu Shiwan's true feelings because she was just a maid in the Gu house. So, Fu Shiwan didn't trust her much and didn't have deep feelings for her. Since she was a maid of the Gu family, she naturally supported Gu Chongfeng. She was trying to persuade Fu Shiwan to get along well with him, but she couldn't really listen. However, Fu Shiwan suddenly opened her eyes and looked ahead. Xining, do you think there's hope for someone like me? If it were you, how would you live? Do you envy me? I envy you. Lady, you lack nothing in food and clothing, and you have such a handsome husband, the general. Many people can't even dream of having this. Servants like me can only spend our whole lives in this estate or serve as guards or maids. No matter what, I can't live as comfortably as you. Although you and the general have some misunderstandings, I believe he will come to like you. As long as you put some effort into him and show some softness, you and the general will have a good life together. People outside see how lucky you are. When the general returns victorious, with military achievements and handsome looks, there aren't many women in the estate. If you can win his favor and keep his attention, your life will be very happy. No one knows how much envy there is for you. If you could just soften a little, it would be better. He's your husband after all, and he wouldn't hurt you. He probably just wants to do what's best for everyone and for the family. As an outsider, I see how good your life is now. So free and comfortable. No one opposes you. It's just that you're too stubborn. If you had managed to win the general's favor earlier, your life wouldn't be like this now. I never thought someone like me would be envied. Maybe Shen Ning doesn't see clearly or understand, or perhaps people have different feelings, thoughts, and plans for the future. That's why they think this way. I can't live like this anymore. I feel like I am standing in a sea of fire and swords. But others see it as a peaceful paradise. It's surprising how different perspectives can be. I've never thought about things from this angle before. Only I know how cold or warm life really is. I even envy Shen Ning's freedom. I really don't understand what there is to envy. I don't like this life at all. I want to leave this estate and divorce Gu Chongfeng. I will never like him, and I won't submit to him. I won't endure living like this just because of him. What you said are things he wants to see, but they're not what I want. I can't do things for someone I don't like. If I liked him, I'd do everything for him without asking for anything in return. But I don't like him, so no matter what he does, I will never like him. Moreover, he was not sincere to me. He only used me. He thought I was valuable, so he treated me this way. When he locked me in the room and refused to feed me, was that a sign of liking me? He didn't care whether I lived or died. He only kept me alive just to protect his family's restaurant, not because he was worried about my life. Why should I like such a man? Women are equal to men. We don't exist just to please men, nor are we helpless without them. I want freedom. After experiencing all this, Fu Shiwan changed completely. Whether in speech or actions, she no longer kept her feelings hidden. She wanted everyone in the mansion to know she wanted to get along with Gu Chongfeng. She didn't like the Gu residents, and she wasn't afraid for Xin Ning to tell Gu Chongfeng or others. She knew Xin Ning wasn't on her side, and wasn't a maid who had been with her since childhood. She was just an ordinary commoner and couldn't afford a personal maid or sign a binding contract. After she married into the Gu family, the old madam assigned her a servant. Because the original owner wanted to get close to Gu Chongfeng and please him, she accepted this maid and treated her like a sister. But Fu Shiwan couldn't get close to her because they weren't truly united in heart. So, she couldn't treat her like a sister. Xin Ning didn't expect the madam to suddenly change her temper so drastically. She became silent, afraid to speak. Fu Shiwan didn't care what she might say. After her bath, Fu Shiwan slept peacefully. She had been hungry and restless before, but now she was full and could sleep comfortably and with dignity. She slept until the next morning. Xin Ning asked her to pay respects to the old madam, as the madam had requested, wanting to talk and give her advice. Fu Shiwan deliberately delayed her arrival, being a little late on purpose. But looking at the old madam's expression, she was angry but trying to hold back. When Fu Shiwan arrived, she only bowed lightly to the old madam and sat on a nearby chair. The old madam didn't tell her to sit, but she sat down on her own. This lack of manners touched the old madam's bottom line, but thinking of Gu Chongfeng's words, she didn't dare scold Fu Shiwan. Instead, she spoke kindly to comfort her, gave a warning look, and signaled the maids and servants to leave, leaving only her and Fu Shiwan in the room. She looked at Fu Shiwan, who seemed so lifeless, and couldn't help but feel angry. In the past, she was not like this. When she first married into the family, she was very eager and enthusiastic, always eager to do things herself. She wasn't like this now. She also tried very hard to please her, to flatter Gu Chongfeng. If it had been 3 years ago, Fu Shiwan definitely wouldn't have caused such trouble. She would have obediently listened and done whatever she was told. But now, she has changed completely. Why has her personality changed so much? Could it be because Chongfeng came back with a child and a pregnant woman? Did that make her so upset that she changed like this? The old lady listened to Gu Chongfeng's words and decided to carefully talk to Fu Shiwan. She knew she was no longer fully on Gu's side, even though she was in the Gu family. Her heart was not truly here. She needed to teach her well, so she would serve the Gu family with all her heart. The old lady didn't realize how important and capable Fu Shiwan was. After hearing some things from Gu Chongfeng, she realized she needed to hold onto this money-making opportunity tightly. She sincerely advised Fu Shiwan, "You, young girl, married into our family at such a young age. I know you must have suffered a lot. I am a woman myself, and I see everything clearly. Chongfeng went out to war for 3 years, leaving you alone in a new marriage, waiting in an empty house. I watched every day and every night, wondering how you endured it. They say that mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law are naturally enemies. At first, I didn't think much of you and found many faults. But Chongfeng was away for 3 years, and in that time, it was just us two. Over time, I started to see you as my own daughter. When Chongfeng was gone, I treated you as well as I would my own mother. After a long time, I became like a block of ice, but you warmed me up. I saw you step by step come this far. Now that good days are here, why don't you reach out and grab them? You suffered for 3 years just waiting for this kind of opportunity. Chongfeng has also started to turn back to you, and is willing to stay in your courtyard. But what did you do? You pushed him away again and again. There are misunderstandings that can be cleared up. Why did you do such things? The old lady spoke earnestly, but she didn't understand what Fu Shiwan was really thinking inside. She didn't realize that Fu Shiwan was no longer the same person she used to be. She had no emotional foundation with Gu Changfeng. It is truly impossible for the original owner to do such a thing. However, the original owner does not have such good cooking skills, so something like today would not happen. To have good cooking skills, the original owner cannot be involved. To have the original owner, the current usefulness is lost. That's just how it is. They want both, but that is impossible. Fu Shiwan calmly said, "There is nothing to be upset about. I just don't like it. The general also doesn't like me very much. Isn't that right? He confined me to the room for 16 days. 16 days straight. I can't even imagine how I managed to get through each day. Have you ever tasted what it's like to go hungry? Would you like to try it? If you treat me like your own daughter, why doesn't the general pressure your lady to let me out or send me some food? Every day, I only get one meal, bad rice and spoiled vegetables. You probably haven't even seen these things. Mother, you say you treat me like your own daughter. Luckily, you don't have a daughter, or she might not have survived long. No one should treat their own daughter like this." Fu Shiwan now feels like a hedgehog, covered in sharp spines, ready to defend herself. None of these people are truly on her side. She can hold back her sharp words when facing Li Chuan, but with others, she doesn't need to hold back. All these people are enemies, burdens she wants to shed. She wants to escape from the Gu family, and she must shake off these people to do so. The old lady was stunned. She didn't expect Fu Shiwan to be so clever and bold, daring to speak to her like this. She had never even imagined it. "Girl, what is going on with you? No matter what, I am your elder. You shouldn't speak to me like that. I haven't been unkind to you all these years. I only say these things for your good. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother to say anything. You're already married into the Gu family. Do you remember how you begged to marry into the Gu family? How you used kindness to pressure Changfeng into marrying you? Have you forgotten? You put in so much effort to marry in, and now you're desperately trying to run away. What are you after? If you hold a grudge against Song Jiangma and her children, now that Changfeng no longer likes her, has cast her aside, and even confined her inside, not allowing her to leave the yard, if you could be more ambitious and win Changfeng over, you could have a child. Naturally, a legitimate son is higher than a common son. If you, as the daughter of the family, have a boy, raise him well, and he will inherit everything from Changfeng in the future. Why are you wasting such good days? I really want to leave, but I have nothing left. Where can I go if I leave? Don't make impulsive decisions just because you're upset. Think about the consequences and consider my future. Don't act on impulse." The old lady thinks Fu Shiwan is acting rashly out of emotion, but Fu Shiwan is not. She understands things more clearly than anyone else. Just because she is young, does everyone think her anger and actions are due to immaturity and recklessness? Do they think she is just throwing a tantrum? Is she joking? No, she is very serious. I'm not joking. If you want me to help you make money, I can do that. I don't care where I go after leaving. I just don't want to stay here anymore. Anywhere else is better than staying here. As long as I earn enough money for you, you will let me go. Otherwise, I can ruin this thing completely. Since everything is in my hands, I can make him live or die. I only want a peaceful departure. Rest assured, after I leave, the inn's business will continue. I can also sign an agreement with you to ensure the inn keeps making money and has silver to earn. Just let me go. I will help you run it well now, and later you can take over. You will definitely profit. I only want freedom. I've done my part for you, helped you earn money, and completed your tasks. Now, it's time to let me go. You dislike me so much, you probably don't want me around, right? It's better if I leave, so I won't be a bother." The old lady thought about it and found Fu Shiwan's words reasonable. If letting her go means they can still earn money from the Gu estate, then she could be allowed to leave. A woman like her, lying beside him, isn't truly loyal. It would be better to marry someone more valuable who can help Longfeng's future career. While she was thinking this, Fu Shiwan had already lost interest in talking further. Old madam, please think carefully. When the time comes, discuss it with the general. Since I've been entrusted with this inn, I should be free to come and go now, right? I want to see how the inn is doing. Fu Shiwan now acts very indifferent, like a machine without feelings. She can no longer muster a smile or pretend to be polite. She doesn't want to go through the motions or exchange pleasantries. She stood up, and the old lady nodded slightly, allowing her to leave, feeling very distant. No matter what she did, Fu Shiwan could no longer go back to how things used to be. Now, she only felt that Fu Shiwan was very unfamiliar, completely different, and not aligned with the Gu family. She didn't know why it had changed, but as long as they could make money, that was enough. Fu Shiwan indeed kept her promises. She went to the restaurant, handed 2 new dishes to the chef, and after tasting the same dishes, she asked him to prepare to launch them and spread the reputation. She also arranged for Lu Shuizhuang to supply to them. Since they already supplied crayfish to Zui Xianglu, they decided to supply to the Gu family's restaurant as well. Within new dishes, within a few days, the Gu family's business started to improve and became very busy. Fu Shiwang also had the restaurant renovated. After a week of her management, the Gu family's restaurant became very popular, catching up with Zui Xianglu, and they earned enough money to cover all previous losses. Taking advantage of this, Fu Shiwang introduced 2 more new dishes, which were very popular with the people. She also launched set meals, allowing people to eat a single serving for a low price. Many people didn't want to cook at home because it was troublesome, but eating at a restaurant with each dish on a plate felt too luxurious for one person, especially if they had no friends. 2 or 3 people eating together was also a bit of a luxury if done daily, but occasional gatherings were fine. To consider these people, Fu Shiwang specially introduced single-serving sets that were affordable, with small portions of each dish, so that people could enjoy a meal for a small amount of money, just right, not too much or too little. This also meant they didn't have to spend a lot of money, and it received widespread praise from the people. Many, because they were busy or didn't want to cook, or were single men returning home at night with no time to prepare food, came here for a meal. It had both meat and vegetables, and the price was within their budget, making it very popular. Soon, the restaurant's business kept growing, and Gu Changfeng watched the daily earnings in the account and couldn't stop praising Fu Shiwang. Ha ha ha, I knew you had the ability. You came up with such a great idea, launching set meals. Now our restaurant is so crowded that we might need to rent the building next door. We have enough money, and as long as the business keeps up like this, the profits will be enough. Later, we can buy the neighboring restaurant and set up tables and chairs, saving us from long lines every day. Gu Changfeng looked at Fu Shiwan as if she were a money tree. He never expected that such a small person like Fu Shiwan could have such great ability. She had already made back all the money she previously lost, and now her income was pure profit. You're so capable. When the time comes, I'll have someone share some of the silver with you at the end of the month. You deserve it. Why didn't you do this earlier? You insisted on helping outsiders. Wouldn't it be better to help your own family? Family members wouldn't treat you badly. Outsiders only settle accounts openly, but family members truly care about you. Fu Shiwan coldly glanced at him. How much could a few silver coins be? She didn't believe Gu Changfeng would be willing to give her much money. Zui Xianglu was truly generous, but Gu Changfeng only made empty promises. She had no high hopes, speaking coldly, like a superior talking to a subordinate. Are you satisfied now? Happy? Whatever plans you have, do as you wish. If the business can keep going like this, are you willing? Of course. Who doesn't want to make silver? It would be even better if things were perfect. If our restaurant could become the most popular in all of Beijing, surpassing Zui Xianglu, that would be great. I heard Zui Xianglu is backed by a prince, so they probably have some influence. But that's okay. As long as there's money to be made, that's enough. I knew you are the most capable and talented person. Leaving it to you is the right choice. Gu Changfeng was in a very good mood. He even hugged Fu Shiwan. That's just how he was. He thought women were like toys. When he was in a good mood, he could be kind to her. When he was in a bad mood, he could treat her as he did before. Fu Shiwan disliked his touch. She dodged from his embrace and stood to the side. If I promise to keep the business of Gu family restaurant prosperous forever, will you divorce me and give me my freedom? Fu Shiwan still refused to give up. She hadn't dared to mention it before because she thought Gu Changfeng wouldn't agree. But now she was going to bring it up, whether he liked it or not. She wanted to remind him constantly. She hated every second she spent with him and wanted to leave. After saying the word divorce, Gu Changfeng's face immediately changed. Why do you keep bringing up those two words? Do you dislike me that much? Do you want to divorce me? Don't want to stay even for a moment? What can you do outside? After divorce, you'll be free. Will you still help the Gu family's restaurant make money? Don't you still want to help Sue Xianglu? I tell you, don't even think about it. You will never escape from the Gu family. But I said I can promise to keep the restaurant making money. I promise I won't regret it. I no longer need to favor others. As long as you give me my freedom, I can even give up the money you gave me. Every month, I will add new dishes to the restaurant and help plan ways to make the business more successful. You can see me as a manager. We can be colleagues, not spouses. Isn't that good? I help you earn money, and I don't take a single penny. I only want freedom and a divorce. Fu Shiwan remains stubborn as always, but Gu Changfeng can't bear to hear those two words. Even though they haven't yet consummated their marriage and have had conflicts before, he simply doesn't want to divorce Fu Shiwan. In the past, even if she didn't mention it, he kept thinking about it. But now, he doesn't want to think about it at all. Even if Fu Shiwan keeps saying those two words, he doesn't want to hear them. Even if she says she will help him make money after leaving, he still doesn't want to. It's not that he doesn't want to give up the money-making machine. He just doesn't want to give up her. He always hopes to reconcile with her. He holds her hand, wanting to keep her. But the words he speaks seem to hurt more than they help. Why do you want to leave? Do you have someone else you like at Drunken Fragrance Tower? Do you just want to be with him, so you want me to give you freedom? Is staying in the Gu residence not good? Am I not good to you? You now have a business and your own career. I can also let you come and go freely in this house. You are still my wife, and others envy that. You are the wife of a general and have money. What's wrong with that? What more do you want? Do you just want to divorce me and become a commoner? Will that make you happy? Who would give up such good days to live a hard life? You already have a home. Where will you go after leaving me? Don't blame me just because you're impulsive or angry. Think carefully before you decide. Please don't act on impulse. I admit I was wrong in how I treated you before, but if I didn't treat you that way, would you understand? I don't know why you hate the Gu family so much or why you hate me. I just want to live a good life with you. Let's stop fighting. Can't we just be happy? As Gu Changfeng speaks, his tone softens. He gently holds Fu Shiwan, as if apologizing to her. But Fu Shiwan knew that this was just the tricks of a bad man. When things were good, he was fine, but when he was bad, he would act like before. If she forgave him, she would be the one to blame. People who are abused once and refuse to leave or forgive are just asking for more trouble later. They give the abuser a chance, knowing they won't leave even if hurt, so the abuse gets worse. Fu Shiwan wouldn't give him that chance. She couldn't live like this anymore. She didn't want to risk him having another episode and hurting her again. She was afraid to gamble on it. No, I don't like you at all, and I don't want to be with you. Whoever is capable should take this position. You want to promote Song Jiangma or bring your other consort into the family. Or marry someone who can help your future. Anyway, I don't want to stay in this position anymore. Even if others think it's great, I think it's not good at all. I just want freedom. Even if I am just an ordinary person worrying about food and drink every day, I think that life is better than this. I have made up my mind. You can write a divorce paper, then a contract, and I will help the Gu family's restaurant make money. I will sign the agreement. As long as you give me a divorce paper, I will work for the Gu family's restaurant for free for my whole life. As long as I am here, it won't close down. Fu Shiwan said this, but Gu Changfeng refused. He wouldn't write it, even slammed the door and left. Seeing that it was hopeless, Fu Shiwan didn't get angry. She was like a puppet without a soul, running between the Gu family and the restaurant every day. Until one day, Shun Zuerui saw her. He brought Fu Shiwan to their secret hideout. Although she was reluctant to leave, Fu Shiwan still kept a blank expression. Shun Zuerui rarely saw Fu Shiwan, who had been out of contact for many days. No matter where he looked, at places they often met or at the Drunken Fragrance Tower, he couldn't find her. He asked around at the Drunken Fragrance Tower and heard she hadn't been there for a long time. Business at the Drunken Fragrance Tower had slowed down, but the Gu family's restaurant was thriving, crowded with people.
He was surprised.
He stayed here every day and finally caught Fu Shiwan alone. He pulled her here because he had a lot to say. Seeing her with her eyes vacant and dazed made him think back to the past. He didn't know what had happened to her these days, but seeing her sunken cheeks and exhausted face, he knew she must have suffered some again, probably caused by Gu Chongfeng giving her some unfair treatment. She looked at Fu Shiwan, unsure of how to speak, but Fu Shiwan suddenly snapped back to herself, sneering and mocking herself. Don't look at me with such an expression. Do you think I'm pitiful? Or do you find it funny? You probably have many questions to ask me. Go ahead, ask. You want to know where I have disappeared these days? Why is Gu's restaurant business doing so well now while my partnership with Zue Xianglu has ended? I can't help it. I have to support the Gu family. But supporting them, I get nothing in return. All my money was taken by Gu Chongfeng. I have no choice but to work for him, otherwise, he won't feed me. I have no rights, no freedom. Fu Shiwan spoke all this voluntarily. Shun Zuerui didn't expect Gu Chongfeng to be so mean. You say he doesn't give you food? He couldn't believe Gu Chongfeng was so despicable, thinking of such low tricks, starving Fu Shiwan. No wonder her hair looked dull, her face lacked spirit, and her cheeks were sunken. In just over half a month of not seeing her, she had become so thin, and her eyes looked so hollow. He felt that Fu Shiwan was living an inhumane life, suffering so terribly. He really wanted to argue with Gu Chongfeng for her, but he had no standing to do so. He didn't know what he could do for Fu Shiwan now. Listening to her current situation, penniless, working willingly for Gu Chongfeng just to survive, made him feel helpless. The days when she could see hope seemed to be blocked again by Gu Chongfeng, with no end in sight. Originally, Fu Shiwan was almost at the edge of the well, but Gu Chongfeng kicked her into the bottom and covered the top with stones, so she couldn't see even a ray of sunlight. No wonder Fu Shiwan looked so exhausted. Shun Zuerui hated Gu Chongfeng deeply and didn't want Fu Shiwan to live like this anymore. You are free.
I found a house for you to see.
It's very nice and peaceful. I already discussed it with the owner. You can have your own life, your own future. It's gone. He won't let me leave. I don't have any money to buy anything now.
All my money was taken by him.
He even threatened he would never let me go. He's like a leech clinging to me, my blood. No matter how I struggle or try to shake him off, I can't escape. I have to accept this fate. Fu Shiwan's eyes were completely empty, as if her soul hadn't been touched, even here. No, you can still have your own life and your own home. You gave me a lot of silver, and the money earned from the flowing villa has always included your share. This money is enough for the deposit. I'll give you this land deed first, and you can figure out how to pay the rest later. Let's set it for 3 months. Think about it carefully. He handed a land deed to Fu Shiwan. Fu Shiwan didn't expect Shun Zuerui to finish everything so quickly and to give her the deed. She hadn't seen the house yet or known where it was, but it made her feel like she belonged somewhere. This was her home. The deposit was paid, but she still needed to find a way to pay the rest. Shun Zuerui wouldn't help her with that anymore. Still, she felt happy. Her eyes finally had a little sparkle, a hint of life. Maybe you should just give up. Return the deposit to your people. I don't need your money, and I can't pay the rest anyway. Just return it. Although Fu Shiwan was very touched and excited, she knew she wasn't capable or qualified to own it. She couldn't leave her family. Even if she bought the house, it would just sit empty. It was better to leave it for someone who needed it more, that's what she thought. But Shun Zuerui told her not to give up. He kept urging her to fight against her fate. What's yours is yours. Even if I can't contact you, I've been helping you. We all are. Many people are helping you, hoping you can regain your freedom. The fields and mountains are waiting for you to take care of them. If you give up now, stuck with the Gu family your whole life, you're not even 20 yet, you'll have to pay for your whole life. Is that all there is? No. You need to plan your life carefully. Think about taking over the Gu family's restaurant. You signed a contract with Drunken Fragrance Tower, and there are ways to manage that. Since you take over the restaurant, you'll meet many officials and important people. Some of them might help you. If you have no money, we can give you some. You don't have a family, so I arranged a home for you. You have no connections, so you need to build them yourself. The business you're doing now is the easiest way to make contacts, especially in places like Drunken Fragrance Tower, where many officials and noble people gather. The Gu family's restaurant is gradually doing better, and many people are coming. You should seize this chance and use your charm to attract some people. When you become strong enough, Gu Chongfeng will start to fear you and will have no choice but to let you go. Instead of accepting your fate passively, are you the kind of person who gives up? I don't believe so. Shun Zuerui doesn't think she will just accept her fate and obey destiny. Indeed, after a few words from him, Fu Shiwan quickly regains her fighting spirit. She's willing to work for 3 months to buy this house, especially since she can fake the accounts if needed. Now, the entire Gu family's restaurant is under her control. Gu Chongfeng trusts her, so she can make some adjustments and save enough money within 3 months to pay the remaining balance for the house. That should be enough. Next, she really needs to do as Shunzurui said. She wants to thank him. Every time she feels like giving up, when she wants to go with the flow and stop fighting, Shunzurui always wakes her up with harsh words, reminding her not to give up. Without him, she might have already surrendered to Gu Chongfeng willingly. She looks at Shunzurui and suddenly feels something different in her heart. Why do you always try to persuade me like this? I was already about to give up on myself, but you keep telling me not to. Why do you never give up on me? Why do you help me like this? We've only met a few times, even on the farm, and at first, you didn't think highly of me, calling me a woman abandoned by her husband. Why do you treat me this way? We're just acquaintances. Fu Shiwan doesn't understand. She never fully understands. She looks at Shun Zuerui, and he's changed from when they first met. He dresses well now, looks energetic. At first, he seemed like a beggar, but now he exudes a different kind of nobility. She has changed, and Shun Zuerui has changed too. Everyone has changed, each of them has grown. Looking at Shun Zuerui, she suddenly feels a strong desire to get closer. It's as if he's the only person in this world she can trust wholeheartedly. Only he keeps encouraging her, like family, telling her not to give up and to believe in herself and keep going. She feels a mix of emotions inside her. When Shun Zuerui is asked about this, he suddenly doesn't know how to answer. I just don't want you to be stuck in the mud of the Gu family. I want to pull you out. I can't stand to see you suffer so much. I just want to help you. He continued to act stubborn and hadn't decided how to tell Fu Shiwan, so he could only explain in this way. However, Fu Shiwan felt it didn't seem quite right. She used to focus on escaping from the Gu family and gaining her freedom. She also thought that Shun Zuerui might see her as a friend, but now, no matter how slow or clueless she was, she could sense something was off. No friend would care so much or try so hard to do something for her. Besides, there is no pure friendship between men and women. Shun Zuerui helping her like this probably had other motives. Could it be that you like me? Fu Shiwan's quick tongue got the better of her, and she blurted out the question. As soon as she said it, both of their expressions changed. Shun Zuerui was stunned, while Fu Shiwan realized she had said the wrong thing and didn't know how to fix it. She could only laugh awkwardly, waving her hands. I was just joking. I really scared you. I was just talking casually. I am already married. Why would you like a woman like me? With your good conditions and looks, you could match with a nice girl. Why would you like me? I am too narcissistic. I was just joking. Please don't take it seriously. Alright, I won't say more. I need to go earn the remaining money for the house. You're right, having a home has always been my wish. I can't give up halfway, nor can I accept my fate. Fu Shiwan hurriedly left as if fleeing. Shun Zirui didn't get a chance to say anything. He hesitated whether to tell the truth, but missed the best opportunity. Watching Fu Shiwan leave like that, he smiled helplessly, wanting to say that he liked her. Fu Shiwan rushed back to the Gu family's restaurant. Business was still as good as ever. Actually, she didn't need to come often. Many funds still came in. She only needed to check the accounts daily. But she had to pretend to be busy so Gu Chongfeng would trust her. And good business couldn't be neglected. The current success was because she kept a close watch. If she relaxed, the staff would soon start to slack off. Thanks to her efforts, the restaurant's business kept improving, more people came, and the reputation grew even better. Fu Shiwan knew all this was because of her efforts, but she didn't want to see the scene. She had nothing good to say about Zue Xianglu. However, breaking the contract without reason was unacceptable, and she had to inform the other party, or it would be too untrustworthy. Fu Shiwan briefly looked at Gu's restaurant. She knew the business was quite good, so she looked for a chance to meet the owner of Zue Xianglu. He still wore a hat as always, making it hard to see his true face. Faced with Fu Shiwan's invitation, he seemed to think it was reasonable. After all, she had previously broken her promise, signed a contract, but only fulfilled it for a month before backing out. This time, he came to find her himself, with many questions he wanted to ask. Madam, it's rare for you to come here yourself. I wonder why you suddenly appeared after disappearing for so long? I thought you had earned enough money and wanted to break the contract and leave quietly. I didn't expect you to come to me today. His words sounded quite rude, and his tone was proud. Fu Shiwan dared not offend him. There was a rumor that Zue Xianglu was backed by a prince, so she dared not speak carelessly, worried it might affect her and Gu's business. Now, she needed to hold on to a strong backing to face Gu Chongfeng, not to offend anyone. She didn't want to offend anyone anymore. She simply couldn't afford to. Fu Shiwan looked at him and said, I'm sorry for breaking the contract suddenly before, but it wasn't my intention. I had some family issues, so I couldn't come out and contact you. It wasn't that I wanted to ignore Zue Xianglu or deliberately break the contract. I sincerely wanted to cooperate with Zue Xianglu, but due to external factors, I had to end this partnership. As you see, I am the wife of the Gu family. Our restaurant business is thriving, and I believe you know it's because of my efforts. I don't want to compete with Zue Xianglu. I just had no choice. If I could choose, I would still prefer to cooperate with you, sir. But I am confined to my estate, and I can't choose whatever I want. I hope you can understand. She explained her situation to him. He might not have fully understood or accepted it, but she was the one who broke the contract, and she knew she had to pay some money. She took out the dividends Gu Chongfeng had given her over the past few days from her sleeve and handed them to him across the table. I know this money isn't much, maybe not even a small amount for you, but it's my small token of apology. I deeply regret breaking the contract without reason and being unable to continue our cooperation. This money is just a gesture of my sincerity. If it's not enough, I will add more later. I didn't mean to break the contract maliciously. Please understand. She showed her sincerity, simply not wanting to offend anyone. She nervously looked at the man, who neither took the money nor made any move. The man was unknown in age and appearance. The only thing she knew was his voice. From his voice, Fu Shiwan guessed he was probably young, but she couldn't tell exactly how old. Since he was so mysterious, he might be an official or a prince, which is why he was so secretive. Fu Shiwan dared not offend him easily. She tried to make amends and hoped to restore their relationship, especially since they had worked well together before. The owner of the Drunken Fragrance Tower looked at her and finally pushed the money back. Take this money back. Since you told me you're not happy at home, I think you need this silver more. You're right, this money isn't much to me. I don't care for it. But for you, it might save your life. So I won't take it. Here, keep it. You need it more than I do. Maybe it will be useful to you. Since your life is so hard, I understand. I used to think you were a young lady, so I worked with you. But I didn't expect you to be married now. Many things are not up to you. From your recent actions, I can tell we should part on good terms. But since you said life at home is tough, maybe I can help. You're going to help me? Fu Shiwan was very surprised. She didn't expect him not only to be unoffended and not to argue, but also to offer help. But how could he help her? What could he do? He only had some money, but even with money, he couldn't help Fu Shiwan. What she needed was someone with power and status who could overpower Gu Chongfeng to help her escape her troubles.
How can you help me?
Do you think I am too pitiful and that you want to help? But I am already stuck in a deep pit and can't get out. I appreciate your kindness, but the Gu family's mess isn't something everyone can get involved in. The water is too muddy, and the more people enter, the more confused it becomes. I know what I need. Your help might not be useful to me at all. Really? I only ask if you are willing to stay in such a household. If you don't want to, I can help you escape this misery. Now, Gu's family is using you in this way, treating you as their money tree to make more money. You think you can easily escape, but that's impossible. Money is never enough. If I had someone capable under my command who could help me earn money and grow my business, I would keep them no matter how much it costs, especially someone like you. You have already married into Gu's family, and it's very hard to get out now. Can you really rely on yourself alone? Do you truly believe this is so easy? Gu's family has a good reputation at court. If you want to leave, you will have to suffer a lot and risk losing half of yourself. The person's analysis was very clear, and Fu Shiwan couldn't help but believe him because he was right. Joining Gu's family isn't easy, and leaving isn't simple either, but it wasn't her original wish to join in the first place. She looked at the man and felt a flicker of hope. His analysis made sense, but how could he help her? Getting the prince behind him to help her, but she didn't expect to gain anything from this. After all, people don't do good deeds without expecting something in return. Either they're up to no good or have hidden motives. Fu Shiwan still didn't believe anyone would help her out of kindness, especially since she had previously broken promises without reason. It was already good that they didn't hold a grudge against her. She didn't want trouble from them. They even said they wanted to help. It was probably for some other benefit. She didn't want to jump from one dangerous situation into another. Only by relying on herself could she get out safely. Otherwise, neither side was trustworthy. Fu Shiwan opened her heart and said plainly, "Yes, I want to leave Gu's family, to escape from this trap. But how can you guarantee that working with you won't lead me into another trap? You said this is very difficult, and helping me will surely be hard and thankless. But since you're a businessman, you're only in it for profit. You must have some benefit from helping me, or why would you do it? Tell me what you need from me, and I will weigh the pros and cons to decide whether it's better to stay in Gu's family or cooperate with you." Fu Shiwan was now very clear-minded. She didn't trust anyone. Everyone was using relationships to their advantage. In this world, everyone, including parents and children, only survives if they have some use. She wants to become a useful person, but she doesn't want to be used by others. She needs to understand her own value. When she asked that person, he admired her very much. "Madam, such a smart person like you shouldn't stay in that mansion, wasting your talents. I rarely meet someone as straightforward and clever as you. I really like working with you. Whether I help you or just want to maintain a cooperative relationship like before, I enjoy working with someone like you. I find it very direct, without too many complicated steps. I prefer talking and working with honest people. Our previous agreement still stands. I want to help you escape your troubles, and you help me make money. That's what I hope to gain from you. I can also help you leave safely because our shop needs you to manage it. I won't let your reputation be tarnished. In a few days, there will be a banquet at the palace. You should prepare to show your skills there and also meet some important officials. The more people you know, the more help you can get. Maybe you can finally escape from the deep trouble at the Gu residence." After he finished, he drank the water from his teacup and turned to leave. Fu Shiwan didn't understand what he meant at first. A few days later, a special invitation was sent to the Gu residence. It was for the Mid-Autumn Palace banquet. Soon, Mid-Autumn Festival was approaching. Someone delivered the invitation to Gu Chongfeng, inviting him to bring his furniture and attend the palace banquet. This was the first formal large palace banquet Gu Chongfeng had attended in 3 years. Naturally, he planned to go. Now, the Gu residence's business was booming. Many officials wanted to win him over because he had both soldiers and money. Many people wanted to bring him into their circle, and Gu Chongfeng would also consider carefully whom to cooperate with. All the princes were now building their own power, and Gu Chongfeng had to plan for the future. After accepting the invitation, the official who delivered it didn't leave immediately. Instead, he asked about Fu Shiwang and Fu Shiwang's whereabouts. "May I ask where Madam is at your house? I have an invitation specifically for her." Gu Chongfeng looked at the old man, and they exchanged glances. Usually, an invitation was for the whole family, and Gu Chongfeng could bring his family members. In the past, the old lady went to attend. Now that Gu Chongfeng was back, he could choose to bring the old lady or Fu Shiwang to the palace. If the people above want Fu Shiwang to go together, they just need to mention it on the invitation. Why is there an extra invitation? It shows how much they value her. When did Fu Shiwang get involved with the palace? Gu Chongfeng doesn't know much about her, so he quickly sends someone to call Fu Shiwang over. Luckily, she didn't go out today and was in the courtyard. She was led outside by a maid. The old took out another invitation from his pocket and handed it to Fu Shiwang, smiling as he said, "Madam, please keep this invitation. The emperor specifically asked for it to be given to you. He said he heard about your cooking skills and wants to invite you to the palace to prepare 1 or 2 of your best desserts for the ladies to taste. A carriage will come to pick you up, so please get ready early." Fu Shiwang quietly took the invitation, opened it, and saw her name written on it, Fu Shiwang. She was surprised that the emperor knew her skills. It was too overwhelming. She had only made a few favorite dishes. Did it really cause such a fuss in the palace? Then she remembered what the owner of Drunken Fragrant Tower said that day. Could he really have the ability? Could he really help her escape from the Gu family's troubles and divorce peacefully? Fu Shiwang started to believe a little. She treasured the invitation and put it in her, thinking she must perform well in the palace. This was her best chance to meet officials and noble people. She had to seize this opportunity. This was her last chance given by heaven. If she missed it, she might never escape the Gu family. After putting the invitation away, she looked up and saw the old lady and Gu Chongfeng looking at her with confused expressions. She knew why they looked confused and why they were standing there, waiting for her explanation. But Fu Shiwang had nothing to say. She turned to leave, but was stopped by the old lady. "Wait a moment, stop. I want to ask you why the palace suddenly sent you a separate invitation. Usually, a family only has one invitation. Since you are Chongfeng's family, one invitation should be enough. How do you know the emperor? Why did he send an invitation just to invite you? Wasn't it just mentioned by the official earlier? The emperor knows I'm good at cooking, so he wants me to make 2 desserts to make the ladies happy." Did the old lady not hear clearly? Do I need to repeat myself? Is it that you can't hear because you're deaf? Or is there a problem with your understanding? Fu Shiwang directly mocked the other person. She didn't understand why it was necessary to ask so many questions or to interfere in everything. Soon, she would be able to enter the palace and meet more people. The old lady and Gu Chongfeng must be very worried and scared right now. They are afraid her wings will grow stronger and she will fly away from the house. Gu Chongfeng also thought this way. If you want to invite her, just mention it clearly in my invitation letter or say it aloud. Only very important people, mostly officials, receive invitations. How can you get one on your own? Have you met someone new recently or hidden something? Entering the palace is not a game. These high officials and noble people don't really want to help you. You think you've found a lifeline, but actually you're just They are using you. Don't think otherwise. Staying in this house is your best choice. You see, this place may seem bad, but there are worse places in the world. When you realize this and come back begging me, I won't keep you anymore. Gu Chongfeng knew Fu Shiwang's personality very well. He knew she wanted to escape, hated this house, and after receiving the invitation, she looked proud and eager for freedom. He would never allow her to run away. He warned her to stay silent and be careful after entering the palace.
Fu Shiwan just responded casually.
She looked at the invitation with excitement inside her. She had only seen Gu Changfeng as a high-ranking official and the people she met last time at the banquet. But those people seemed to be Gu Changfeng's friends, not potential friends for her, nor people she could work with. She wanted to meet people who could help her and support her. This trip to the palace was a good chance, and she planned to seize it. She used her last bit of silver to buy a set of clothes and accessories, then prepared some snacks. She knew that to attract attention, she had to be different from others and stand out. She wanted people to remember her and be curious about her so she could make friends. In the past few days, she stayed at home, not going out, thinking hard about what kind of dishes and delicacies she could make that would leave a deep impression. She worked very hard, preparing to perform well at the palace banquet. Finally, she was almost ready. On the day of the palace banquet, Fu Shiwan woke up early to dress and prepare herself. She knew she would go into the palace early, so a carriage was waiting at the door to take her inside. She arrived before everyone else and was given a special kitchen to work in. It was her first time in such a grand palace, and after walking for a long time, she felt quite nervous. She had thought everyone was just an ordinary person, but the pressure from the emperor's authority made her very anxious. She was very serious this time, and her movements were careful. When making food for the nobles, the emperor, and the empress, she had to be very careful. If they got sick from her food, it could mean death, possibly beheading. She came to the palace to gain freedom, not to risk her life. So, she had to perform well. Her first dish was a platter of fried snacks. This type of food is very popular in later times, and many people like to order it. She also noticed that after Gu's restaurant introduced set meals, many people preferred them. Most people didn't eat a lot at once, but wanted to try a little of everything. However, buying many small dishes could be expensive and wasteful. So, set meals included small portions of each dish, enough to satisfy everyone's appetite and affordable enough for people to pay. Fu Shiwan prepared many small fried snack platters. Instead of just 2 or 3 dishes on each table, she arranged a variety of small dishes on a platter. These took up little space, but offered many different flavors. She also thoughtfully prepared dipping sauces, cut into small pieces so they could be eaten elegantly. Compared to her previous life, she improved the recipes, making the food smaller and easier to eat without mess. She also added her own secret flavors to make them tastier. The first dish was a bit greasy, but it opened everyone's appetite. People found it interesting and tried it. When dipped in the sauce, the flavor became even better. Fu Shiwan didn't just make fried snacks, she also added vegetable salads. In this era, eating salads was very fashionable. The vegetables were organic, clean, and natural, just washed and lightly dressed with sauce. When combined with the fried food, the salad helped cut the greasiness, making the meal more balanced. This combination of dishes started the banquet. Although the presentation wasn't very fancy, the taste was truly excellent. No one has ever tasted it before, so everyone agrees it is very delicious. It is also very filling, mainly meat, along with some fries and sweet potato strips. Soon everyone is full. Even with the salad, it's not much different from raw vegetables. It feels a bit too simple. When most people have finished eating, Fu Shiwan thoughtfully prepares a bowl of smoothie for each person. Although it is Mid-Autumn Festival, the weather is still very hot. Since the meal is served at noon, everyone sits outdoors. Some ladies start to sweat from their foreheads. Fu Shiwan thinks that after they finish eating the fried foods, even with vegetable salad nearby, they might still feel thirsty. Eating only food and drinking wine isn't very comfortable. So, she prepares another batch of smoothies. It's a new treat that no one has tried before. She uses ice from the cellar, crushes it into snow, adds some flavoring, and arranges small, cute fruit decorations. When she brings it to the table, everyone can't help but be curious. The cold drink helps cool down their heat. The men don't like these desserts much. They finish them quickly. But the women enjoy them slowly, feeling they are very tasty and refreshing. The whole process is very thoughtful. Especially the empress. She attends many banquets but usually doesn't like the dishes or the flow of the event. She often feels bored at banquets. This time, the dishes suit her taste. The smoothies and snacks are served, and those still hungry can have more. Those full are already nearing the end of their meal. The Empress feels very satisfied and finds it all quite new and interesting. Curiously, she asks, "Who prepared the dishes for today's banquet?" "I find them very fresh and tasty. The ladies seem to enjoy them too. I wonder which chef made such excellent dishes?" In the past, there were many dishes on the table, but people hardly ate them, wasting food and being extravagant. Today, everyone's bowls are empty, and they are very happy. I wonder which chef is so attentive. The emperor must have a new chef again. It's not my arrangement. It's a recommendation from our dear son. He said there is a female chef in the capital who makes excellent dishes. A small lobster dish has become famous in the city, and everyone in the capital knows and praises it. I am very curious, so I wanted to invite her to the palace to host a banquet and see her cooking skills. Indeed, her dishes are quite good. I found them fresh and different from the usual dull and boring meals, which always consist of the same few dishes and lack variety. Even when the dishes change, the flavors are still limited. Today's dishes are quite new to me, something I've never seen before. Ultimately, this female chef is still part of our palace staff. She is General Gu's wife. I didn't expect General Gu to be so lucky, eating such good food at home every day. The emperor looked at Gu Chongfeng, who naturally ate the food. He knew about Fu Shiwan's cooking skills, but didn't expect her to be so impressive. Not only was the crayfish taste unique, but the dishes she introduced to the Zui Xianglu and their Gu family's restaurant, along with her strategies, were very popular among the common people. He had never realized that Fu Shiwan had such great talent and business sense. He used to think she was just an ordinary civilian. Now, she has gained the emperor's favor. Gu Chongfeng quickly stood up and knelt in the center of the hall to thank the emperor. "Thank you, your majesty, for your kindness. My wife is just an ordinary woman who experiments with new recipes at home. I never thought she would be so loved by you and appreciated by the people. This is her good fortune, and also our Gu family's blessing." The empress looked at Gu Chongfeng with a full smile. "Then let's have our lady come out and show herself. Since she's a family member of an official, she shouldn't just stay in the kitchen. Everyone has already eaten their fill, so she can come out and make an appearance." After working so hard all this time and preparing these dishes, the emperor should reward her well. I think this is the best meal I've had at a palace banquet in a long time. The emperor must give her a good reward. He must not let her efforts go to waste. She has worked so hard for everyone, and she's still tired. The emperor must reward her properly, so that General Gu's sincere intentions for the country and the people are not in vain. The empress seemed to admire Fu Shiwan very much. After all, young women mainly enjoy eating and dressing. She is already above others, holding the position of the Empress Dowager, so all good things are sent to her. Naturally, she has no worries. But eating the same dishes in the palace every day has become boring. She's tired of the limited variety. If it weren't for survival, she would have lost all taste for it. She rarely gets to enjoy outside snacks, only having had a few tastes during her childhood. After entering the palace, she never had the chance to taste them again. I didn't expect there to be something new and unused. If Fu Shiwan hadn't already married, she would truly want to keep her, to stay in her small kitchen inside the palace every day, researching new dishes to make her happy. The emperor sent someone to call Fu Shiwan out. She tidied herself up and came out dressed in gorgeous palace attire, with pearls and jade adorning her head, looking no less beautiful than the noble ladies present. After cooking for a while, she looked as if she had no earthly breath, like a fairy gracefully approaching from afar. The emperor's eyes brightened at the sight. But the empress quickly spoke. "General Gu is truly lucky. I never expected his wife to be such a talented cook and so beautiful. Many of the ladies in the palace might not compare. What is her background? Not only can she cook well, but she also looks outstanding. General Gu is really willing to leave such a beautiful lady at home. guarding the border alone for 3 years. The emperor should reward him well. Such a beauty. Yet General Gu is not tempted and resolutely stays to defend the border for the people. He is truly a good soldier for the country and the people. Because of Fu Shiwan, the empress praised Gu Chongfeng again, and he immediately knelt down to thank her. Fu Shiwan also bowed to thank the empress for her praise. Seeing the empress so happy, the emperor had originally wanted to invite her in to prepare some delicious food, to make everyone happy and to make the banquet less dull. She had indeed fulfilled his wish, so the emperor also wanted to reward her properly. Moreover, he had instructions, so he had to think about what good reward to give her. All right, since she makes such good dishes, I feel pleased to eat them, and the empress also enjoys them. If that's the case, let Madame Gu stay in the palace for a few more days, to prepare more dishes and teach the palace chefs how to cook them. Madame Gu was married to General Gu, so she couldn't stay in the palace forever, but at least she could leave some signature dishes for the palace chefs to learn. Today, she shouldn't go out yet. For the next few days, let the palace chefs follow her closely to learn. Later, she can leave a couple of new dishes in the palace, so everyone can enjoy different flavors and keep their appetites up. As for rewards, gold and silver are inevitable. Let General Gu take them back first. The rest of the rewards can wait until the emperor has decided, or if she has anything she wants to ask for, she can tell him. He will definitely agree. The emperor was truly pleased. Since he was so generous and straightforward, he gave Fu Shiwan a blank check. Although words are spoken as such, anything you want can be asked of him, but you must also be mindful of your status. Fu Shiwan is not foolish enough to openly ask for this throne. He only gives what he is in a good mood to give, and within his means, not demanding the impossible. Fu Shiwan knows this herself. She only wants one thing. She simply wishes to part ways with Gu Chongfeng. So, in the coming days, she will behave well and find a suitable reason to talk to the emperor about this matter. But Gu Chongfeng was alarmed when he heard, because he also knew what Fu Shiwan wanted. He would never let her leave the money tree. Moreover, keeping her in the palace, with no clear end date from the emperor, is not good. Her business outside still needs her attention and supervision. She cannot stay in the palace. Your Majesty, my wife is just a simple rural woman. I worry she might lose her manners in front of you and the empress. The palace chefs don't need her to teach them. They should be the ones guiding her. He humbly said this, but it made Fu Shiwan feel embarrassed in front of everyone. Her status. Why would Gu Chongfeng make her look so bad in front of others? Why would he call her a simple rural woman openly? The emperor and empress didn't seem to know Fu Shiwan's true background, as no one had investigated her carefully. Some officials present knew her background, others did not. Watching Fu Shiwan struggle to save face, it was a matter of family honor. Who would have expected Gu Chongfeng to reveal her identity and embarrass her? The empress's face changed, and she quickly moved to stand beside Fu Shiwan, holding her hand as if very pleased. General Gu, that's not a good way to speak. Since she's your wife, she's the best. No matter her background, I thought she was the daughter of a high-ranking official. She is well-mannered, graceful, and a good cook. Such a likable person. General Gu, you're holding on to such a treasure, but not cherishing her properly. That's not good. Your wife is so talented and capable. You should recognize her value and appreciate her. Her cooking skills are worth the palace chefs learning from. I have made my decision regarding the emperor. First, I will let your wife stay in the palace for a few more days. General Gu, you should endure some hardship these days and eat simple meals. You've been eating for a long time, and now it's time for His Majesty and me to try something new. Later, I will return her to you. I am not refusing to give her back. Since the empress has spoken, Gu Chongfeng can't insist on taking her. He nods in agreement. Since your Majesty has said so, I will obey. However, my wife has never attended a palace banquet or entered the palace before, so she might lack some etiquette. To avoid offending the Emperor and your Majesty, please allow me to explain this to her. This is only proper. The Empress signals Fu Shiwan to go back first. Anyway, after the palace banquet ends, It's fine if she doesn't leave immediately. Fu Shiwan bows to her, then walks to Gu Chongfeng's side. The banquet continues with other activities. During this time, Gu Chongfeng pulls Fu Shiwan aside to a quiet place. He warns her fiercely, "Don't think that using some tricks to stay in the palace will make the emperor and your majesty like you. The emperor might only give you some gold and jewelry, but he won't care about officials' families. Besides, I have contributed to this country, and if you want a divorce, it's not something you can decide alone. You need to ask me first. I know what you're thinking, but don't even think about it. The emperor and your majesty only favor you temporarily. Don't think you've gained great favor. Don't be greedy." He warns Fu Shiwan not to mention divorce, but the more he fears what she might know, the more likely it is to happen. If Gu Chongfeng weren't so anxious, she wouldn't dare bring this up, because she's unsure of the emperor and empress's temper. In this dangerous time, where a person's life is fragile, a single word from the emperor can decide life or death. She must first understand his temper before considering how to speak. So, she doesn't really have such thoughts. She is just waiting for the right moment, hoping to win the emperor and empress's favor. But she didn't expect Gu Chongfeng to be so agitated and afraid she would stay in the palace. This likely shows he's worried because he thinks the emperor and empress might agree with her plan. That's why he's panicking. If that's the case, Fu Shiwan feels hopeful. She steps back a few paces and looks at Gu Chongfeng. "General, you don't need to be so afraid. I've said before, even if I leave the Gu family, I will still take care of you. Don't you dislike me? Now, I have gained the favor and trust of the emperor and empress. They value me highly. The general should be happy about this. After all, I am working to bring honor to our entire household. With a wife like me, others would envy you. Yet, you only look down on me and have never liked me. Isn't it good that I stay in the palace? The more favor I receive, the more the emperor will respect the Gu family. Isn't that what you and the old madam want to see? Why are you now unwilling to let me stay in the palace? Are you so afraid I will tell the emperor about the household affairs? Or that I might divorce you? Now that the Gu family's tavern business is gradually stabilizing, it won't fall apart even without me. You don't need to worry so much. I am not worried. I am just warning you. As the representative of the Gu family, everything you say and do reflects on everyone in the family. It's not just your problem. If you do well, everyone will praise you. But if you make mistakes, everyone might suffer the consequences too. Don't forget your manners just because you have gained the emperor and empress's favor. In the palace, you must always remember your status. One wrong word could offend the emperor. They can be quick to punish with death. You think living in the palace is a great thing? I am warning you. Gu Chongfeng is right, but he is also worried about his own safety. He fears that Fu Shiwan might drag him down, so he speaks like this. Fu Shiwan is tired of arguing with him. Whatever happens, it's her fate. If the emperor and empress agree to let her leave the Gu household safely, that would be good. If she were to die because she failed in her duties, she wouldn't blame anyone. I understand. You don't need to keep warning me, General. Fu Shiwan flicked her sleeve and left. Now she could finally escape from Gu Chongfeng. No matter how long she stays in the palace, at least she doesn't have to see those annoying people. Living in the palace is dangerous and difficult. She doesn't know many people, and the palace dramas she watched before showed that both the noble ladies and the servants are full of schemes. Staying safe here is hard. But for her, it's also a kind of experience. It's much better than staying in the Gu household. Here, she has more chances to meet influential people. There are always some who share her interests and can become good friends. Having such friends means having more help. It's better than being stuck in the same routine at the Gu family's restaurant, constantly watched and monitored. This way, life might be easier. This is the path she chose. She won't regret it. Today, she performed well at the palace banquet to gain the favor of the emperor and empress. Now that she has achieved that, the rest depends on her own efforts. She returned to the banquet, but didn't sit with Gu Chongfeng. Instead, she sat apart from him. It was obvious to everyone. After the banquet ended, everyone left. Since the Empress personally invited Fu Shiwan to stay in the palace and appreciates her, Fu Shiwan naturally followed the Empress back to her palace. She felt a bit nervous because she was just a university student. She was afraid even of her counselor, let alone the Empress. In this ruthless era, lives are cheap. One word from her could bring her a promotion, but another could cost her her life. So she was still scared. She hadn't spoken much to the Empress yet, and didn't know her personality well. She couldn't guess casually. She needed more contact to understand what kind of person she really was. Fu Shiwan stood there, afraid to sit down. The Empress seemed very happy and ordered a maid to bring a stool for her to sit. Sit down, no need to be so formal. Since you are General Gu's wife, you are also part of the family. You don't have to stand like a servant. Just sit. I invited you as a guest, and also want to taste your skills. I want the palace chefs to learn from you, so don't be nervous or reserved. Thank you, Empress, for your kindness. I am just a humble person, and the palace chefs learning from me is a bit much. We're just sharing ideas and learning from each other. Fu Shiwan remained modest, using words she had seen in palace dramas from her past life.
She thought she could get by with that.
She didn't lift her head, her gaze lowered. Seeing the Empress in a good mood, she guessed she hadn't said anything wrong. The Empress looked at her cautious attitude and was very pleased. Fu Shiwan is less than 20 years old, but the Empress is already over 40, roughly the same age as her mother. She looks at Fu Shiwan as if she were her own daughter. All right, sit down quickly. Don't always bow so often. I won't eat people, so why are you so afraid of me?
Seat.
I'm not that scary. I just have a sweet tooth. So, I kept you in the palace. You probably won't blame me for breaking you apart from General Gu, right? I heard that General Gu has been fighting outside for 3 years, and you have been alone in the empty house all that time. Now that General Gu has finally returned, I still keep you here in the palace, not letting you reunite. You probably won't hold a grudge against me, will you? The Empress indeed has no heirs. In such a grand palace setting, she still calls herself this palace, but privately, she is very friendly with Fu Shiwan, showing her happiness freely. Listening to this, Fu Shiwan feels less pressured. She gradually lifts her head, thinking that the Empress is quite kind. She used to watch palace dramas where women in the palace looked kind and smiling on the surface, but she was deceived by those appearances. Later, she realized they were actually the biggest villains in the story, the greatest bad people. So, she is cautious around the Empress, but she didn't expect her to be so kind and motherly, so considerate. When she asked this, Fu Shiwan shook her head. No, I don't blame the Empress. I am even grateful that the Empress allowed me to enter the palace.
Oh, why do you say that?
Fu Shiwan's words sparked the Empress's curiosity. Although she is over 40, having spent a long time in the deep palace, she still enjoys hearing gossip when she is bored. Palace gossip mostly revolves around the emperor, and after a while, it becomes dull. She wants to hear fresh gossip from outside the palace. She is tired of watching the same people every day inside. Keeping Fu Shiwan here is partly to have her help with cooking and partly to see the lively outside world, to meet people from outside the palace, and hear about outside affairs. She immediately felt that Fu Shiwan suited her taste and matched her personality, so she decided to keep her. Now, she slightly leans toward Fu Shiwan with a look of someone eager to hear gossip.
Fu Shiwan gradually relaxes.
Your Majesty, you don't need to worry about me. I don't want to stay in that mansion because I don't love Gu Changfeng. I don't like him, and he doesn't like me either. Instead of living there and being at his mercy, I prefer to come to this palace, where I can do what I like without having to serve him. She spoke calmly and confidently, without hiding anything in front of the Empress. The Empress seemed genuinely surprised by her words. Including herself, as the Empress, this was originally a political marriage. She had no real feelings for the Emperor. Over the years, her children grew up, and gradually, she could only focus her feelings on the Emperor. It can be said that she and the Emperor married first and loved later. She herself did not accept political marriage, but over time, and because the emperor showed some affection for her, she was slowly moved. Otherwise, she wouldn't like him. But as empress, she had to pretend to love him deeply. Every woman who marries her husband has to act like this. After all, she's married now, with no room for regret. But she didn't expect Fu Shiwan to be so honest and straightforward in front of others.
She hadn't thought about that.
You don't like him, but I've heard that you begged him to marry you. This caused a big fuss in the capital. I've also heard some gossip about it in the palace. I've just listened quietly. If you don't like him now, why did you force him to marry you back then? Once again, she was reminded of the past. She wasn't sure how the original owner had pursued Gu Chongfeng, as too much time had passed and Fu Shiwan's memory was not very clear. She was surprised that everyone in and outside the palace, from the elderly to those just learning to read, knew about this. No wonder Gu Chongfeng disliked her so much at first. Her persistent pursuit had caused him so much trouble, making him seem like a joke. No wonder he ran to the frontier on his wedding night, even though it was tough there. To avoid her, he was willing to go, and he stayed away for 3 years. Now she understood. Fu Shiwan looked at the empress and decided to speak honestly. Over these 3 years, I've thought a lot. Maybe I was young and naive before, but I am sure I don't like him. Especially when I saw him bring back a woman and a child, I became even more certain. He's not worth my love. So I don't want to like him. I won't force myself to love him just because he's my husband. He no longer loves me, so why should I love him? Her words made a lot of sense, even surprising the empress. Yes, it seems men can choose whether to love a woman, but women are expected to love their husbands. There is never a choice for her. Women like Fu Shiwan, who have their own ideas, are truly rare. The empress was slightly surprised by her words, but quickly asked her back. But you don't love him. How do you plan to spend your life? You want to hide in the palace, but hiding can only last for a while. Since you don't like him, why not part ways? However, I don't understand. General Gu is considered one of the most handsome men in the court, young and accomplished in military achievements, with a good family background. I know about your background too. You actually look down on him? Someone like General Gu, even if he married a daughter of a high-ranking official, could do so easily. With your background and status, you could become his main wife. Other women, even if they don't love him, would hold on to such a position tightly to bring honor to their families and themselves. Now that you've finally gained this position, you want to give up so easily? I see that you, and he don't even bother to pretend anymore. At the palace banquet, you sat so far from him. Everyone could see clearly. By not giving him face like this, have you already torn apart your relationship? Are you planning to give up completely? What will you do at home then? The empress was very curious and asked many questions. It was good to talk to Fu Shiwan and let her vent her feelings. She didn't care why the empress asked, whether out of concern or just to laugh at her. But she had kept these feelings inside for too long and wanted to speak out. Besides, the key to women building friendships is gossip. Talking about others' gossip is okay, but sharing her own would bring them closer. Since Fu Shiwan decided to gain the favor of the powerful, and since the empress had such great influence, why not try to please her? So whatever the empress asked, she answered honestly. She dared to tell her everything except her crossing over, just to build connections and establish her own backing. Only by being honest with the empress could she earn her respect and help. I really don't want to continue pretending with him anymore. I just want a divorce, but I can't do it. Everyone from my family background advises me. They say I married such a good man, living such a good life. Why give up such happiness to suffer hardship? Moreover, I am now alone.
Who can really help me?
After leaving Gu Chongfeng, I don't know where I will go. But I want to say that I can't stay in such a troubled and dangerous place like the Gu family even for a day. If someone can stay, let them stay. As for me, I can't stay even for a day. If anyone envies this life, they can take my place. I just want to leave. You should know that with your status, separation is almost impossible. He can only divorce you, but the decision is in his hands. You have no control. If he doesn't want to, You can never escape this house. Have you ever thought about that? I have thought about it. Of course I have. I also know he won't let me leave because I am managing the Gu family's business and restaurant. He sees me as a money source, wanting me to make money for him. I have no choice. I have resisted, but I almost lost my life. To survive, I had to help him. I don't know what the point of living like this is. I don't know when I can get out. I have never given up on escaping from this house. To me, it feels like a prison. She spoke frankly, openly declaring that the Gu family was like to her. Her words were frightening. The Empress didn't realize that the Gu family was so terrifying. She only thought palace struggles were scary, never imagining that the inner courtyard could be so fierce outside. She had only heard of superficial relationships, of couples who didn't love each other, living like strangers. But she never thought they could live like enemies, which was rare. So, what do you want to do? You stay in the palace and tell me all this. Are you asking me to help you leave him? If I give the order, I could indeed set you free. But I can't do that because General Gu is an official of the court and holds military power. He just returned from guarding the border, and I can't interfere in court affairs. I can't help you. Since Fu Shiwan had said so much, the Empress could naturally guess her meaning. She was clever and could see through Fu Shiwan's intentions easily. She suddenly stopped her words here, warning Fu Shiwan not to scheme against her. Her words were clear, but Fu Shiwan was not intimidated. Instead, she smiled calmly. Your Majesty, you are mistaken. I said so much not to ask for your help. I just see you as an ordinary friend. Whatever you ask, I will answer honestly. Life has been very hard lately. I don't know how the Empress is doing, but since she asked me, I answered honestly. I came to the palace to meet people who could help me, not to take advantage of her. I understand that everyone has their struggles, not just me, so I didn't want to ask too much from her. If she feels sorry for me and offers help, I will accept it. But if she doesn't, I understand. I haven't forgotten why the Empress kept me here. She was so calm, and the Queen really admired her. The Queen was just testing her to see how she would react. Seeing her so calm, the Queen liked her even more. Right now, we don't know each other very well. After a day of palace banquets, I was tired. I think I was also tired from preparing all the food for the banquet. I asked a palace maid to take me to a room and arranged for 2 people to serve me. Then I went to rest.
I went to the place where I would stay.
I don't know how long I will stay here, but I liked the decorations in the room. It seemed specially arranged for me, not like a guest room. If I had to choose between my room at the Gu family and this one, I prefer this. It doesn't look fancy, but it feels more like home. The 2 palace maids stayed with me. I didn't dare to ask too much from them because they are palace maids, and I am just a common person. In terms of status, I can't really command them. But the 2 maids seemed to notice I was uncomfortable. They confidently came over and said, Madam, you don't need to be so formal. The palace has many rules, but you don't have to be so cautious. We are here to serve you, madam. If you need anything, just ask us. If you don't understand something, just tell us. We are servants. You can rely on us. Yes, madam. It's getting late now. Why don't we help you wash up and rest? You've had a busy day. You should settle in, wash up, and rest. Tomorrow, you can go to the palace kitchen to learn or take a walk around the palace. They looked very friendly, and since they were strangers, I felt I could trust them. She has a good eye for judging people, able to tell what is genuine and what is fake. At least she can distinguish between the two. These 2 palace maids suit her taste. They are clean and pure, part of the palace. Unlike Cheng Ning, who is a servant of the Gu family and always loyal to Gu Changfeng. She doesn't like what Cheng Ning says and can only rely on her to serve, but she can't share her true feelings. Fu Shiwan is being bathed and then lies alone on the bed, but can't sleep. She feels that this room is a bit too perfect for her. It's like it was made just for her. But she is just an ordinary person, not a noble guest. Why would someone go out of their way to learn her preferences and decorate this room accordingly? The Empress only temporarily invited her into the palace and decided to keep her here. It wasn't planned long ago, so it's unlikely that this room was prepared especially for her. However, the furnishings, decorations, and ornaments in this room are truly to her liking. Fu Shiwan tends to be a bit of a homebody. She feels that the palace is a very grand and sacred place. The king's residence is the king's place, the dragon's home. She used to think it was exaggerated when she saw it on TV, but now that she has truly entered the palace, her heart can't stop trembling. She feels very small in front of the emperor. His power is inviolable. Lying here, she was so excited on her first night that she couldn't sleep. She is closer to her dream and has escaped Gu Chongfeng's control. She thinks about how Gu Chongfeng might be anxious and unable to sleep at his home. Because she is no longer under his control, many unknown things could happen in this palace. She can't predict what will happen. His reach can't extend into the palace, and he can't take her out. So, this palace now acts as her shield. Although she still faces dangers, Gu Chongfeng can no longer manipulate her. Maybe Gu Chongfeng has been nervous and cautious these days. Fu Shiwan finds this quite satisfying. The internal struggle is enough to make him unable to do things well these days, restless, unable to sleep, and anxious. A few days of this is actually good. But after thinking so much, she still can't sleep. Since she can't sleep, she simply puts on a coat and gets up to go outside. When the door opened, the two palace maids were still standing outside, which surprised her. Usually, Shinming would go to sleep by herself at night. She didn't expect it to be so late. She heard the bell ringing outside, but these two maids were still here. She felt a bit embarrassed. Could they be sleeping here? Why haven't you gone back to your rooms to sleep? Why are you still standing here? We heard the lady in the room turn over and got scared. We thought she might not sleep well on her first night here, so we wanted to stay outside a little longer, afraid she might have some orders. We didn't dare leave. Why are you not sleeping and coming out instead? Fu Shiwan shrugged helplessly. There's nothing I can do. As you said, I really can't sleep and wanted to go for a walk. Isn't it true that the palace rules say we can't go out at night?
I just want to take a walk outside.
Is that okay? She really couldn't sleep. Since she couldn't sleep, she thought it would be nice to see the night view of the palace. During the day, there were too many people and guards coming and going, so she didn't dare walk around freely. She heard there were many secret places in the palace. If she went the wrong way, she might even risk losing her head. At night, when no one was around, she could walk freely without breaking any rules. The two maids didn't feel tired or think Fu Shiwan was being unreasonable. They were happy to accompany her. Of course you may. You are a noble guest of the lady. We are here to serve you. If you want to go for a walk, we will accompany you. No need. It's so late. I'll just walk around nearby by myself. I won't go far, and will remember the way back. You should go rest now. It's so late, and you have to get up early tomorrow to serve me again. How many hours of sleep can you get tonight? Fu Shiwan felt a little sorry for them. She knew the palace had strict rules, but here, she didn't have to follow them so strictly. She used to be a college student, and even 8 or 9 hours of sleep a night was not enough. She couldn't imagine that these maids probably only slept 2 or 3 hours a day. That was not enough sleep. Although their work was not very tiring, they still had to stay alert and listen carefully to orders. Doing things like this was not easy. Fu Shiwan didn't want to make things difficult for them. It was just like working a job. When their shift was over, they could leave. There was no need for them to stay with her. She promised she wouldn't go far or get lost, but these two maids looked completely unfazed and not tired at all. The lady need not worry about us. Usually, we haven't even slept at this hour. If she wants to go for a walk, we will naturally accompany her. The palace is so large, and the night is dark. Even just strolling nearby, she might get lost or encounter some people or events. Since she's alone in the palace, it's better if we stay with her. Since they both said this, Fu Shiwan no longer refused and followed behind them. There's nothing much to do, just wanting to walk and clear her mind. She has many thoughts. Although she's tired during the day, she can't sleep in bed. It's better to go out for a walk. She's never been to the palace before, so it's a new place. A walk is a good idea. If she were at the Gu family's house, she wouldn't be able to sleep or bother to go out for a walk. She reached a lakeside. It was late at night, quiet and peaceful. The lake inside the palace was calm. There were no people around, only Fu Shiwan alone. Occasionally, 1 or 2 guards patrolled past. Fu Shiwan took some fish food from a palace maid, sat on a nearby stone, and pinched the food little by little, then fed the fish below. The fish weren't sleeping yet. When they saw the food, they swam over eagerly and started fighting for it. Watching this, Fu Shiwan found it lively and interesting. She used to think this wasn't very fun, but now she found it quite interesting. Anything she hadn't experienced before seemed fascinating to her. She sat there feeling a bit chilly at night, but the breeze was very comfortable. The wind made her feel awake rather than sleepy. She sat for a long time, looking at the 2 palace maids standing behind her, clearly tired. She suggested, "Why don't you 2 go back and rest? I've sat enough here, and we'll go back soon. There's nothing urgent, so you should go sleep. Tomorrow morning, you'll need to come early to serve me." She felt burdened inside. There was nothing urgent at this moment, yet they still had to stand behind her. It was exhausting. But the 2 insisted on staying. "It's okay, girl. If you really feel burdened, I can stay here with you. Let her go back and rest first. That way, she can wake you up early tomorrow morning. I can rest a little longer." Hearing this, Fu Shiwan accepted the offer, and only she remained to serve. She asked her to sit together since she didn't want to move and just wanted to stay here, waiting until she was tired or ready to go back. Maybe she would sit until dawn. Overall, she wasn't very sleepy that night. Now, the night was very deep and quiet, and even the sound of fish flipping in the water was very clear. Fu Shiwan sat here, staring blankly with unfocused eyes. Suddenly, she saw a figure in the distance, as if someone was watching her from across the lake. She hadn't paid much attention earlier because she was daydreaming. When she snapped back to reality, she thought she saw a shadow on the other side, but it was too dark to see clearly. She wasn't sure if it was a rock or a person standing there. She felt nervous and cautious. When she looked again, she was relieved to see a palace maid accompanying her, so she wasn't as scared. Summoning her courage, she looked again and clearly saw someone standing across the water. Her curiosity became too much to bear. She got up, circled around the lake, and reached the other side, but the figure was gone. She looked around and saw something moving nearby. She hurried to follow it but couldn't see clearly. Because she was eager to find out if it was a person and who had been watching her, she moved quickly, almost running, with the little palace maid behind her. "Madam, what's wrong? Did you see something?" the maid asked. "I think I saw a person. Did you see it too?" "Just now, it was watching us from this side of the lake. But now it's gone. I also saw someone run away from there. Did you see that?" "I didn't see anything, madam." "Are you tired? You've been working hard during the day, so maybe your eyes are playing tricks on you. It's so late. No one should still be outside. If you're tired, let's go back and rest early." Fu Shiwan was confused. Had she really not seen anything? But she clearly saw a figure, almost able to make out the details of the clothing. Although it was very dark and there were no streetlights, the moon was bright. Under the moonlight, she could see very clearly. How could there be no one? Still, it was indeed very late now. Fu Shiwan couldn't sleep. She was not sleepy but couldn't stay outside any longer. She knew that if she didn't sleep, she would be very tired the next day. So, she decided to go back and rest for a while. She returned to her room, lay on the bed, and turned over repeatedly, but couldn't fall asleep. Finally, she forced herself to close her eyes and drifted into a semi-conscious sleep. Although she felt like she hadn't slept well, it seemed she had slept for a while, though it was a light and unstable sleep. When she woke up in the morning, her whole body was sore. Because she didn't rest well and had been outside in the wind last night, she felt very tired, as if she had been beaten. But she still had to get up and bow to the Empress. She lives inside the palace and must follow proper rules. Moreover, she only entered the palace for important reasons, not to enjoy herself. After greeting the empress in her palace, she went to help in the empress's small kitchen. She heard that after the morning court, the emperor and empress would come here for breakfast, so she prepared a big table of food. By the time the emperor finished his morning court, almost everything she made was on the table: fried dough sticks, rice balls, wontons, and red bean glutinous rice balls. Although these dishes are common in this era, her flavors are always different from what they usually eat outside. Each dish hits the taste buds perfectly, making people want to eat more. It was rare for both the emperor and empress to eat so much. Usually they only eat light porridge and small dishes in the morning, but today they ate so much that they didn't even want lunch.
Fushiwan studazide.
After the emperor finished his meal, he finally looked up at her. "You're the woman who prepared the palace feast yesterday, the wife of General Gu Chongfeng. Your cooking skills are very good. Who did you learn from?" "I am the one answering the emperor," she said. "I didn't learn from anyone. I developed my cooking skills myself." After she finished, seeing the thoughtful look on the emperor's face, the empress quickly said, "I think these dishes are very delicious. Does the emperor like them too? If he does, let the lady cook more and teach the palace chefs. That way, when she goes back, we can still enjoy such tasty food. General Gu is truly lucky. I envy him." The emperor nodded repeatedly. Fu Shiwan's cooking skills were truly excellent. Living is about filling the stomach. But for people like them, satisfying hunger is enough. What they pursue now is flavor and taste. The flavors Fu Shiwan created are completely new to them. They've never tasted anything like it before. They find it very fresh and naturally don't want to miss her. "All right," as the empress said, "teach the palace chefs more in the next few days and share your skills with them. When the time comes, I will reward you well," the emperor said. After speaking, he looked at Fu Shiwan a few more times with a meaningful expression. She only mentioned rewards but did not specify what to give, leaving Fu Shiwan uncertain. But no matter what the reward is, as long as it pleases the emperor, it is good. Fu Shiwan first agreed, and in the afternoon, she went to the palace to teach the royal cooks and discuss how to use certain ingredients. She was not stingy and didn't think that only she could control the business or the customer flow. She was generous with her knowledge, believing that as long as it benefited the common people, it was acceptable. After all, she had endless culinary skills, and sharing a few recipes with the royal cooks wouldn't affect her. These skills are lifelong learning, and after just a few days together, how many could those royal cooks master? But since they are palace cooks, they're more insightful than outside chefs. These people come from all over the country. Some are quite wealthy, some hold official positions, and others run restaurants. That's why they are so perceptive. Talented people from all over the land come to the palace. Seeing a young girl like Fu Shiwan standing there naturally made them feel discontent. Moreover, in this dynasty, women are generally looked down upon for having such abilities. They are not convinced, but since it's an imperial decree, they can't drive her away. They just continue their work, ignoring Fu Shiwan. Fu Shiwan was not upset. She knew her position here. It's normal for these people to be jealous of her, just like Gu Chongfeng. She was used to not being favored, so being ignored here seemed normal. She casually found a quiet spot and began preparing to cut and arrange vegetables. But she was soon pushed away. "This is my place. If you want to cook, go somewhere else." Being pushed aside, Fu Shiwan looked for another quiet spot, but she was still driven away. The places she had already checked earlier were empty. Yet when she started to use them, others came over, pushed her aside, and loudly demanded the space. She was an outsider, and these people excluded her. Fu Shiwan could understand that. But such intense hostility, did they not even heed the emperor's orders? Fu Shiwan was tired and no longer wanted to deal with their tricks. "I know everyone looks down on me, thinking I'm just a girl, so young. How can I compete with your senior chefs or teach you? I only share my methods. If you want to learn, I am happy to tell you. But deep down, you look down on me. Do you not even care about the emperor's orders? The emperor said I should come to the palace to learn from the royal chefs. I know everyone has their own family skills or special talents, but I believe that in a group of 3, there is always someone I can learn from. Although I am young, Maybe I do have something worth learning, and I can also learn from others. Isn't it good for us to learn from each other? Why is there so much hostility and exclusion towards me? She said this while standing there, but the chefs still ignored her. It was almost lunchtime, so everyone was busy. Even the eunuchs passing dishes pushed her aside, saying she was blocking the way. Fu Sherwan didn't understand why there was so much hostility. She spoke kindly to them, but they wouldn't listen. They wore the same uniform, so they excluded her. Fu Sherwan really couldn't understand. She just stood there. Honestly, she wanted to leave but couldn't because it was the emperor's order. If these people disobeyed, she wouldn't dare. Maybe because she had been standing there for a long time, someone finally spoke up. If you want to prove you're capable, then show everyone. You can use this stove for the next few days. You don't need to cook the same dishes as us. There is a difficult master in the palace. If you can serve him well and make him happy with your skills, then we will respect you. He took Fu Sherwan to a quiet corner. There were ingredients, knives, and kitchen tools all ready. But Fu Sherwan knew that rumors didn't come without reason. Being suddenly accepted and given such a simple task didn't seem so easy. Who is this person? You don't need to know.
Just make him happy.
This master has a picky appetite. You decide what he likes or dislikes. As long as you can satisfy him and earn his respect, we will also look up to you. After saying this, he left. Fu Sherwan was left alone in front of the stove, feeling confused. He didn't say what he liked to eat or didn't like. He only told her to make him happy. This vague instruction made her uncertain. It seemed this master was very particular. If they couldn't serve him properly, they would just leave the task to her. That way, they wouldn't be responsible, and they could also say they were excluding her on purpose. It was a clever plan, but Fu Sherwan wasn't afraid. If the master was picky about taste and personality, she would use her real skills to impress him. She would also impress those who looked down on her. She only thought briefly in her mind and knew what she needed to do. She skillfully began chopping and cooking. She sensed some eyes watching her, as her movements were quite noticeable. However, she casually looked back and saw a mocking smile, as if mocking her for overestimating herself. She had nothing to say to these rough men. She didn't like men in the first place. After coming here, she met Gu Chongfeng and these people. In this era, women had even less status, so they openly mocked her and looked down on her. Fu Sherwan decided to prove herself with her skills. You don't like to eat proper meals, do you? The palace chefs prepare exquisite dishes using rich broth, suitable for state banquets, so they are very healthy. But sometimes, eating tasty junk food is also good. For those with picky or unique tastes, it might not appeal to everyone. Besides, these foods have been eaten since childhood. If they are for noble people in the palace, they might be tired of them, like the emperor and empress. One day, when they tasted her homemade fried snacks, they found them so delicious. It seems junk food can truly win people's hearts. So, Fu Sherwan decided to make such dishes. No one can resist junk food. It was a good chance to practice. She remembered seeing online how spicy strips are made, so she learned to make them. She also made grilled meat skewers and hamburgers. Since they were in the palace and expenses weren't a concern, she decided to make more kinds of junk food. If one type wasn't enough, she'd make more. Surely, he would like at least one. Even the most difficult person couldn't refuse these. Fu Sherwan was very confident in her cooking skills. She made many fried snacks and small dishes according to her method. After finishing, she didn't know where they had been sent, and she couldn't see for herself. After waiting anxiously for a while, she noticed that some of the plates brought back were empty. The who returned looked at the chefs silently and nodded slightly. Fu Sherwan sat there as if she was taking an exam. She finished and waited eagerly for the results. This was very important for her future, whether she would stay or leave. But soon she would know the answer. The chefs didn't mind and tasted the leftovers, discovering that Fu Sherwan indeed had real skill. Her cooking was better than theirs. Madam, we apologize. We previously underestimated you and did not realize your cooking skills are so excellent. The emperor's taste is indeed good. We apologize for neglecting you before. Fu Sherwan guessed correctly. Her skills deserve respect. She smiled but did not forgive these people. They looked down on her at first, only respecting her once they saw her ability, but perhaps not fully. Anyway, Fu Sherwan would not forgive them. Her smile was not as bright as her eyes. She only maintained a working relationship with them. In the afternoon, she taught everyone basic principles, how to use seasonings, how to control techniques, and cooking skills. She shared her knowledge with them. Some were willing to learn. At first, they thought there was little to gain, but as they practiced, they understood the key points and gradually accepted her teachings. She worked until evening. When she was about to leave, the chefs all refused to let her go. Wait a moment. Madam, could you please prepare another meal? Not for us, but for the person at noon. Seeing their awkward expressions, she genuinely wanted to help them. She didn't know what kind of person this was, someone who could make the palace chefs feel helpless and beg for her help. The first meal was even considered part of an assessment. His appetite was so particular, and he was difficult to please, even more so than the emperor himself. Who is this person? Fu Sherwan was willing to stay and help, but she wanted to understand. She needed to know who was eating what she made. Of course, I can help you, but you must tell me who it is. When she asked, the chefs looked at each other and dared not speak. Not because they were afraid, but because they didn't know how to say it. Since they wouldn't tell her, Fu Sherwan refused to help them. You want my help, but you can't even be honest. If you don't tell me, I have no right to help. Unless you tell me who it is or let me deliver myself, how can I know who is eating all my hard work? The emperor and empress have praised my cooking. So, where has my food gone? I have the right to know. She was curious and also wanted respect. Unfortunately, these people could only nod and agree to let her deliver it herself later. Since she saw it herself, and it wasn't spoken by them, it wouldn't count as a leak. She only cares about what she wants to see and has nothing to do with them. Fu Sherwan finished her task with a puzzled feeling and was led by A to a palace. She had never been to this palace before, but in fact, she had only stayed in the palace for one day and had visited very few places. This was also her first time stepping into this palace. It was mysterious and quiet. She carried a food tray and walked inside. They led her to the door and then did not follow her further. Fu Sherwan could only go in by herself. She didn't know which noble lady this was, but her taste was surprisingly picky, even harder to please than the empress and the emperor. She hesitated, slowly walking inside with the tray. She pushed the door open. The furnishings inside did not look like a woman's residence, but more like a man's place. There was also a faint scent of pine on the man, not the usual powdery smell of women. Fu Sherwan approached, placing the items on the table. She saw the bed curtains had been lowered, indicating someone was sleeping there. She initially wanted to leave quickly, but her curiosity got the better of her. She stepped back to wait. After she set down the things, perhaps attracted by the scent, the person on the bed turned over, pulled back a corner of the curtain, and was about to get up. When she saw that face, Fu Sherwan was so surprised that her food box almost fell to the ground. She couldn't believe that the so-called difficult master everyone talked about, that great Buddha, was actually him. She was just surprised but did not make a sound because she wasn't sure. There are many people who look alike in this world. But from the way he was tidying his clothes, putting on his boots, and walking to the table, Fu Sherwan increasingly believed that this was indeed him. She walked forward with the food box, slapped her hand on the table, and said, "Shenzurue." The man looked up when he heard her and was also startled to see Fu Sherwan. "Why are you here delivering food? Is it strange for me to deliver food? I should be asking you, how come you're inside this palace? Your outfit? Aren't you supposed to be at Lushui village? And you're the difficult one to please?" Fu Sherwan couldn't believe it. She felt she had been deceived. His appearance clearly showed he was a noble in the palace. He had always wanted her to contact and get to know the nobles, hoping they would help her. But it turned out he himself was a noble, yet he had never helped her. Even if he didn't help, he never revealed his true identity. Was he afraid she would find out and cling to him? Fu Sherwan didn't understand him. She regarded him as her most trusted friend here, trusting him more than Li Chuan. Yet he was so dishonest about his identity. Seeing Fu Shiwan angry, he comforted her and made her sit down. Don't be angry first. Listen to me. I know I lied to you and hid my true identity, but I had no choice. At the Flowing Water Village, I needed to investigate some things, so I had to pretend to be an ordinary person. I didn't expect to meet you, and I was afraid that revealing my identity would cause you a lot of stress. So I continued to interact with you in that way, not intending to deceive you. Shinjirue explained sincerely why he used a false identity to hide the truth from others. Everyone has their struggles. Fu Shiwan also has her difficulties. Now she feels betrayed and that he is not sincere. She originally thought she and Shinjirue understood each other very well, but now he suddenly became a noble in the palace, and the distance between them has grown a lot. Is the Shinjirue she knows truly the real him? She looked at him and felt unfamiliar. Looking at the table full of dishes, Fu Shiwan still had courage. She picked up her food box and packed all the dishes back inside. Shinjirue saw her and quickly held her hand. Oh, my dear lady, what are you doing? Are you deliberately not letting me eat? If you lied to me, you don't deserve to eat my food. Anyone can eat my food, except you. I trusted you the most. I trust no one else. I have no family. I considered you as my family and trusted you completely. I never expected you to deceive me. You know everything about my affairs and thoughts, but I don't even know your true identity. I've been friends with a fake version of you.
How can I believe in you?
Don't eat these dishes. They are meant for the noble guests, not for a liar like you. You lied to me, and I will never forgive you. From now on, we are no longer friends. Fu Shiwan was not upset because of a difference in status, but because of the betrayal. She couldn't stand being deceived. She believed that honesty and sincerity were the most important in friendship, but he couldn't even do that, yet he still wanted to be her friend. She thought she had made a wrong choice and was blind to her own mistake. Seeing her truly angry, Shinjirue absolutely couldn't let her leave. He knew that if she left now, it would be hard to see her again. He had to make her happy today. So he kept persuading and coaxing her. Listen to me. I really didn't mean to deceive you. This time, I asked my father the emperor to let you into the palace. I asked my father and mother to keep you here, so you could see more of the noble people. When I first met you, I hid my identity. Actually, I didn't really hide it. I just pretended to be someone else. Later, I wanted to tell you my true identity, but I couldn't find the right chance. I still have to stay at Lu Shui Zhuang, and I was worried that if you knew who I really was, our relationship might become awkward.
So I never said anything.
After you returned to the Gu residence, I thought about telling you a few times, but I was afraid you might think I wasn't helping you, so I kept quiet. A few days ago, I saw you suffer a lot, so I went back to the palace. I asked the emperor and empress to let you stay in the palace. Now you know my true identity, and I haven't told a single lie. The reason I stayed at Lu Shui Zhuang and did those things was because I needed to investigate some matters myself, and also because I didn't want to inherit the throne. I don't like that position, but my status is clear. I am the legitimate son, born of the empress, so the throne might be passed to me in the future. I didn't want to take it, so I left. I didn't tell you earlier because I didn't want to accept that identity. I wanted to face you as my true self, as I am. But this time, for you, to help you escape from the Gu family, I agreed with my parents to return to the palace and live there, and I am learning how to manage the country just so they can protect you and help you leave the Gu family. Shinziyu told Fu Shiwan everything, and she was moved when she heard it. She knew that not everyone liked the throne. Some wanted it badly, others avoided it. Watching palace dramas before, she thought being emperor wasn't a good thing, dealing with endless affairs and worries every day. Why did everyone fight so hard for that position? Shinziyu didn't like it, and she understood that. But for her, and to help her leave the Gu family, he even went back to the palace willingly. Fu Shiwan still didn't quite believe him. She caught a logical mistake and asked, "But you said you wanted to help me leave the Gu family. With your status, couldn't you just say one word? Why do you want me to stay in the palace? I want to do it properly." Otherwise, if the palace suddenly issues an imperial decree to grant you and leave, Gu Chongfeng, as a general, can't have his marriage so easily interfered with by the palace. He would definitely feel resentful. So, I let you enter the palace first. Gaining the emperor and empress's favor through your cooking skills is natural. When the noble ladies in the palace admire your cooking and decide to keep you or give you rewards, you can then ask for what you want. By then, Gu Chongfeng will have no choice but to agree. If I ask the emperor and empress, they might not like you, or even think you're not a good woman. Only after they get to know you will they understand your hardships and difficulties. There is one thing Shen Zhiwei didn't say. He wanted the empress to get to know Fu Shiwan better and understand her. If he later wanted to marry Fu Shiwan, he wouldn't face their opposition but would instead gain their understanding. This is his small secret wish. Fu Shiwan looked at him and finally softened, feeling moved. Aside from the serious issue of status, he hadn't lied to her. He was still Shen Zhiwei, just transformed into a noble person. Fu Shiwan still felt a bit dazed. She took the food box and placed it back on the table, watching Shen Zhiwei look at her pitifully as he took out the food. Luckily, it was still warm. Seeing her, Shen Zhiwei knew she was no longer angry. He ate carefully, like a little dog, gazing at her eagerly. Even if Fu Shiwan was angry, she couldn't help but feel touched and smile. "Why are you looking at me like that? You liar. I just feel sorry for you. Worried you're hungry. Besides, you're now a noble person, and I can't afford to offend you. Everyone says you're a strict master. You don't like their food, but you like mine. Do you only eat what I make because you know I made it or because it's really delicious? If I had known it was you, I wouldn't have prepared it so carefully. I might as well just make something simple. If you eat it, fine. If not, you'll go hungry. Eat, eat, eat. As long as you made it, I'll eat it. Your cooking is so good. Even if I didn't know you or had a bad temper, I'd still eat what you make. Besides, knowing it's you, I'd eat even pig food." Shen Zhiwei lowered his stance just to please Fu Shiwan and make her less angry. Seeing him like this, Fu Shiwan's anger mostly faded. Who knew he was so good at comforting people? "Why don't you eat the dishes made by the other imperial chefs? They're so exquisite and tasty, yet you don't eat them. I saw you eating happily in the manor. You're not that picky, so why, now that you're back in the palace and your status is restored, are you putting on airs?" Fu Shiwan asked curiously, holding her face. "It's not that I dislike eating, I just don't want to. I don't mind trying everything. When I lived outside with the villagers at Lushui village, you saw I ate everything too. But when I returned to the palace, I hated all of it. Still, for your sake, I stayed here. I have my own dignity, so I pick at things and make things difficult for them, to make my days in the palace easier to bear. Plus, I know you're in the palace and want to eat what you make, so I used a little trick. Today at noon, I immediately knew the food was made by you because only you could make such delicious dishes." Shen Zhiwei seemed to turn on a praise switch, constantly complimenting Fu Shiwan, flattering her so much that she felt a bit shy. She knew her cooking was good, but hearing Shen Zhiwei praise her so highly made her a little embarrassed. She sat across from him, watching him eat. The meal she prepared was enjoyed very much, and she felt happy inside. The happiest thing for a chef is seeing others enjoy their food. The more they eat, the more they like it, more effective than any praise. She saw Shen Zhiwei finish a bowl of rice and then serve himself another, feeling truly satisfied from the bottom of her heart. He was now dressed in fine clothes made of cloud brocade, carefully groomed. Fu Shiwan thought he looked much more handsome than Gu Chongfeng. With his status, appearance, and personality, many women probably want to marry him. People often say Gu Chongfeng has excellent conditions, and many want to marry him, but compared to Shen Zhiwei's true identity, what does that matter? He should be the real catch, with many eager to marry him. Fu Shiwan felt a bit curious and asked, "Since you pretended to be someone else at Lushui village before, what about your wives and concubines? Where do they live?"
What wives and concubines? What are you talking about?
"I don't have any. I haven't had a woman in the yard until now. If you don't believe me, Go check for yourself. Hearing Shinzurue say this excitedly, Fu Shiwan felt a slight relief in her heart. She didn't know why she felt that way, or why she asked the question, or why she felt relieved. But she still asked, "You're not young anymore, right? You should be a bit older than me. Why don't you have a wife or concubine yet? If you had a status like that in Lu Shui village, it would be understandable if you couldn't marry because of poverty. But you are so noble that, logically, the emperor and empress should have found a match for you long ago. Even if you haven't married, there should be some concubines in your household. Can you really remain pure and chaste until now?" Fu Shiwan was a bit curious. She wasn't shy about mentioning these things because she didn't think they were a big deal. Shunjurue saw Fu Shiwan asking questions and quickly put down his chopsticks to clarify. "Of course, I don't like those messy women. Why would I need so many women? And I don't like the women my father and mother chose for me. They are from noble families, look good, come from good backgrounds, and have good conditions, but I don't like them. I just don't like them arranging my life. I hate living by the rules like that. I want freedom and to make my own choices, just like you. But I can't really control my life either. If I resist, it probably won't help much. Still, I can delay things for a while, so I will. I don't like those women. They have no real feelings for me. I wouldn't want to spend my life with them. Most likely, their affection is just pretend because they like my status and position. If I become ordinary, they will probably find someone else. So, I don't want to be with people who have no real feelings for me." Shinjirue and Gu Chongfeng had completely different ideas. Gu Chongfeng liked beautiful women who could help his family, women from noble families who were cultured, beautiful, polite, and helpful to him. But Shinjirue didn't think that way. He wanted someone who truly liked him, regardless of her status. Fu Shiwan listened and felt a bit emotional. The more she had, the less she wanted. The less she had, the more she desired. Shunjurue's position was the highest anyone could have, so he didn't care about what kind of woman he could marry. He just wanted genuine love. Fu Shiwan thought that was very appealing, but unfortunately, she had already married Gu Chongfeng and had no other options. In this era, a woman who was remarried and divorced was considered clean, but if she wanted to remarry again, it was probably impossible. Even if she hadn't been married before, it would be impossible for her to marry Shinjirue. She was only married to Gu Chongfeng, and people outside said she was lucky to marry him, believing it was because her ancestors had accumulated virtue. Everyone says she is aiming too high, especially since she is a prince's daughter, possibly even the future emperor. How could she be a match for him? Fu Shiwan never dared to think about this, but suddenly she realized what she was thinking. She was contemplating the huge difference in status between herself and Shinzurue. What was she thinking? Fu Shiwan suddenly realized that her heart and mind were no longer under her control. She was thinking such silly things. She quickly pulled her thoughts back. Shinzurue also sensed something was wrong. "Why are you suddenly so curious about my family? What are you trying to do?" "I only lied about my identity, but I never lied about my wife and concubines. Really, I didn't." "Why are you so curious?" He looked at her with some expectation, because he could tell something was off about Fu Shiwan. Their recent interactions were like a young couple. The girl was angry, and the boy was trying to comfort her. Their relationship was naturally more relaxed and easygoing. Shinzurue looked at her with a mischievous smile. Fu Shiwan put away all the dishes and avoided looking directly at him. "I think you're just full and bored, right? So you're cleaning up. If you're full, then stop eating. I'm leaving." "Hey, wait. It's so late, and you haven't eaten yet. Why not have a little more? I haven't touched these dishes much. Why not stay and eat here? It's all you can eat. Besides, you're staying here with me. No one will say anything. Your father and mother won't come looking for you. If they knew you were here with me, they'd be happy and come quickly. So don't rush to leave. Stay and have a meal with me. You don't know anyone in the palace anyway. Going anywhere makes you nervous. Better to stay here. At least you can relax and not be bound by all those rules." Looking at the big table of food, Fu Shiwan was indeed hungry. She hadn't eaten yet, so since Shunzurue was inviting her to stay, she decided to stay. She didn't mind. She had already eaten spoiled rice and dishes before. This fresh food was just slightly touched by others.
What was there to dislike?
So she simply started eating here. Now it was Shunzurue's turn to watch Fu Shiwan eat. He sat obediently in his chair, resting his hands on the table, watching her eat as if he was full just by watching her. Fu Shiwan felt a little uncomfortable being stared at, so she moved back slightly. Why are you watching me eat? Don't you have your own things to do? Since you have decided to take over this country as a prince, it seems a bit inappropriate for you to just stand here watching me eat. Why don't you find something to do? I will leave once I finish eating. I don't know why, but now that Shunzurue's identity has been revealed to her, their interactions have become a bit awkward and uncomfortable. She feels that everything about him is strange and unfamiliar, no longer like before when there was no boundary between them. Shunzurue also notices this change. It's nothing special. Watching you eat isn't a big deal. I've seen how you roll up your pants and work in the fields back at the village. Back then, you didn't avoid any boundaries. Sorry, but what you're saying now doesn't really matter. Just treat me as the Shunzurue from the village. Don't think about my current identity. I liked that kind of Shunzurue. So, what kind of me do you like? Of course, I also like the you from the village, Fu Shiwan answered without much thought. But after she said it, she realized she had fallen into Shunzurue's trap. That wasn't what she truly meant, so she hurriedly explained.
No, I didn't mean it that way.
I mean, I prefer the free and easy you from the village, unrestrained and relaxed. Our statuses are similar, so there's no sense of distance, and it's very easy to get along. It's not about romantic love. I'm talking about a kind of admiration as friends. Please don't misunderstand me. I don't have that kind of intention. Fu Shiwan wanted to clarify, afraid he might misunderstand her, especially given her status. Shunzurue's current identity was also complicated. One was a married woman, and the other was a prince. Their social positions were vastly different. She dared not say she liked Shunzurue openly. If someone with malicious intent overheard, they might make a big fuss, accusing her of climbing the social ladder. Fu Shiwan didn't want to be caught up in power struggles anymore. She felt she might genuinely have some feelings for Shunzurue, but just marrying Gu Chongfeng had already brought her enough gossip and slander. If she really got involved with Shunzurue, the gap between them would be enormous. He was high above, while she was just a humble, insignificant speck of dust. If they were together, the people would mock her endlessly. She didn't want to suffer like that again, or walk down that path once more. If she ridiculed her original self, then if she liked Shunzurue, wouldn't she be repeating her past mistakes? Fu Shiwan managed to control herself and tried not to think about that aspect. However, Shunzurue was very happy when he heard her say that, and a bright, excited smile appeared on his face. I don't care. I heard you say you like me, and I didn't hear you reject me. Why are you explaining? Why are you so nervous? If you're innocent, why don't you dare look at me? Why don't you look me in the eyes? Or am I so scary and intimidating? Suddenly, Shunzurue moved closer. The more he said this, the more flustered Fu Shiwan became. She could normally look into Shunzurue's eyes, but after his words, she started to avoid his gaze and couldn't look at him directly. As if afraid of being seen through, Fu Shiwan quickly grabbed 2 chopsticks and left with her tray and dishes. She looked embarrassed, but inside, she couldn't stop feeling excited. No matter what, she was still a young girl who had never experienced anything intimate. She was just a college student, naturally curious about such things. Her mind was still stuck on those feelings. Whether or not she was married, she was still a young girl. When faced with flirtation from a boy she liked, she couldn't help but feel her heart race. Love is never something people can fully control, or there wouldn't be so many episodes in TV dramas. Fu Shiwan could only choose to escape. She knew that the stupidest thing to do was to run away, but she couldn't think of any other solution. She went back to her room, tidied up a bit, and lay on the bed but still couldn't sleep. 2 maids brought some snacks and approached. Madam still can't sleep? Are you feeling homesick? These snacks are made by us. They can help calm your mind. Try eating them, and see if you can rest better. You didn't sleep well yesterday, and after a busy day today, if you don't sleep now, your face will look even more tired. Fu Shirwang thought that, after all, palace maids were more considerate than the maids at the Gu residence. They were good at reading people's expressions and feelings. She liked them both very much, thought they were generous, clever, and caring. But suddenly, Fu Shirwang sensed something was wrong. If her entering the palace was arranged by Shinzurue, then this room must have been planned in advance too. No wonder she always felt this room was very familiar and warm, as if it was specially made for her, decorated according to her preferences. And these two maids also suited her taste perfectly. Since the Empress had shown so much affection and admiration for her from the start, she felt even more at ease. It is very likely that the backgrounds of these two maids are not simple. Fu Shirwan put down her pastry and asked them, "You two are so clever and smart. How could you be ordinary maids? You could serve a noble lady in the palace and become chief palace maids. Why are you here serving me? Isn't that a waste of talent? Could it be that Shinzurue sent you to serve me?" Fu Shirwan only knew that Shinzurue was a prince, but didn't know his exact position, so she simply called him by his full name. When she said his name, the two maids immediately knelt on the ground. "Madam, you guessed right. Please don't tell His Highness that we said this. Otherwise, he won't forgive us. We are just here to make your stay in the palace more comfortable, like being at home, without any other intentions." They quickly explained, seeming very afraid of Shinzurue. Fu Shirwan thought Shinzurue was not scary at all. Why does everyone except her seem very afraid of him? The maids are also very scared of him. What did he do to make them so afraid? Her impression of Shinzurue was that he was a pretty good person, generous, understanding, kind, and easy to talk to. She had only seen Shinzurue come for her once, and she was not afraid of him at all. She didn't understand why these maids were so terrified of him. "Please get up, don't worry. I won't tell him. I'm just curious why you're so afraid of him. You used to serve him closely, right? It's no wonder you're so clever. But why are you so afraid? Is he really that scary?" "I don't think so. Madam, you must be a very important friend of His Highness, so you think he's not scary at all. His Highness is cold on the outside but warm inside. He is very harsh to people he doesn't know or like, and he's very sharp-tongued. He never takes anyone seriously. If he doesn't like or want to do something, no one can force him. But to those close to him, he is generous and loyal. That's how he treats us, too. However, he keeps his personal and official matters separate. When we offend him or break his rules, he punishes us severely. Madam, you must be someone he trusts a lot, because he never loses his temper with you." Fu Shirwan understood. So that's how it is. Since they once served closely by Shinzurue's side, that's really good. "I can't sleep, I feel a bit anxious, and I have tea. Why not chat about some gossip? This long night can't be spent just like this." She told them to sit down and chat slowly. "Sit down, don't stand here. There are no outsiders now, so don't be reserved. I don't like people standing while serving me. I'm under a lot of pressure, so just sit and talk with me. I have something I want to ask you." After exchanging glances, the two women sat down comfortably. Fu Shirwan looked at them and thought they were quite pretty. They weren't ordinary palace maids. They seemed carefully chosen. Being close to Shinzurue probably meant they were more than just simple maids. "You're assigned to serve me, and I really appreciate it. You're different from other palace maids, so thoughtful and sensible. I think Shinzurue also values you. Since you serve him closely, perhaps the Empress has deliberately arranged for you to be his concubines." As soon as Fu Shirwan finished speaking, the two women hurriedly explained, "Madam, please don't say that. His Highness has always been pure and innocent. He has never had concubines or wives. Please don't think badly of him. His Highness might be upset if he hears that. He never seeks women. He's not a man who craves women. But he has no other strange habits. He has his own matters, his own career, his own ideas. He wouldn't waste time on such things. We serve him just doing our duty, nothing more." "Yes, madam. Please don't say that or doubt him. If His Highness finds out, he will be unhappy. He always values feelings very much. He wouldn't do such things. Heard this for the first time, Fu Shiwan wondered, is that true? She believed it a little, but also couldn't fully believe it. After all, no man in the world is completely faithful. It's just a matter of whether he's caught or not. How can a man not be interested in women? It's a basic animal instinct. Gu Chongfeng is said to be not interested in women, but if even he is considered not interested, in this era, men having 3 wives and 4 concubines is legal. Since it is legal, any wealthy man does not only keep one woman, especially someone like Shinzurui with his status, looks, and conditions. Yet, he surprisingly has no women at all. Fu Shiwan finds this hard to believe, but feels happy inside. Still, she isn't sure if she should trust it. Moreover, the way the 2 women explain themselves seems like they are defending Shinzurui. She only asked casually, but they both gave guarantees and explanations, making Fu Shiwan feel a bit embarrassed. It's as if she, as Shinzurui's wife, is questioning him. When she realizes her own status, she quickly stops the topic and doesn't ask further. Anyway, she now knows Shinzurui isn't interested in women. He remains pure and innocent, which is impressive for his age and position in this era. Fu Shiwan truly thinks it's not easy to keep such a clear heart. She feels she understands him a little more now. He is quite harsh on himself. Alright, if you're willing to serve me because Shinzurui asked you to, then that's fine. If not, you can go back to serve him. Serving him must be easier than serving me. I am busy all day, without a fixed place. You will have to walk a lot with me and do some dirty and tiring work. Wouldn't that be unfair to you? She thought they would feel wronged, but the 2 palace maids quickly waved their hands and even smiled bitterly. Not at all. We are happy to serve the lady. We hope to serve her for a longer time. If the lady stays a bit longer, the silver we get from serving her and His Highness is twice what we used to get. She is kind and considerate, never asking us to do impossible things or making things difficult for us. Unlike His Highness, although we are women, we have learned some skills because we serve him. His Highness often makes us do more tiring work. Lady, you don't know. In these past few days, we've earned more silver and had a more relaxed time serving you than serving His Highness. Please don't think we're bothered by it. Fu Shiwan didn't expect them to have skills, nor that Shinzurui would use them so arbitrarily, treating them like men. No wonder, she felt their demeanor was different from other palace maids. They knew some skills, so they moved and worked more smoothly and quickly. She liked that and she admired it. She also wishes she could learn some skills herself. When talking about martial arts, Fu Shiwan became a bit more lively. As women, do you find it hard to learn martial arts? I also want to learn. I wonder if it's still possible at my age. Even if I don't become as skilled as you, just knowing some self-defense techniques would be good. Fu Shiwan wanted to learn martial arts not only for self-defense, but mainly so that if she ever disapproved of Gu Chongfeng, she wouldn't be helpless. If she trained in more advanced skills, she could fight back. She had long disliked Gu Chongfeng, and to be able to stand up to him, her motivation to learn would be very strong. The 2 maids looked at Fu Shiwan's curiosity and eagerness to learn. They exchanged a bitter smile. Madam, why are you suddenly interested in this? Usually, girls are interested in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Things like fighting and killing are not something girls are curious about or want to learn. They say you're interested in learning, but we were raised from a young age to serve the prince, and we've been learning for over 10 years. If you want to learn, it might be difficult, but basic moves for health and self-defense are okay. So that's how it was. They had been learning for so many years, but Fu Shiwan thought it was very cool. Learning martial arts is more impressive than music or painting because it's for oneself. Music, chess, calligraphy, and painting are often learned to please men. The goal is to stand out at banquets or other events so that men notice you. That's all. Fu Shiwan didn't like that. Fortunately, the original owner didn't either. When she married in, she had learned for a while but then mostly stopped. Usually, girls learn these things when young, and after marriage, they rarely continue. Most turn to household chores or embroidery. These practical skills are used daily and gradually they forget about music and painting. So learning these things was mainly to find a good husband initially. It seems like that's a woman's role. Fu Shiwang didn't want to learn these. Instead, learning martial arts could help her protect herself. I think it's pretty cool. Learning some martial arts to protect myself. I know it's a bit late for me at this age, but if you can teach me some practical self-defense techniques, that would be great. The two nodded in agreement. Fu Shiwang had never seen real martial arts before. In later generations, it was all about taekwondo and kung fu. She wondered if real martial arts included light skills like walking on rooftops or wall climbing. Do you also know light skills? Are they really capable of flying on rooftops or walking on walls? Or can they suddenly disappear and become so skilled that they seem magical? Of course, madam. These are basic skills. If they couldn't do that, they wouldn't be able to serve beside His Highness. His Highness has trained many orphan children in martial arts since he was young. We are all those who follow him regularly, sometimes even going on missions. If we couldn't meet these basic skills, we would have probably lost our lives many times. Fu Shiwen didn't realize it was so dangerous. She thought they were just protecting Shun Zirue's safety, not that they had to undertake missions that could cost them their lives. What kind of mission is so dangerous that it could lead to death? Isn't sitting in this position also very risky for Shun Zirue? Could someone be trying to harm him or take his life? If so, it would be very dangerous, which is why you need to protect him. He must also be skilled in martial arts, right? Of course. His Highness is very talented in martial arts, among the best. We are not as skilled as him. He has studied for many years and works very hard. His talent is also excellent. But we still need to protect him closely to help block some dangers. When it's critical, he won't act himself. We can also handle some matters for him. We have been with him since childhood and are loyal. We would never betray him. So His Highness trusts us and leaves some things to us. Naturally, there are people who want to harm him. But besides us, there are many secret guards and other guards around him. His safety is definitely assured. After hearing this, Fu Shiwen started to worry. She didn't know Shun Zirue faced such risks. It was so dangerous that his life was at stake. Maybe you should go back and protect him. Since it's so dangerous around him, staying inside the palace might also be risky. Perhaps you should go and protect him outside. Fu Shiwen was worried that he might assign these two maids to take care of her. She thought that no one would want to harm her, but having one more person to protect Shun Zirue would add safety. She couldn't afford to be careless. But these two maids didn't want to leave. Madam, don't worry. His Highness has other skilled guards protecting him. Even if we leave, his safety is still guaranteed. More importantly, His Highness cares more about your safety than his own. He told us both to take good care of you and to look after you. We all know the situation of the madam, so we will take good care of her. Your Highness is most worried about you, madam. As long as you are well cared for, His Highness can rest easy. So, madam, there is no need to feel too much pressure. Fu Shiwen's face unconsciously turned red when she heard this. What did he mean by saying she was safe here and he could rest easy there? What is her relationship with Fu Shiwen? How could Shun Zirue care for her so attentively and give such detailed instructions to these two maids? Feeling cared for, Fu Shiwen's heart warmed, but she also felt shy to accept his kindness. After all, their statuses are vastly different. Mainly, one is unmarried, and the other is married. In later generations, that would be inappropriate emotionally and logically, not to mention in this era. She didn't want to bring public pressure to Shun Zirue or tarnish his reputation. His status is so noble and pure that someone like her, who is flawed, shouldn't stain him. In the following days, Fu Shiwen gave daily lessons to the palace chefs, teaching them how to make the food tastier, how to season it to preserve the original flavor, and how to add new tastes. She also showed them how to pair ingredients and taught them several new dishes and desserts. While teaching, she would demonstrate by making a few desserts herself. She personally made some for the emperor, the empress, and Shun Zirue. The remaining dishes, the palace chefs, who are talented, would imitate and send to other palaces and chambers. The palace chefs are highly talented. They can imitate about 80 to 90% of her dishes, so the flavors are naturally good. The people in the palace have been very happy eating these days. Every day, they look forward to trying new recipes and flavors, and the most anticipated part of the day is mealtime. Everyone has tasted her cooking. Her skills have become popular not only in the capital, but also within the palace. Soon a month passed. Fu Shiwan had been in the palace for a month, and her relationship with Shinzurue grew closer. Besides teaching the palace chefs how to improve their cooking skills and making dishes, she also made other things. Once finished, the Empress and Emperor personally sent some of her creations. As for Shinzurue, she personally delivered them herself. He was in a bad mood and refused to eat anything sent by others. Only the dishes she personally delivered would make him eat. Fu Shiwan decided there was nothing much to do, so she simply brought extra bowls and chopsticks to eat with him. For the past month, they had been eating together often, and sometimes they would chat. Soon, she stopped feeling so afraid of Shinzurue. She felt that aside from his changed status, his personality and temper were still the same as before, almost like a child. On her last day bringing him food, she was not in a good mood. Actually, she liked this life very much. When she first came to the palace, she was scared and anxious, worried that her words and actions might cause trouble for others or involve her. But she quickly realized that the palace wasn't as frightening as the rumors said. Everyone was quite friendly. Maybe because they were on different paths, she felt that the people in her current environment were quite kind, and so she thought staying in the palace was better than staying at the Gu family. However, her 1-month stay was about to end. Yesterday, she heard the Empress say that she would leave in a few days, and this might be her last meal here. So, Fu Shiwan was feeling sad. Shinzurue noticed this too. As he helped her set down her dishes and chopsticks, he looked at her low-spirited expression and asked her, "What's wrong? You seemed happy a few days ago, but today you look upset. Is the food not good, or are you thinking about new dishes? Why do you look so sad? Today might be the last meal I have in the palace, or the last time I eat with you. I'll be leaving soon. I've been here for a month, and if I stay longer, Gu Changfeng might send a report to ask about me. He's been repeatedly asking about my safety, probably just trying to get me to go back. I heard from the Empress that she won't keep me here much longer, just a few days. She told me to pack up and prepare. I don't want to go back. You know what life at the Gu family is like. If I go back, I'll have to face him and the old madam. I really don't want to see them even for a day." After she finished speaking, Shinzurue's expression also became as sad as hers. He thought he could cheer Fu Shiwan up, but instead, he felt just as down. He didn't want her to leave. He only felt happy when they ate together every day, sharing meals. That wasn't enough for him. He wanted to spend more time with her, to be closer to her. Not just during meals, but at other times too. However, their relationship was only enough for them to have a small chat during mealtime. Thinking about Fu Shiwan returning to those days, they didn't even have time to eat together. She also had to go back and suffer through that hardship. Shinzurue didn't want her to leave. "Don't worry. You've been in the palace for a month, and everyone there speaks highly of you. The emperor also remembers this. He still owes you a reward. When you leave, he will surely give you a gift. Then you can escape from the Gu family. Trust me."
Fu Shiwan nodded.
She didn't know what kind of reward the emperor would give her. But seeing Shinzurue's expression change from gloomy to bright, maybe he really could give her a decree of freedom. However, Fu Shiwan suddenly remembered that the owner of the Drunken Fragrance Tower once told her that a royal decree would come to summon her to the palace for a banquet. How would the owner of Drunken Fragrance Tower know about that? Moreover, her entry was clearly arranged by Shinzurue, who conspired with the Empress to keep her in the palace. When all these clues connected, Fu Shiwan suddenly put down her chopsticks and pointed at Shinzurue. "Could you be the owner of Drunken Fragrance Tower?" She only just realized this. She had never thought about it before, but now that she connected the dots, it seemed to be the case. Because they had never appeared together at the same time. She always saw one but not the other. She never doubted it before, but Shunzurue had already deceived her once with a false identity. It wasn't impossible for him to deceive her again. After she questioned him, Fu Shiwan's expression turned a bit shy, and she smiled. She knew she had guessed right. So, it really is you. No wonder people in the capital say that Drunken River Tower is backed by the royal family and has powerful backing. It turns out it's you. You're the one who owns Drunken Fragrance Tower. He had lied to her again. Fu Shiwan decided not to investigate further and asked him directly, "You lied to me again. What other identities do you have that I don't know about? Just tell me clearly so I won't be angry with you later or be kept in the dark." No, that's all. Just these two identities. I didn't want to burden you, wanted to help you, but I was afraid it would weigh on your mind. So I lied to you, but it was a kind lie. Fu Shiwan knew this and didn't want to argue with him. Still, she hadn't expected Shunzurue to own such a large restaurant. The Zue Xianglu status in the capital is naturally well known, and the owner behind it is very mysterious. Surprisingly, it's Shunzurue. He is young but owns such a large business, showing he has a good mind for business. No wonder she received money bit by bit from him. She even thought the restaurant's success was due to the generous boss. When she broke her contract, she didn't mind because it was Shunzurue. So Shunzurue didn't hold a grudge, and even said he wanted to help her. She thought, of course, businessmen only care about profit. How could they help me without expecting anything in return? That's so strange. Now that she understood everything clearly, it all made more sense. Fu Shiwan was still angry, but she had to thank Shunzurue. No matter what, I still want to thank you. Thank you for giving me this chance to help at Zue Xianglu. That's how I earned those silver coins. Those days I was really happy. If I could smoothly get a divorce, I would still be willing to work at Zue Xianglu. Since you are the boss, I'll try to get in through the back door. Of course, I would be happy to have you. A chef like you coming to Zue Xianglu would definitely double our business. You don't know, since you left, the restaurant hasn't done as well as before. They say it's easier to go from frugal to luxurious than from luxurious to frugal. In the past, our business was about the same, so I didn't pay much attention. But after you introduced a few new dishes, the restaurant's business became better than ever. Since you left, business has dropped again. I feel so upset that I can't sleep well at night. I hope you can come back soon. For your sake, I will definitely ask the emperor to set you free, let you get rid of Gu Chongfeng, and not only free you, but also make sure you leave in style. Shunzurue spoke mysteriously. Fu Shiwan temporarily believed him, trusting he could give her freedom and that life wouldn't be too hard after she returned. After they finished their meal together, she cleared the dishes. As she expected, the next day, the Empress and the Emperor summoned her, saying it had been a month, and it was about time for her to go back. Gu Chongfeng brought a few memorials, saying he missed her, and the Emperor couldn't keep her confined in the palace forever. However, Fu Shiwan also expressed her feelings for Gu Chongfeng to the Emperor. She has been very diligent in the palace this past month, trying new dishes every day. Naturally, the Emperor likes her, and everyone in the palace praises her. The palace chefs also say she is a very good person. She never gets angry because of her cooking skills, and she remains humble, always learning and asking for advice, even guiding others. Everyone thinks she is a good person. Because of this, the Emperor is considering rewarding her. After hearing about her situation, he decides to let Fu Shiwan choose her own reward. Since you don't want to return home, but I think you won't stay in the palace either because you said you want freedom, I don't know what to give you. Gold and silver might not interest you. So, I will let you make a wish. As long as it's within my power, I will agree. This is another empty promise. Fu Shiwan dares not look at the Emperor, but hesitates and looks at the Empress instead. The Empress also looks at her and nods with a gentle smile. Fu Shiwan realizes that the Emperor is in a good mood. She doesn't know much about the Emperor, but the Empress knows him well. They have been married for many years and can understand each other's thoughts. Since the Empress nodded, Fu Shiwan dares to speak her mind boldly. She lifts her skirt and kneels on the ground. Your Majesty, I want nothing, no gold, silver, land, power, or status. I only ask for a divorce paper, so I can be free from the Gu family. I ask for your favor." The emperor remains silent for a while. Fu Shiwan kneels there, afraid to lift her head. She feels nervous, her heart pounding. She doesn't know if her words will bring her the result she wants or anger the emperor. She dares not look up, unsure of his expression, and waits patiently. The emperor keeps silent. She kneels, enduring the pain in her back and knees, not daring to stand. After a moment, the emperor finally speaks slowly. "I have seen your loyalty and good character in the palace this past month. As you wish, I will grant you a decree, allowing you to decide your own marriage." He takes a brush, writes a decree with a few words, and seals it with the imperial stamp, handing it to Fu Shiwan. She had never thought the emperor's power was so great, but when she truly received the decree, she realized how powerful his words are. Gu Changfeng will definitely be afraid. When she returns, even if he is unwilling, he will have to write a divorce paper. Fu Shiwan, my dear, held her close with a very happy and relaxed expression. She finally got her wish today. She can leave the palace and be free from the Gu family and those people. She felt more relaxed than ever, and even the empress couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Although there is a rule about separation, no couple has ever actually separated before. You are the first. From now on, you can't be called Mrs. Gu, but Miss Fu. I hope you won't regret the choice you made today. Thank you, Your Majesty and Empress, for your kindness. Fu Shiwang didn't want anything else. She happily packed her belongings, clutching the separation letter close to her body, afraid it might fall. This was the result of a month of hard work. Shun Ziyue truly helped her achieve this. Her trip to the palace was worth it. After putting the separation letter and her belongings into the carriage, she returned to the Gu family. Gu Changfeng and the old lady were waiting at the door. Not only did a carriage bring Fu Shiwang back, but a palace attendant who served the emperor personally also accompanied her. The attendant whispered, "The emperor specifically asked me to accompany Miss Fu back to the residence. The emperor is very pleased with how diligently she served in the palace these days. He instructed us to treat Miss Fu well. She is a guest in the palace, an honored guest of the emperor and empress. General Gu and everyone in the Gu family must not neglect her." "I understand," Gu Changfeng replied, kneeling to accept this verbal order. Although he was a palace attendant, he conveyed the emperor's words, which naturally represented the emperor's will. So Gu Changfeng also bowed in respect. The attendant nodded and said a few more words to Fu Shiwang. She slipped a gold ingot from her sleeve to him. She still had some silver left from helping the Gu family earn money at the tavern. Gu Changfeng had given her some silver before. Since the attendant was speaking for her, she wanted to reward him properly. After giving the reward, the attendant looked happy. He saw the palace staff off and was about to leave when Fu Shiwang turned around and saw Gu Changfeng, and the old lady's expressions had completely changed. Gu Changfeng suddenly grabbed her wrist and pulled her back into the house. Outside, many common people were passing by, and family troubles should not be made public. He took Fu Shiwang into the courtyard, then ordered someone to close the door. His face darkened as he questioned her. "If I hadn't asked about your return, would you have planned to stay away forever? Are you comfortable in the palace? After serving the emperor and empress for over a month, do you think it was comfortable? Do you think it's much better than the Gu family, so you don't want to come back? You plan to stay there long term. But don't forget, you are part of the Gu family. No matter how kind the emperor and empress are to you, they can't keep you in the palace forever. You will have to return eventually and take over the Gu family's business. Here are the recent bills. Take a good look at them." Gu Changfeng throws the bills in front of Fu Shiwan, urging her to look carefully. However, Fu Shiwan quickly steps aside to avoid them. Gu Changfeng has never respected her. The old official just now was respectful, but Gu Changfeng shows no respect at all. He tries to pretend in front of others, but as soon as they leave, he drops the act. He slams the bills onto her, hitting her face with them. If she can forgive this, then she is too kind to herself. Looking at the thick bills, Fu Shiwan doesn't want to bend down to pick them up. She is now free and no longer has to obey Gu Changfeng's orders. She is not afraid of him at all. From now on, I won't manage these things anymore. If you can't handle it yourself, let others do it. Whoever is capable and suitable, let them come. Anyone who wants to replace me, go ahead. I won't be involved in the Gu family's affairs anymore. Don't expect anything from me. Finally, Fu Shiwan can lift her head to face him directly, speaking with confidence and looking straight into his eyes. She no longer needs to call him general or be afraid of him. This confidence comes from within, radiating outward. Gu Changfeng doesn't know what happened during her trip to the palace, but he can see she's somewhat fearful. However, it's only in her mind. He must not show any weakness on the surface. What's this? After going to the palace, you think you've gained some ability? You were just a cook serving the emperor and empress, and now you think you have backing? You start talking tough. No matter what, you still have to return to this house. If you're so brave, then don't come back. Don't wear Gu family's clothes, don't eat Gu family's food. If you're so capable, don't rely on the Gu family. Live alone somewhere else. You still have to come back and watch your manners, live by their rules. Going to the palace has only made you bolder. Have you forgotten how to serve your husband and respect your mother-in-law? Gu Changfeng glares at her with clenched teeth. In recent days, because Fu Shiwan was away, the household affairs were managed by Song Jiangma. This allowed her to leave the courtyard more often, and her relationship with Gu Changfeng has become somewhat calmer. Because she often spoke badly about Fu Shiwan, and her words were sincere, Gu Changfeng felt very pleased. As a result, he treated her more kindly. Song Jiangma led Ziyu away when she sensed trouble. Seeing Fu Shiwan standing on the opposite side, opposing Gu Changfeng and the old lady, she felt a sense of satisfaction. She stepped forward, picked up all the bills on the ground, and handed them to Fu Shiwan, speaking earnestly, "Madam, you should just follow the general's advice. He won't harm you. Didn't you want to control this tavern yourself? Weren't you reluctant to give it to me at first? Now it's all yours, for you to handle alone. I won't interfere or get involved anymore. This is your property, the Gu family's property, and has nothing to do with me. I won't covet it anymore. I'll also give you a share of the money. The general has been so good to you. Why don't you appreciate him instead of turning against him?" Fu Shiwan sneered and shoved the bills back into Song Jiangma's hands. She didn't grip tightly, because she didn't want them. "If you like, I can give them to you. Weren't you eager to manage things on your own? Now that the tavern is running smoothly, I might as well give you a big gift. I've already made it work. From now on, you should be able to handle things yourself. I won't interfere." Fu Shiwan kindly handed it over, and Song Jiangma didn't expect this. She wanted to accept, but was afraid. Fu Shiwan was right. Now that the tavern was running, it would be much easier for her to take over. But she was worried Gu Changfeng wouldn't agree. After all, Gu Changfeng was in charge now. If the general didn't agree, she had no right to accept. Sure enough, Gu Changfeng stepped forward and snatched the bills from her, throwing them into Fu Shiwan's hands again. He seemed to become more aggressive, showing signs of violence. Fu Shiwan had never seen him so irritable, always ready to hit, with an unstable temper. His emotions were completely abnormal. Such a man seemed almost crazy. Fortunately, she was already free from him. Gu Changfeng pointed at Fu Shiwan's nose and said, "Don't think that just because you entered the palace, you've gained some skill. The noble women in the palace only see you as a servant, a subordinate they can command. You think they can be your backing? Let me tell you, you're part of the Gu family. They have no right to help you unless I agree. Otherwise, no one can give you what you want. Forget about it. You want to take care of this business, whether you want to or not. If you don't earn the money I want, I will make all the farmers at the Flowing Water Village leave. Isn't your relationship with them good? I will make them all leave and become homeless or beg for food. Since you don't want to take care of it, just stay in the room hungry. Let's see when you'll agree. After a few days of hunger, you'll learn to behave," Gu Changfeng said fiercely. Fu Shiwan didn't expect him to be so disgusting. She looked at him in disbelief. He is a general of a country, protecting the people at the border. Yet he can think of such tricks just to force her to obey. Fu Shiwan couldn't believe someone like him could be an official or enjoy the emperor's salary. Why should he? He has such bad intentions. He is utterly unforgivable. She never thought these words would come from Gu Chongfeng's mouth. Luckily, the original owner is already dead. If she were still alive, she would be very sad and surprised to see the young man she admired turn into this kind of person. She felt she couldn't stay here any longer. She took out the imperial decree written by the emperor from her. The imperial decree is here. This was unknown to others, but Gu Chongfeng recognized it. Besides, he was so close that he could see the dragon pattern clearly. He didn't expect that her proud and arrogant return was because of this decree. He was so frightened that he immediately knelt down. The old lady saw this, and also knelt down, followed by others, all kneeling on the ground. Fu Shiwan read aloud the contents of the decree for everyone. To prevent Gu Chongfeng from doubting, she handed it to him for a careful look. He wasn't afraid of damaging it because damaging it would be a death sentence. He knew Gu Chongfeng wouldn't dare, or do such a thing. She calmly handed him the decree, knowing it was truly written by the emperor, not forged. She wasn't afraid. Gu Chongfeng held it and looked at it for a long time, trembling constantly, filled with extreme anger. She actually managed to go to the palace and seek the emperor's help, obtaining this decree. With this decree, even if he didn't want to divorce her, their relationship was already ended. He was no longer her husband, and she was no longer part of the Gu family. The old lady also shakily stepped forward. She couldn't read, but she held Gu Chongfeng's arm and asked if it was real. Gu Chongfeng nodded, then returned the imperial decree to Fu Shiwan. His eyes no longer held that arrogant confidence. Song Jiangma was momentarily stunned, but once she realized, she felt excited. She was planning that once Fu Shiwan left, there would be no official wife in the house. Among all the women in this family, she held the highest status. Maybe she could even become the main wife. Recently, her relationship with Gu Chongfeng had improved a lot, and she felt like they were back to how they were at the border. She had also given birth to Gu Chongfeng's first child, so it was natural that her child would be the main heir, to carry on the family line. Thinking this, Song Jiangma felt very happy inside. As soon as Fu Shiwan left, she could take her place. She secretly mocked Fu Shiwan for being so foolish. She had such a good life, but insisted on leaving and causing trouble. But this was actually good for her. Because Fu Shiwan was so foolish, she could have a better future. Let her go. She felt happy, and she believed she would be happy too. From now on, the Gu family could be peaceful and good for everyone. Gu Chongfeng didn't want to let her go, but he had to. He couldn't hold on to this money-making tree anymore. He didn't expect that she was quite capable. Although he didn't know what tricks she used to get the emperor to issue this decree, at least her goal was achieved. Gu Chongfeng sneered and said, "Fine, I didn't think you could really get this decree. I wonder what price you paid for it. But you're not so simple. I hope you won't regret it. Once you leave the Gu family, you are nothing. Everything you wear, eat, and drink comes from the Gu family. It's good I didn't give you money. You can't take any of these things with you. Since they belong to the Gu family, if you leave, just take your own belongings. All the jewelry and accessories I gave you must be returned." Gu Chongfeng's point was to push Fu Shiwan into a corner. She had no money and no family support. After 3 years in the Gu family, she had only what the family provided. If she left, she could take nothing except her clothes. Everything else had to be returned. He was truly ruthless. He wouldn't even let her take a single coin. He wanted to force her into despair and make her regret. But Fu Shiwan was not regretful. As long as she could leave, she was willing to shed her skin if necessary. She wanted to escape this. Madame Gu sincerely wanted to advise Fu Shiwan to be less impulsive and to stay faithful to her husband. She believed it was better for women to remain loyal and to settle down with one man. She worried that causing trouble and leaving would shame the Gu family and make her own future difficult. Why make things harder for herself? "Shiwan, please don't be impulsive. We can still live a good life if you don't want to leave. Just soften your attitude with Chongfeng, and you can still be his wife. Why give up such a good life? If you leave, what will you eat, where will you live? Your parents are gone, and they didn't leave you a proper house. If you marry into our Gu family, there's a place for you. But if you leave us, where will you go? You'll only face hardships. She kept trying to persuade Sherwan to stay, but Sherwan pushed her hand away, looking unfamiliar and distant. No, old madam. Who would want to live such a good life? Just let it go. You don't like me anyway, do you? I remember how you've treated me these past 3 years. You think I don't deserve your son, that I've ruined his future. You've always disliked me, never treating me like a daughter-in-law, but more like a servant. Now I'm leaving. Your son can marry someone who's better for his future. Shouldn't you be happy? Instead, you're asking me to stay. That's not like you. I won't hold back your family's success or slow you down. Sherwan left confidently. Since the courtyard wouldn't let her take anything, she decided not to take anything. There was nothing important anyway. The jewelry and valuables were just material things. She didn't care for them and would return what belonged to the Gu family. As for her clothes, Gu Changfeng probably wouldn't even let her leave without them. She was determined to go, and Madame Gu, despite her efforts to stop her, had no choice but to let her go. Song Jiangma watched helplessly, wishing she could pull Madame Gu back and stop her from persuading Sherwan. But Sherwan was stubborn. If she wanted to leave such a good life, then let her go. Make her have no room for regret, preferably causing as much embarrassment as possible. The more dramatic the confrontation, the less chance there is for any reconciliation after the face is torn apart. From now on, Fu Sherwan will never return. She has her own plans in her heart. After such a fuss, the remaining concubines have also come over. Li Chuan naturally has nothing to say. She looks at Fu Sherwan with a satisfied expression, knowing she has finally achieved her goal and can leave this mansion. She feels happy for her. Seeing her faint smile, Fu Sherwan glances at her but dares not meet her eyes, afraid of involving her. She still needs to stay in this mansion in the future, so it's better not to have too much direct contact. It's enough to privately wish her well in her heart. The other 2 concubines don't understand what happened and dare not speak or interrupt. Fu Sherwan doesn't even want to say goodbye. She looks at Gu Changfeng, thinking that if she speaks, he might scold her harshly. Men like him love to boast and think they will regret it, but she won't. Everyone believes that once she leaves the Gu family, she's doomed to a hard life, but only Fu Sherwan knows in her heart how wonderful it will be to leave Gu's house. When others leave, they often take one last look and then find it hard to part. But Fu Sherwan doesn't look back. Since Gu Changfeng won't let her take anything, she won't take anything at all. She entered the house just as she came in, and now she leaves the same way. Gu Changfeng has made his words clear. There's no room for him to try to keep her, especially since she still holds the imperial decree. Everyone watches as Fu Sherwan confidently walks out of the Gu house's gate, with feelings of regret, reluctance, blessings, and mockery. All kinds of thoughts. But Fu Sherwan feels extremely happy. She doesn't care what others think or say behind her back. All she wants is her freedom. As soon as she steps out of the house, a carriage is waiting there. She glances at it. It's not a palace carriage. The palace's carriages have already left. So, whose carriage is this? Since she's no longer connected to the Gu family, it's probably here to find Gu Changfeng. She doesn't pay much attention and tries to pass by, but a pair of hands reach out from the carriage and block her way. Now that you've achieved your goal, you act as if you don't know me, using me and then abandoning me? That familiar voice makes Fu Sherwan look up. It's Shun Jirue. Shouldn't you be in the palace? How come you're here? She looked at him happily, turned her head to glance back, relieved that no one was following or watching. Shun Jirue reached out and took Fu Sherwan's hand, pulling her onto the carriage. His grip was gentler than when Gu Changfeng pulled her into the residence earlier. Gu Changfeng was rough and didn't show any tenderness, but Shun Jirue was careful and considerate as he led her onto the carriage. As soon as Fu Sherwan sat down steadily, she started moving. She didn't know where he was taking her, but she trusted him completely. Where are you taking me? Didn't you already divorce? Then you should go back to your own home. Where else could you go? Don't forget, you bought a house. Since you've successfully divorced, you can't stay at the Gu residence anymore. Of course, you should live in the house you bought. You haven't seen it yet, have you? I'll take you to see it now. Hearing his description, Fu Shiwan felt a faint excitement. She hadn't seen it, but it was her home, and she liked the idea. She already knew she would like it even before seeing it. Based on Shun Zirui's understanding of her, the courtyard he found for her would definitely suit her taste. She still remembered her earlier question to Shun Zirui. By the way, aren't you supposed to be in the palace? It's so easy for you to leave the palace? Yes, I promised my father and mother to take over the throne and learn to handle court affairs. They naturally want to listen to me, or I might just refuse to do it if I'm unhappy.
Fu Shiwan felt embarrassed.
This was like the life of a crown prince, loved and pampered by his parents. She looked forward to seeing her house, but also worried about her future life. Now that she had left the Gu family, she had nothing, no income, no business, no source of money. The house still had a remaining payment. She asked the emperor for a favor, just a divorce letter, but she had no money on her. Even if she moved into the courtyard, she still needed silver for daily life, food, and clothing. The remaining money from the house was also not settled. To prepare for her future life, her mood was less excited than before. Although I am now free, if the house is too big, I worry I can't afford the expenses. After moving in, I need to find a job quickly so I can pay for daily costs and the remaining house payments. Seeing her worried about this, Shun Zirui gently patted her head. Fu Shiwan didn't feel any pain but still covered her forehead with her hand and looked at him puzzled. Shun Zirui explained to her, "You really think that Emperor and Empress only gave you an imperial decree to leave the marriage? And then they won't give you any rewards? In the palace this past month, you have worked hard and contributed, and in the future, you will benefit many others in the palace. It's impossible that you won't receive any rewards. Even if the Emperor and Empress don't give you anything, other noble ladies in the palace will at least show some kindness. I have already accepted all of this for you. I paid off the remaining balance for the house. I know if you take a large sum of silver as a reward, the Gu family might try to take advantage of you. They have always wanted you to hand over all your silver, seeing that you have money. When that happens, you'll be left with nothing, no gains, no possessions. So I told the Emperor and Empress to give the silver to me, and I will pass it to you later. That way, you won't bring it back to the Gu family. Otherwise, they might drain you dry before letting you go. I've already paid the remaining balance for the house. A little silver has been placed in your new home. The furniture and some servants are all arranged for you. You only need to move in. Everything is ready. There's also some silver left for your expenses over the next few days. Most importantly, you don't need to worry about work. I have entrusted the entire Zui Xianglu to you. It's enough for you to manage. Do you still want to find another job? Fu Shiwan listened as Shun Zirui had arranged everything for her, prepared everything beautifully. How could people be so different? Gu Changfeng doesn't understand compassion or caring for others and never considers others' feelings. But Shun Zirui always thinks of her and plans everything so well. She never thought that just receiving an imperial decree to leave the marriage from the Emperor and Empress would already make her content. She never expected to ask for money or other rewards. She was surprised that Shun Zirui had already thought of everything for her. If the Emperor and Empress had given her money, and she returned to the Gu family with it, Gu Changfeng might have suspected her of owing a lot of silver from her time there, possibly coveting that money. On the other hand, she returned empty-handed, and Gu Changfeng had no way to do anything about it. She admired Shun Zirui's carefulness. He was willing to hand over Zui Xianglu to her, and everything inside the house was arranged. All her worries had been prepared in advance by Shun Zirui, so she didn't need to worry at all. Just moments ago, she was full of worry, but now her mood suddenly brightened. It was as if a rainbow was about to appear. She didn't know how to thank Shun Zirui. Before she could speak, her eyes welled up with tears. I really don't know how to thank you. You have been so kind and dedicated to me. I can't repay you with anything except to help the Ji Xianglu business do well and earn more money for you. If she said that, Shun Zirui would be happy. But what he wanted most wasn't that. It was this person. Money didn't matter to him anymore now that he was in this position. What he truly desired was the person in front of him. However, he felt it was too soon to say this. She had just divorced, and Shunzurue didn't want to rush things. Even Fu Shiwan had some feelings for her. If they got together too quickly, people might criticize her for moving on too fast. His main goal was to protect Fu Shiwan, to prevent her from suffering like before, and to ensure her future was smooth and happy. He forced a smile and promised her, "All right, remember to work hard for me and earn more money. Recently, because you've been busy at the Gu family's restaurant, our family's business has declined. When you're rested, go and take over the Jixiang Lu as soon as possible. I'll leave everything to you. Just send me the silver each month. I trust you completely, so don't let me down." Shun Zirui trusted Fu Shiwan completely and handed everything over to her. Fu Shiwan was surprised by his trust and felt reassured, but she still had one concern. "By the way, I have one more request. Can you find a way to move the farmers from Lu Shuizhuang? Do you know what Gu Chongfeng just said to me? He wants to force all the farmers out of Lu Shuizhuang, turn them into homeless people, and beg for food. As an official, he actually said such things. I can't believe it, but I think he might really do it. He once kept me locked in a room for many days, only giving me one meal a day, just to force me to obey. I believe he might do anything. Please send someone to watch out for them and make sure Gu Chongfeng doesn't bully them. This is my request to you. When I earn money for your restaurant in the future, I won't take a single coin. Consider it my way of repaying you." Fu Shiwan indeed understood things very clearly, but Shun Zirui waved his hand to show it wasn't necessary. "No need. You should thank me instead. The farmers at Lu Shui village, it's not just you who cares about them. I do too. We had so much happiness and joy there. Your feelings are the same as mine. I will protect them well, so just rest assured. Plus, you help me earn money. You will get your fair share, not a single cent less. After all, you have money to make, which motivates you. The more you earn for me, the more I will share with you. So, of course, you should work hard. If you don't take any money, how will you stay motivated? I am not the kind of boss who exploits employees. Just relax." Shun Zirui always cares for her unconditionally and helps her. Fu Shiwan had nothing to say, so she nodded seriously and promised to help him earn more money in the future. She looked directly into Shun Zirui's eyes. Neither of them looked away. Their gazes were very intense. There was nothing more to say, but at this moment, silence spoke louder than words. It seemed that through their eye contact, both could understand each other's feelings and realize their own. However, neither dared to speak or step over the line. In the end, Fu Shiwan was the first to withdraw her gaze. Her heart was pounding a little faster, and she felt a bit flustered. The small space was already deep into autumn, but it felt so hot and stuffy. She lifted the curtain and poked her head out to catch some cool breeze, trying to clear her mind. She wasn't sure if her head was hot or her body was hot, but she was afraid she might do something impulsive if she wasn't careful, so she decided to calm down first. This street was very unfamiliar to her because she rarely went out. She initially wanted to enjoy the breeze, but as she did, she didn't want to pull her head back inside. It was the feeling of freedom, the taste of freedom. She closed her eyes and enjoyed it all. Soon, the carriage stopped in front of a quaint, elegant courtyard. The signboard hadn't been hung yet, but the gate was open. Fu Shiwan saw maids and servants inside cleaning. The courtyard really suited her taste. It wasn't big, but not small either. The entrance was delicate but not flashy. Just from looking at it from outside, Fu Shiwan was already very satisfied. Shun Zirui first stepped down from the carriage, then reached out his hand. Fu Shiwan hesitated for a moment, but then thought, now she was free, no longer bound. They were just a normal young man and woman. Why couldn't they hold hands? What was the big deal about holding hands? So she confidently placed her hand in his, allowing him to lead her down. Fu Shiwan really should thank Shinjirui. He managed to find such a beautiful little courtyard for her. Really, I must thank you. You understand me so well. I never thought I could have such a charming, small courtyard. I thought as long as it was livable, protected from the weather, and somewhat spacious. That would be enough. I didn't expect you to arrange everything so perfectly for me. That's just the beginning. You'll see once you go inside. Shinjirue didn't let go of her hand, but pulled her inside. Fu Shiwan realized this. Her hands started to sweat a little from nervousness, but once they entered the courtyard, her tension completely disappeared. Because her mind was entirely focused on this place, her future home. The courtyard wasn't very large, but it was just right. She liked it very much, slightly bigger than the one at the Gu family. It had everything: a fake mountain, flowing water, a lotus pond, and several small pavilions. The main bedroom was in the center, large and with a few side rooms, perfect for someone living alone like her. Small but complete, with a couple of servants to clean and a few maids to serve her closely. Fu Shiwan felt a strong sense of belonging here, more than anywhere else. Maybe this was what home truly meant. She no longer had to worry about being driven out or unable to pay rent. This was a place she bought outright, entirely hers. The property deed was in her arms. How could she not feel secure living here? But with such a large estate, Fu Shiwan suspected Shinjirue had tricked her. The money he mentioned before was definitely not enough, and he had already decorated the place. She didn't know how much he had spent on it, and even if she wanted to pay him back now, she had nothing to give. She knew she wouldn't ask for anything from him, so she simply didn't bring it up. Shinjirue still had a surprise for her. He waved his hand, and two familiar faces stepped forward to bow to Fu Shiwan. Servants greet Miss Fu. Their titles had changed. Fu Shiwan looked over. Weren't these the two maids who serve her in the palace? What did Shinjirue mean by giving her these? She looked at Shinjirue with curiosity. Shinjirue introduced her, saying, "You probably know these two well. They have been serving you closely in the palace. This is Shuriwa and this is Shia. In the future, let them serve you directly. Since you are living alone now, you need close maidservants. I worry you might not be used to others serving you. They have taken care of you in the palace for a while, so I think you should be comfortable with them. They also know some skills and can protect you in daily life." Fu Shiwan was naturally happy, but she knew the importance of these two to Shinjirue. She didn't dare to accept. "No need. What danger could I be in? I don't need them to serve me closely. I can just spend money to buy a maid to stay with me. I don't usually need anyone to take care of my daily life. I can manage myself, so I don't need them." She hesitated, knowing they had served her for many years. Shinjirue must have spent a lot of money to train them. He probably wanted them to help with some tasks. If they stayed with her, it would be a waste of their talents. She suggested, "Arrange someone else for me." Fu Shiwan kept waving her hands. She dared not ask for more. Her life was fragile, and she had no enemies. She didn't need two skilled maids following her around. Although she liked them, she couldn't accept them. Shinjirue had already done enough for her, finding her a house, decorating it, arranging everything. Now he wanted to send two maids he trained to her side. She truly felt she didn't deserve it. She owed him too much already, and if she owed more, she wouldn't know how to repay him. Shinjirue thought she simply didn't like it. "Are you refusing me? Don't like it? Then I'll send them back. Since you don't want them, it means they aren't good enough to serve you. I will punish them severely." He misunderstood her completely. Fu Shiwan looked at the two women seeking her help. She could only grit her teeth and agree. No, I really like them. They serve me very well. I don't have any other intentions. If you think I do, then forget it. Let them serve me. I'm used to serving in the palace anyway. Since you've given them to me, I will take full control of their lives and deaths. Don't regret it later when you want to take them back. I won't give them back to you." Shinjirue smiled with a deep meaning. He wouldn't regret it. This was just a temporary arrangement to serve Fu Shiwan. When they are together in the future, they will still come back to serve him. For now, he let them serve Fu Shiwan and also took the opportunity to give him some advice and say good things about him. Shinjirue's mind is more complicated than a woman's. He has plenty of plans for Fu Shiwan. By this point, he had already sent the person into the courtyard but had not left yet. He had finished what needed to be explained and what needed to be seen. When Fu Shiwan saw that Shinzurue had no intention of leaving, she felt embarrassed to ask him to go. After all, Shinzurue had arranged everything for her, and it wouldn't be proper for her to turn her back on him now. However, since it was getting late, she wondered what he meant by not leaving. She couldn't do what she wanted next, so she asked politely, "You've been out for a while. Shouldn't you go back to the palace?" "No need. I used to live in the palace because you were there. But I am a prince, and I have my own residence outside. Living in the palace would attract gossip, especially if I stayed long. It's better to have my own house outside. Now that you are out, I don't need to stay in the palace anymore. If something comes up, I can go into the palace. So that's the reason." If Fu Shiwan wanted to see Shinzurue in the future, she still had a chance. If he was inside the palace, it would be difficult for her to meet him, especially given her status. It would be almost impossible for her to enter the palace again. But if he was outside, it would be much easier to meet him. "Where do you live then?" Fu Shiwan asked curiously. Shinzurue's next words shocked her greatly. "Not far. Just next door."
What?
She hadn't even thought it would be so close. She hadn't paid attention earlier, which explained why she thought this place was quiet and secluded, with little traffic from common people. It was far from the street and right next to his mansion. No wonder he found her a house so quickly and bought it so fast. He had been planning this all along. Thinking back, it had been a long time since he asked her to buy the house, and many things could have changed. Yet, he had already arranged for a house for her, as if he had been planning for this day all along. She looked at the man in front of her and couldn't help but think that his cunning was truly deep. He could predict things so far in advance, and every step was part of his plan. It was not easy to do that. How could Fu Shiwan think, and how could Shinziyu not know? He pretended to comfort himself. "I'm just thinking that it would be good to have a place to stay nearby soon. Also, this yard is empty, and it matches your needs perfectly. Why not continue living as neighbors? If you need anything in the future, I can help you. Isn't that right? Since we live close, you can come to me immediately if you have any trouble. The Drunken Fragrance Tower will be under your control in the future. If you want to report to me at night, you don't have to go far or trouble yourself. Just knock on the door next door. I've already told the guards at the gate that if they see you, they can let you in directly without reporting. Isn't that very convenient? Is it really that convenient?" Fu Shiwan looked at him suspiciously, feeling that he had ill intentions, as if he was trying to gain private rights for himself. No wonder he wasn't in a hurry to leave. It turned out he lived right next door, so he wasn't in a rush. Fu Shiwan felt a bit happy, but her face showed worry. The more she wanted to distance herself from Shinziyu, the closer he seemed to get, pressing her tightly. She didn't know if this was good or bad. She worried that being close to Shinziyu might lead others to gossip. She and Gu Chongfeng's separation probably weren't widely known at court, but over time, everyone would figure it out. When they learned how close she was to Shinziyu, many rumors might start spreading again. She was afraid it would cause him trouble. Fu Shiwan didn't want that, but she couldn't go against her own feelings. In her heart, she also wanted to get closer to Shinziyu. If they lived nearer, she would be genuinely happy. She felt shy and asked him, "Since Shinziyu isn't leaving, why are you still sitting here? You're only a few steps away, so why haven't you gone back yet? Do you want to stay overnight here?" She was already trying to send Shinziyu away with her words, but since she said that, Shinziyu, with his thick skin, had nothing to say. "Sure, if you invite me, I definitely can. Since we live so close, and you have side rooms, I've already arranged for them to be cleaned. Staying here isn't a problem. I just wanted to stay for a meal. After all, I've helped you so much. It's not too much to share a meal. And staying here is also partly for my own reasons. You cook such delicious food. Eating alone must be very lonely. I reluctantly come to keep you company and make things livelier. Otherwise, cooking a big meal just for myself feels like a waste, and I feel lonely too. We had so much fun eating together in the palace before. Since you live next door to me, I wanted to be able to visit and keep you company. You also provide me with the flavors I like. We help each other, and it's a perfect solution. I didn't realize there was this meaning behind it. Fu Shiwan felt a little disappointed but quickly adjusted.
He's right.
He's helped me so much. I can afford to treat him to a few meals. Even if he comes often in the future, it's no big deal. Whether I eat alone or with someone, it's just adding a few more bowls. It's getting late, so Fu Shiwan plans to prepare a nice meal. Since he helped so much today, and it's also a housewarming celebration, it's right to celebrate properly. While she's busy cooking, Shinzurue asks someone to bring 2 jars of good wine from next door. With good food, good wine is a must. The weather is slightly cool now. They don't go back inside to eat. Instead, there's a small pavilion in the yard. The servants serve the dishes inside, and 2 pots of fine wine are placed there. Shunzurue and Fu Shiwan sit in the pavilion, enjoying the moonlight and eating together, an unprecedented moment of peace. Because Fu Shiwan's biggest worry has been eased, her career and finances are settled. Her life is finally on the right track. She is very grateful to Shinzurue for his help. The dishes on the table are all his favorites, and she even added a few new ones. She pours wine for Shinzurue and herself, then raises her glass to toast him. I toast you. Thank you for everything you've done for me, helping me with everything, buying the yard, arranging everything, always thinking of me. This meal is a housewarming feast, just the 2 of us. In the future, if you want to come and eat, you're welcome. I won't charge you. Consider it my way of returning your help these days. Maybe I'll need your help with other things later. Anyway, if you want to come for a meal, just say so. Sharing double bowls and chopsticks isn't a big deal. What would you like to eat? I can make it for you. If you don't want to come, I can also have someone bring the food to you. Are you satisfied now? I'll drink to that first. Fu Shiwan is truly grateful to Shinzurue. Having a friend like him is a blessing, and she hasn't been mistaken about him. Although he initially deceived her, Fu Shiwan can now forgive him because he's been so good to her, so kind that this deception doesn't seem like a big deal anymore. After drinking a glass of wine, Fu Shiwan started coughing heavily. She didn't expect the alcohol to be so strong and intense. She had planned to be bold and brave, but she didn't realize her alcohol tolerance was so poor. She drank 1 glass and started coughing, her face turning red from the irritation. Shinzurue quickly stepped forward to comfort her. Just thank me. Why are you drinking so aggressively? This wine is a special collection I have. It's very strong. You should savor it slowly to enjoy its rich flavor. If you drink it so fast and hard, you're wasting my wine. It's also not good for you. You'll probably get drunk soon, and there's no need to show off.
Fu Shiwan finally recovered.
Although she found the taste very spicy and didn't like it, she started to feel a bit tipsy after calming down. She first ate some food to fill her stomach, then poured herself more wine and sipped it gently, enjoying each small sip. They started eating seriously. Seeing her drink wine, Shinzurue also couldn't just sit still. He began drinking too. Whenever his glass was empty, Fu Shiwan would refill it for him. They talked and laughed happily like never before. Fu Shiwan was genuinely happy. She had never felt this relaxed and free before. The evening breeze blew gently, and the warm wine made her stomach feel cozy. Her body was warm, and the cool wind on her face felt very comfortable. She liked this home more and more. She liked Shinzurue more, and she liked everything about the present. Finally, she no longer felt as gloomy and frustrated as she had in the past, feeling like her days were endless and hopeless. She had been trying hard to climb upward, but kept slipping back down, never reaching the end. Today, she was truly happy. The 2 jars of wine Shinzurue brought were almost finished. Fu Shiwan drank quite a lot. She was even tipsy and too tired to know what she was saying or doing, but she kept eating food and drinking wine nonstop. They finished the food, and she didn't drink much more wine. Shinzurue had a good tolerance and remained sober. But seeing Fu Shiwan so dizzy, her face flushed and her eyes no longer clear but cloudy, he didn't let Shur and you help her up. Instead, he quietly moved his stool closer to her and used his body as support, gently leaning against her to prevent her from falling. Seeing her leaning on him, Fu Shiwan, in a dazed state, reached out and loosely wrapped her arm around Shinzurue's neck, completely forgetting what era they were in. She leaned her head close to him, pressing against him. I tell you, you're really loyal and righteous. I've never met a friend as loyal as you. I really like you. I knew I wasn't mistaken about you. Fu Shiwan smelled of alcohol, but Shinzurue didn't dislike it or push her away. He didn't expect her behavior, but he enjoyed it. She even said she liked him. She was probably really drunk, which made her act this way. Shinzurue actually liked her drunken look. It seemed she was quite intoxicated. He decided to tease her a little. What did you say? You like me? Just as a friend? Both of them had a few drinks. Maybe the alcohol made Fu Shiwan braver, and Shinzurue wanted to have some fun too. Even though he wasn't drunk, he wished he was. After hearing his words, Fu Shiwan slightly lifted her head and looked at him. They were only about 2 or 3 fingerwidths apart. Shi Yu and Shi Yi had already asked the servants to leave and retreated to their rooms. They were Shinzurue's people, so they understood his feelings and had sent everyone away early. Now, although they were in a pavilion, no one was watching them. Shi Yi and Shi Yu went back to their rooms. Shinzurue no longer worried and let Fu Shiwan be playful. Fu Shiwan leaned in close, her cheeks slightly tipsy, her breath carrying a faint scent of alcohol. In the past, Shinzurue would dislike such behavior, being too close or the smell of alcohol. But because it was Fu Shiwan, he didn't mind. The alcohol mixed with her subtle fragrance, which was very nice and deeply comforting. He looked at her silently. Fu Shiwan also stared at him for a moment before speaking. I do like you. Very much. A handsome man like you being so kind and caring to me. It's much better than Gu Changfeng. He only hits me, scolds me, and blames me. He's an incapable man. Unlike you, who always encourages me, helped me by this big courtyard, and takes care of everything so well. I already liked you because you're handsome, but now that I see you're so thoughtful and caring, I like you even more. She kept praising him like a rainbow-colored speech. Shinzurue's face naturally turned red, even if he wasn't drunk. No one had ever said such things to him before. It wasn't just I like you, but these small details that truly touched her. It showed that his efforts hadn't been in vain. Everything he did was noticed and remembered by her. He was very happy, holding Fu Shiwan's face. Her small face was soft and warm, and once he held her, he didn't want to let go. Fu Shiwan's face was squeezed out of shape by him, but she wasn't angry. Are you really that fond of me? Do you like anyone else? No, there's no other man worth liking. I hate men the most. They are all bad, only interested in using women as tools to make money and oppress them. I dislike them. I hope I never have to marry again. I married once, and that experience is unforgettable. Although I married him, we never shared a wedding night. I am still a maiden, but in others' eyes, I am already Gu Changfeng's woman. Since she couldn't marry anyone else, she decided to live alone. She had a home, money, and a decent business to support herself. She no longer needed to rely on men. Let others talk as they wish. Fu Shiwan struggled free from his hand and said boldly. Shinzurue's eyes flickered when he heard her. So, she hadn't shared a wedding night with Gu Changfeng. They had been together for over 3 years, but they never consummated their marriage. Honestly, whether she had or not didn't matter to him, but he was happy if she hadn't. Yet she also said she hated men because Gu Changfeng had made her fear marriage and dislike it. Shinzurue wasn't sure if he could win her heart. Even if she said she liked him and considered him a very important friend, marriage had already made her afraid. If she didn't want to take that step, he wouldn't force her. Since you say you don't want to marry, what if I am the one? If I were the one you married, would you be with me? Would you be willing to be my wife? He suddenly spoke seriously, carefully watching her expression change. But Fu Shiwan was drunk. If she were sober, she would answer very cautiously. But she was drunk and blurted out without thinking. Of course I want to. You're like a diamond bachelor, tall, rich, handsome, and from a good family. How could I not like you? With all these labels combined, marrying someone like me would be a huge leap, even bigger than a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. I definitely want that. But I know how people would gossip behind my back, what they would say about me. I already hear enough of that about marrying Gu Changfeng. If I married you, I'd have to listen to more, and that would give me a headache. Her words subtly implied that she couldn't reach Shen Jirue. Shen Jirue sighed in relief, feeling reassured when he heard she was willing. As long as she didn't refuse to marry, everything was fine. He knew he would naturally help her handle all these matters in the future, as long as she wanted to marry him. The rest could be left to him. Fu Shiwan was a bit drunk, swaying from side to side. The alcohol was hitting her harder. Her drinking was still decent. She didn't cause a scene, just felt tired and sleepy, and couldn't control her body well. After drinking such a large jar of wine, she still managed to speak clearly. Seeing her leaning to one side and unable to sit up on her own, Shen Jirue gently supported her by leaning her onto himself. He wrapped his arms around her shoulders. Her shoulders were thin, small, and narrow, but his arms still held her comfortably. Fu Shiwan was very obedient, curling up like a kitten in Shen Jirue's arms. Because the evening breeze was cool and she was warm from drinking, her pores were open, and the breeze made her feel a bit cold. Holding her felt very comfortable and warm for Shen Jirue. She instinctively snuggled closer into his embrace. This made Shen Jirue feel restless. He wanted to get closer to Fu Shiwan, but she was drunk. That would be taking advantage of her. If she woke up tomorrow feeling willing, it might be consensual, but such behavior would be too unrefined and improper. He wanted her to be willing when she was sober, not to take advantage of her drunkenness. He held her for a while, enjoying their quiet moment together. When Fu Shiwan was about to fall asleep, he gently carried her to the room. The courtyard was decorated by him himself, so he knew every detail and corner well. He carried Fu Shiwan in his arms and placed her on the bed. Shirue and Shir also came out to tidy up outside. They didn't think there was anything wrong with that because they were Shen Jirue's people. Whatever Shen Jirue did, they understood and supported him. They wouldn't ask too many questions about their master. Since the man was unmarried and the woman was not married, it was natural and proper, so there was nothing inappropriate. Seeing this, they just pretended not to see and instructed others to tidy up outside the courtyard. Shen Jirue carried Fu Shiwan into the room. After looking at her for a while, she lay down and fumbled to find the blanket to cover herself. Her sleeping posture was very strange, disorderly and unladylike, completely unlike the image of a noble daughter. But Shen Jirue liked her carefree and unrestrained appearance very much. He simply loved her free spirit. There was no banner to frame her, so she felt very free because she longed for freedom. She liked the strong spirit she saw in Fu Shiwan. Women from big, old houses have been bound by rules since childhood. When they grow up, they no longer seek freedom. They are trapped by traditional ideas. They have no independent thoughts and believe they should follow certain ways and do things step by step. Shen Jirue thinks these women are just different in appearance and family background, but basically the same inside. He doesn't like the women the emperor and empress try to find for him. He doesn't like any of them and insists on wanting freedom and independence. He was glad to meet a woman like Fu Shiwan at Lushui village. He initially thought she was just a rebellious widow abandoned by her husband, who came to the village to seek his favor. But he didn't expect her to be so strong-willed, unique, independent, and to have her own ideas. She also suits his taste very well. In his heart, he just wanted to break free from his parents' arrangements and make his own choices in life. He hasn't fully understood many truths yet, but when Fu Shiwan speaks, it makes him suddenly realize and agree with her. He looked at her small figure and wondered how people in the court would talk if they found out she had already left her marriage. Even though she left her husband, some people would still mock her. Shen Jirue thought about finding a way to spread this news without damaging Fu Shiwan's reputation. Ideally, he wanted Gu Changfeng to be disgraced. Besides, he doesn't deserve to hold an official position now. Although he has some military achievements and strategies, he shouldn't continue to grow stronger, or he will become more arrogant. It was already late at night. He didn't feel comfortable staying in Fu Shiwan's room. After watching her for a moment, He turned and left for his own house next door. The next morning, Fu Shiwan woke up from her hangover. Instead of feeling sore and painful all over, she felt surprisingly comfortable, like she had slept well and truly rested. It was because the good wine Shinzurue brought was not too strong and didn't damage her health. After a hangover, she usually had headaches and felt uncomfortable all over. But besides feeling tired and sleepy, she had no other feelings and slept very soundly. When she left the courtyard, she found Shiryu already waiting at the door, ready to help her wash up. While enjoying their help, Fu Shiwan asked what exactly happened last night. Regarding what happened after dinner yesterday, she doesn't remember clearly. She didn't expect that drinking alcohol would really cause her to forget things. She had only heard others mention it before. She hasn't tried it herself, but yesterday, feeling excited and free, she wanted to be herself and let go completely, so she kept drinking. The feeling after getting drunk was wonderful and enjoyable, but she can't remember anything. She doesn't know how Shinzurue left or how she returned to her room. Last night. When did I get back to my room? I can't remember how much I drank. Did I walk back alone, or did you help me back? Fu Shiwan thought it could only be these possibilities. However, she was so drunk that she probably couldn't have walked back alone. She looked at her room, which was very tidy. If she had returned alone, she would likely have crawled or stumbled, but since the room was so neat, it was probably Shiryu and Shirya who helped her back. While helping her wash up and get ready, they told her the truth. His Highness carried the girl back to her room. She was so drunk she couldn't walk, so we went to bed early. Seeing how badly she was affected, His Highness carried her back, but didn't do anything else. After sending her to her room, he left.
What?
Shinzurue carried her back. Fu Shiwan felt nothing at all. She had forgotten everything completely, no memory at all.
How could this be?
She patted her head and thought, I can't believe I forgot such an important thing. How did he carry me? Was it a princess carry? Thinking of that scene made her heart race and her face flush, but she couldn't remember it. She had never forgotten something so important before. She was a pure-hearted college girl. She had always dreamed of romantic stories like those in novels, wishing such things would happen to her, but now she had forgotten everything completely. Alcohol. But then she thought again, Shinzurue was quite a gentleman. He only helped her back to her room and didn't do anything else. He didn't take advantage or do anything inappropriate. He was a true gentleman. But she couldn't remember any of it. She was so upset. She closed her eyes in despair, feeling angry at her own brain for failing her at such a critical moment. Shiryu and Shirya probably guessed her thoughts and kindly comforted her. Girl, do you not remember? It's okay. The prince has a good memory and probably remembers everything clearly. If the young lady forgets, she can ask the prince for details. We didn't see anything in the room at the time, but the prince should know what was said and done after she got drunk. Last night, the prince only brought her back to her room. It seems they talked a lot. If she forgot, she can ask him. The prince always remembers well and drinks a lot. It's better not to comfort her at all. Who cares if he has a good memory or drinks a lot? Why is it that she drinks so much and Shinzurue drinks so much, but she forgets everything while he remembers everything clearly? She would rather Shinzurue forget her completely. If only he remembers her but she forgets him, it would be too awkward. How can she face him? She doesn't have the courage to ask him what happened last night or what they talked about.
They talked a lot.
She worries she might say something honest after drinking, since people say alcohol makes people speak the truth. She's afraid Shinzurue might deliberately tease her or ask uncomfortable questions. She has feelings for Shinzurue, but if she answers honestly, she might say something inappropriate. She also can't remember everything clearly and feels shy to ask. If she asks and ends up revealing something, how can she face him directly? How can she look at him? But if she doesn't ask, she's still curious inside. Fu Shiwan is caught in endless inner struggle. She'd rather sleep again. She hasn't wanted to face Shinzurue these past few days. After doing her makeup, Fu Shiwan plans to go to Drunken Fragrance Tower first. She's rested and needs to quickly take over the business to bring it back to its former success. But as soon as she steps out, she encounters Shun Zirue. Living nearby isn't always good. She wanted to leave quietly. Maybe Shin Zirue isn't awake yet, or he wouldn't expect her to leave so early. She wanted to avoid him for a few days, but he was waiting at the door.
Seeing Shen Zetarui, Fushiwa não guarda smiles.
She wants to greet him and then get into her carriage, but Shin Zirue warmly invites her. Are you going to Drunken Fragrance Tower? I'm going there too. Since we're heading the same way, why not go together? I also have something to discuss with you. Fu Shiwan takes a step back. Does he have something to say? What's so urgent that it needs to be said now? She also has her own carriage, so why must she sit with him? It might look bad if others see her. She was frantically thinking in her mind, but her legs automatically moved to sit in Shun Jirue's carriage. She hated how her body was so disobedient, and also hated why she listened so well to Shun Jirue's words. Wasn't she rebellious? Didn't she dislike being told what to do and following others' commands? Why did Shin Jirue's words work so well on her, making her do whatever he said? Why was she so obedient in front of Shin Jirue? Fu Shiwan felt like she was about to have a split personality. One was her clear-headed self, and the other was her love-struck self. She wanted both, but she opposed both. But since she was already in a carriage, she tried to sit a little farther from Shin Jirue. Shin Jirue could tell easily. This carriage is too big and feels empty. Later, I'll have someone change it for a smaller one. Fu Shiwan didn't understand what he meant but had to reply. There were only the two of them in the carriage, so he couldn't be talking to himself. I think it's fine. A bigger space can hold more things, and sitting in it isn't so cramped or uncomfortable. Why change? Yes, I will change it. Otherwise, you wouldn't sit so far from me. If I get a smaller carriage, even if you want to sit far away, there won't be space. Am I a monster who eats people? Do you want to sit so far from me? Will I eat you or bully you? So that was his meaning. Fu Shiwan awkwardly glanced at him, then quickly looked away to hide her nervousness. She moved a little closer, but not too close. Shun Jirue saw her act like she wasn't moving and directly pulled her to his side. He could clearly sense that Fu Shiwan was deliberately avoiding him this morning. If he hadn't been waiting at the door early, she might have slipped away quietly and refused to sit in the same carriage with him or sit so close. Yesterday, she said she liked him. Why today was she so afraid of him? Maybe she didn't even know what happened last night. Shun Jirue curiously asked her. Do you remember what happened last night? Have you already forgotten everything? Fu Shiwan thought he was mocking her, so she deliberately lied to him. No, I haven't forgotten. How could I? I have a good alcohol tolerance. Even if I feel dizzy, I remember everything clearly. Last night, wasn't it you who sent me back to my room? Nothing special. I remember everything. She didn't say she wanted a hug because she felt shy to speak up, but she was worried that Shun Jirue might think she was being stubborn, so she simply told him what she knew. Shin Jirue looked at her with a meaningful smile, one that seemed to hide mischief. He didn't believe that Fu Shiwan remembered everything. If she truly did, she wouldn't act like this. Perhaps she had heard something from Shi Yi and Shi Tsung, so she was deliberately acting this way to pretend she hadn't forgotten. In reality, her little mind had already forgotten the important things completely. Since she claimed to remember, Shun Jirue decided to tease her. Really? Then how did I send you back? Do you remember? Fu Shiwan looked at him with disbelief, wondering if he was asking so clearly on purpose, just to tease her. Seeing his mischievous smile, she hesitated but then thought, it was just a hug to send her back. What's there to hide? I was so drunk I couldn't walk, my body swayed that much. You couldn't just leave me alone to go back by myself. I definitely couldn't walk back, I might have even found it hard to stand. So, you carried me back. That's only natural. I'm not married yet and no one else saw it. So what's wrong with that? But why was Fu Shiwan so afraid to look at him? Shun Jirue intentionally leaned forward, and Fu Shiwan instinctively leaned back, avoiding eye contact, feeling shy and embarrassed. He probably forgot about teasing her altogether. Maybe he truly didn't remember. If he didn't remember, it was fine. At least he understood her feelings. If he kept asking, she might really get anxious. Since that was the case, Shun Jirue shifted to serious talk. He had something important to discuss with Fu Shiwan.
Let's not talk about that for now.
Let's get to the main matter. You and Gu Chongfeng divorced yesterday. This was an imperial decree personally issued by the emperor, already finalized. I've also informed the officials in the government. Not many officials in the capital know about this yet, so everything is still calm. But once it spreads, your reputation might suffer. To prevent Gu Chongfeng from spreading rumors behind your back, we need to prepare in advance. When the first snow falls, my mother will hold a palace banquet. It's a tradition to invite all the women into the palace for a small gathering. I will ask my mother to invite you too, claiming it's to help make some desserts. Then, we can find an excuse to spread the news about your divorce. I will also keep an eye on Gu Chongfeng to make sure he doesn't spread any harmful rumors about you. You should focus on managing the business of Drunken Fragrance Tower, ideally suppressing the Gu family so they can't lift their heads. Because you are suppressing the Gu family, I trust you to handle the affairs here. Just investigate carefully, and if anyone spreads rumors or gossip, I will protect you. Shinzurue is still thinking about Fu Shiwan, helping her handle things, and Fu Shiwan is grateful to him.
She knows the Gu family well.
Gu Chongfeng really would do such things. He is a petty person, and if the Gu family's business is suppressed, Gu Chongfeng can't compete directly. He would resort to small tricks, spreading rumors to defeat and weaken her. He will definitely spread false rumors that are not good for her. Fu Shiwan is prepared for this, but since Shunzurue has already arranged everything for her, she just needs to follow his plan. After one night, she is no longer the helpless Fu Shiwan who was bullied before. Alright, since you say that, I will focus on improving the business of Drunken Fragrance Tower. Although I've already given Gu's restaurant some ideas, I have others too. Don't worry, handing over the restaurant to me is the right choice, not the wrong one. You will only be happy, not disappointed. Just wait to see the profits. Shunzurue nodded. He trusted Fu Shiwan's ability. They went to Drunken Fragrance Tower. When the staff saw their owner appear rarely, they pretended he was a guest and let him inside. Only after reaching the back did they finally call Shunzurue Master. Master, why are you here? You haven't come for a long time. Do you have any instructions today? The manager hurried over and, seeing Shunzurue, flattered him. Shunzurue was used to this. He hadn't come for a long time. Since the restaurant opened, he hadn't managed it much. As long as it didn't lose money, that was enough. But unexpectedly, the restaurant kept growing bigger and stronger. The manager played a big part in this. He had given him a lot of money, so now he was considered an old friend. Shunzurue trusted him naturally. This is Miss Fu. From now on, she will manage this restaurant for me. If you have any questions, just ask her. Treat her the same as you treat me. Her words are the same as mine. Whatever she says, just follow it. That's all. Although Fu Shiwan used to manage Drunken Fragrance Tower, she only acted as an intermediary and never revealed her true face. But now she is already separated from her previous status, so there are no longer any restrictions. Shunzurue directly brought her in front of the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper saw that she was just a young girl, and since he was in his 30s or 40s, he naturally looked down on such a tender girl. He noticed that the girl was quite pretty and thought she might be a charming woman trying to attract the master, so he wanted to take control and show off himself. Mainly, he just wanted to earn some money. He thought Fu Shiwan was just a pretty figure, but since the master was here, he couldn't say it directly. Instead, he asked subtly, "Is that so?" But this restaurant has always been managed by servants. Now that Miss Fu is here, do we all have to listen to her? What is Miss Fu's official position? Or is the shopkeeper giving her authority? He didn't understand. If he, as the shopkeeper, had to listen to Fu Shiwan, then she must be the real boss. That would mean he should step back. He had been working hard at the restaurant for many years, and if he was pushed aside now, it would feel like they were turning their back on him. But since the other person was a prince, he dared not say anything, only asking indirectly. Shunzurue didn't have this intention. No, the shopkeeper is still you. You remain the official manager of this restaurant. But I invited Miss Fu to make business decisions, ways to improve our sales, how to update our menu. She doesn't need to be involved in day-to-day management. In short, you must respect her and not offend her. But the restaurant still belongs to you. You've managed it for many years. If you suddenly change the manager, some customers might be unhappy or lose trust, thinking something has changed at the restaurant. Of course, the shopkeeper will still be you. Miss Fu is only responsible for behind-the-scenes work. She usually doesn't appear in public much. As for money matters, you don't need to give her any. I will give her a separate allowance. She can come whenever she wants and leave whenever she wants. She's considered a free person. You don't need to restrict her. She's not an employee, but a guest I invited. Shin Zuerui's words showed full respect and courtesy to Fu Shuwan, making everyone see her as someone important. But the more he said this, the more the shopkeeper felt that the relationship between the two was not simple. After all, the prince was young and handsome, and the woman was quite beautiful. It was likely she used some tricks, perhaps acting charming or flattering him, to persuade the prince to let her take part in managing the restaurant. To earn some money, this money doesn't need to be personally given to her. It is provided separately by the prince. This makes their relationship more discreet. The shopkeeper is in his 30s and naturally thinks about improper relationships, but he can't openly discuss this in front of his master, so he can only secretly speculate. Fu Shiwan notices that the shopkeeper seems very clever, not like a simple, honest person. However, being honest alone isn't enough in business. One must also be clever. To prevent a situation like in the palace from happening again, she takes the initiative to greet him politely. Don't worry, I know you're the shopkeeper, so I won't try to take your spotlight. I only want to give some suggestions in the kitchen. We can discuss and work together. After all, you've managed this restaurant for many years, and turning it from an unknown place into what it is now shows you have strength. I wouldn't dare make decisions without consulting you. She tries to appear humble, lowering her stance, and the shopkeeper smiles and nods at her. It's okay, miss. You're too polite. It's natural. The fact that His Highness values you so much shows you have talent. Let's work together to make Zue Xianglu even better. Fu Shiwan also smiles and agrees. Shun Zerui has other matters to attend to. He only came along to help Fu Shiwan handle some things and then leaves. After Shun Zerui leaves, the shopkeeper doesn't dare offend Fu Shiwan easily. If their relationship is as he suspects, if he deliberately offends her, she might influence his position when she returns home. He isn't as naive as the palace chefs who can't read people. Although he has some opinions about Fu Shiwan, he dares not show them openly. After all, she has powerful backing behind her. How could he risk offending her easily? No matter what happens in the future, for now, she is favored, and he must not offend this important person. Instead, he shows sincerity. Miss Fu, our restaurant was doing well a few days ago, but recently, the Gu family's restaurant introduced set meals and a few new dishes, which have taken away half of our customers. Our business at Zue Xianglu isn't as good as before. It's even gotten to the point where we have empty tables. Before, Zue Xianglu was always full, with people waiting in line for reservations. Now, the Gu family's restaurant is doing the same, clearly trying to compete with us. The new dishes we launched recently aren't attracting customers anymore. Miss Fu, do you have any good ideas? Perhaps you can suggest ways to bring customers back. He first lowered his head and humbly asked for advice, but in fact, he was also passing the problem to her. He handed this hot potato over to Fu Shiwan to handle to see if she had a better idea. On the way here, Fu Shiwan had already thought of a plan. She shared her idea with the shopkeeper, saying, I know our dishes have been on the menu for a while, so it's normal for people to get tired of them. The Gu family's restaurant is a bit slower to update, so they haven't tired of their new dishes yet. Plus, they offer single-person meals that are very affordable. Since they copied us, we should copy them too. Does our restaurant have a signature set of dishes? She had previously taken over Zue Xianglu and knew about their menu. Zue Xianglu has a set of 36 dishes, all made by famous chefs, which are very difficult to prepare. They only sell 10 sets each month, and customers must reserve in advance and be regulars of the restaurant to order. Even with money, most people can't afford these 36 dishes, and Fu Sherwan knew this well. The shopkeeper, knowing she had done her homework, proudly told her, exactly. Our restaurant's 36 dishes are our treasure. We only sell 10 sets a month, and customers need to reserve in advance. They also need to have dined here over 100 times to be eligible to order. Because these dishes are made by top chefs, they test the skill of the cooks and are very rare, so they are quite expensive.
Fu Shiwan nodded. Good.
Starting now, let's select some of the most popular dishes from the 36 and pair them with some affordable, ordinary dishes to create set meals. We'll mainly offer 2-person, 4 to 5-person, and 6 to 9-person sets. I will decide the prices later, but just take the original prices and give a 20% discount. She continued, if customers buy these sets, they can get a random drink, 1 per person for tasting. We can also run a membership promotion. She based her plan on how she used to buy meal sets in her previous life. Since the 36 dishes are too expensive for ordinary people to afford, she decided to include them in the set meals, using cheaper ingredients where possible. This is a business that makes a profit without losing money. Of course, she wouldn't run a loss-making business. She understood that making a small profit from many sales was better. Since ordinary people cannot afford the 36 styles, they have always been high above others, well-known but never experienced. Fu Sherwan decided to make them more accessible. She added some less popular, everyday dishes to the menu and paired them with the special styles for promotion. This way, good dishes attract customers, and less appealing ones are also sold. She printed the menu and hung it at the door. When people see the prices and the marketing tricks, they can't help but come in. There's no need to order separately, which helps those who have trouble choosing. Plus, there are free gifts and people love to get small freebies. How can they resist? Moreover, at such low prices, customers can enjoy a satisfying meal at Zue Xianglu without hurting their wallets. It's a good marketing strategy. However, the term member she mentioned was a bit hard for the shopkeeper to understand. He was initially skeptical about Fu Sherwan's ideas but thought it might be a good plan. Some dishes in Zue Xianglu are hard to sell and not popular. Even if the profit is small, it sounds very appealing. It's similar to a set meal, but instead of a single person's meal with small portions, this approach is different but similar in effect. For gatherings, he's willing to choose this method. Some people don't want to dine at a restaurant because of uncertain prices. Those with fragile pride see the menu, realize they can't afford it, and are too shy to come in. They prefer eating at home. Some people are bold and come in but leave when they see the prices are high. That's okay. It's just that those with fragile pride might be discouraged after one visit. Especially at a well-known restaurant like Zue Xianglu, newcomers might think the prices are very high. The menu is inside and shy people don't dare ask about prices, fearing they can't afford it. So, Fu Sherwan decided to introduce such a set meal, with the fixed dishes and prices written at the door, attracting more customers. Then what does this membership mean? The shopkeeper asked again. Membership means you can recharge at the shop. Once recharged, you become a member. We will record the names and report to the authorities. For example, recharging 100 taels of silver gives you 10 taels free, and recharging 1,000 taels gives you 100 taels free. As long as customers spend money at our shop, they can deduct silver from their accounts. Charging 10 taels of silver can also earn them 1 tael free, but we can discuss this later. I just wanted to suggest this idea for now. If customers order food regularly, they can also get discounts, like rounding down the bill to encourage spending. We want common people to deposit silver at our restaurant first. Members won't need to queue and can enjoy their meals early. If there are private rooms, they will be given priority to use them. The shopkeeper was almost convinced when he heard Fu Sherwan's ideas. He had never thought about it before. It sounded like losing money, but he felt it was worth it once the silver was spent. He knew that when Zue Xianglu was busy, queues could be a big problem. Some people queued from noon until night just to eat a bite, going hungry for no reason. Now, if customers could deposit silver to avoid queuing, it would be a good idea. Most diners at Zue Xianglu are rich or noble, so a little silver isn't a big deal for them. It's not just about paying silver in advance to queue, but also that paying can be deducted later, and they get priority to enjoy the food. It's like getting this treatment without much cost, which is fantastic. Just from these two ideas Fu Shiwan suggested, the shopkeeper felt she was more than just a pretty face or a vase. She actually had some skill. She only mentioned her ideas briefly because she didn't know much about Zue Xianglu. The shopkeeper knew more, and after listening to her, he started to respect her. He no longer saw her as just an ordinary woman wanting to make money to buy clothes or hairpins. He realized she had real business sense. He took her to his own seat, and they discussed slowly. They drew circles and notes on paper, looked at the menu, and debated. In the end, after their discussion, they came up with 3 meal sets, one for 2 people, one for 3 to 5 people, and one for 6 to 9 people. These sets combined popular dishes, with some less common but tasty options. They would make a profit, though not a lot. But if they clearly listed the prices outside, it would attract many customers. Fu Shiwan thought that if she were a customer, she would choose one of these sets, because she would find it very worth it. Running a business like this means you can't just think like a merchant. You also have to consider what customers would choose. Fu Shiwan listed 2 sets of twin meals, 2 options for 3 to 5 people, and 2 or 3 choices for larger groups, to avoid making anyone hesitant. Having more options, usually one rich and hearty and one light and simple, shows she considers all types of customers. The meal sets include main dishes, snacks, soups, and a good mix of meat and vegetables, making them very well balanced. After working out these meal sets with the shopkeeper, she took the order and, while the lunchtime business was not too busy, asked some staff members for their opinions. They all thought it was a good deal and liked the choices. She also asked some chefs for their thoughts, and they agreed it was a good plan, showing she cares for all kinds of customers. Since she and the shopkeeper are from the upper middle class, she wonders if ordinary people would choose the same. Her goal is not only to make Zue Xianglu the top restaurant in Beijing, but also to serve everyday people, many of whom are still struggling with basic needs. Most of the population is just trying to get by, so she needs to understand their feelings and tastes. People also like to get a little extra for less money, no matter how wealthy they are. Seeing the popular meal plans, Fu Shiwan asked someone good at calligraphy to rewrite them neatly, and she also had the chefs prepare these dishes. She found a talented artist to draw pictures of the dishes under the menus, then made 2 or 3 copies and posted them at the entrance. The next morning, these notices were displayed outside. She also instructed the shopkeeper to write the special membership discounts at the top of the menu and train the staff to memorize them so they could explain to customers. There was also a sign at the counter. Today, many people came to pay and deposit money, so Fu Shiwan asked staff to keep track and prepare for the busy day. Since there is no Alipay or WeChat Pay here and no real name system, many people share common names, so they have to register with the government. She must be careful to avoid any loopholes. By the end of the day, the total money collected was as much as last year's total, mainly because people deposited their money here. Although they can eat and drink for free later, the money stored here helps support the restaurant. If something unexpected happens, they can use this money first to keep the restaurant running. The restaurant can operate normally without any major problems or closures. Fu Shiwan's idea opened the shopkeeper's eyes. He had never thought of it this way before. Today, he not only hosted many noble guests, but also many common people came to recharge their accounts. Although the amount recharged was not very large, offering discounts like 10 taels of silver for 1 tael encouraged people to use their available cash to recharge, preparing for future needs. She also understood people's psychology and set a rule. Only during these few days could they receive silver bonuses for recharging. Afterward, recharges would be based on the amount paid, with no extra silver given. Once this news spread, many people who hadn't recharged yet hurriedly used their available silver to recharge as much as they could. Everyone became members. The shopkeeper was so happy he couldn't stop smiling. When he handed all the earnings to Fu Shiwan, he kept praising her cleverness. "Miss, look at this. Our income these days is so high, it's comparable to what we earned in previous years." Now, almost everyone in the capital is a member of our Drunken Fragrance Tower. When they recharge here, they'll naturally prefer to come here for meals in the future. They feel like they're getting a good deal now, so they don't need to pay cash when they dine later. It makes them feel even happier. Plus, since they paid in advance, they won't consider other restaurants. They'll only come to our restaurant. They think, why pay when eating here is free, but elsewhere costs money? Being a respected member is such a smart move. I've been a shopkeeper for many years, but I've never thought of running the business this way. Since you came, you've already earned so much silver. I believe the position of shopkeeper should be yours. I don't dare to take that role myself. I feel unworthy. He was now deeply impressed by Fu Shiwan because her actions truly surprised him. She brought in such a large income, and he gradually understood the common people's mindset. Since the silver is stored here, why not come and eat? Plus, the big discounts make it very cost-effective. The meal packages have been very popular these days, with many people coming to dine. The silver they deposit can be used as a discount for future purchases, and family members can also use it by providing their names for verification. This way, they don't need to carry much silver on themselves, and the money stored in the account can be used as a credit for future meals, truly convenient for the people. This idea was shared, and many restaurants didn't have time to react or realize it, even mocking the Drunk Fragrance building as foolish. However, the manager is a clever person. After careful calculation, not only did he not suffer a loss, but he also made a good profit, even earning enough to cover the business for the next 1 or 2 years. How could this be bad? Some people might forget about their savings later, or eat less and not use up all their money every meal. The money stored won't be returned, so it all belongs to the Drunk Fragrance building. He truly admires Fu Shiwan. At such a young age, she came up with such a good idea, much better than the Gu family restaurant. He was worried about how to turn the business around and thought he needed to develop new dishes. But unexpectedly, changing the original business strategy to a new approach brought in so much money. This manager really wasted his time before. He used to look down on Fu Shiwan, thinking she was just a young woman who didn't understand business and just wanted some pocket money. But he didn't expect she had real skill. The prince's choice was definitely correct. Fu Shiwan felt a bit shy about the praise. It wasn't entirely her idea. She simply copied a business strategy from the future. She took advantage of the era's opportunities and had a bit more insight than others. If she had to come up with it herself, she probably couldn't. She didn't have that much talent. Since she was praised, she modestly said, "It's nothing. I just had some new ideas. I didn't expect the prince to rely on me so much. If I can help you earn silver and benefit you, it all depends on your trust in me. I didn't expect the manager to trust me so much, value me, and give me respect and dignity. Naturally, I want to help the Drunk Fragrance building earn more silver, so everyone can share more. With so much profit, the prince won't treat us badly. The silver for this month will be good. Everyone will get their share, and I thank everyone for their kindness and care. We've been earning quite a lot recently, but in the future, we need to think of more ways." The main point is that although the common people have stored money in our restaurant, they plan to keep some savings here for meals. They will continue to come here because they think they can save money and eat well. So, our regular customers won't leave. But we must also ensure our dishes are top quality and strictly control everything. Maintaining the previous level is important, or else we will lose people's trust. Once this batch of sales is finished, the common people won't be able to add silver coins anymore. So, we must be careful and pay close attention to the dishes and the chefs. We cannot afford to slack off because of this. Fu Shiwan thought about how, when the restaurant first opened, the flavors were very good and attracted many customers. But over time, the business declined because the initial passion faded and the chef's skills became less focused. She carefully reminded the shopkeeper, who naturally understood. "I agree with you," said the shopkeeper. "I've already talked to the prince about giving the chefs more silver in their monthly pay. Our chefs are hired at high salaries, and as business improves, they will work even harder. The level of their effort is closely related to their pay. The more we give, the more they will care. If the workload increases, but the pay stays the same, they probably won't put in their best effort. I've already discussed this with the prince. I think the same way as you do, that's perfect.
But I still want to ask you something.
Many people know that our restaurant has set this rule. A lot of them have come to add silver coins, and most of the city has become members of our restaurant. They will come to dine here in the future. Those who haven't added silver coins yet might come or might not. We can ignore these for now. But if many members come at the same time and the restaurant is full, they will have to queue. Since members are allowed to enter without waiting, what should we do if the line gets too long? We can't expand the restaurant after all. Although selling at a small profit is good, in the long run, our earnings might decrease. We are just earning the silver coins in advance. If people have to wait too long, it might discourage them from renewing their membership. What should we do about this? After hearing this, Fu Shiwan was not worried. Instead, she calmly explained, I've thought about this too. We divided members into 3 levels. Those who add 10 taels of silver get 1 tael back, those who add 1,000 taels are VIPs, and those who add 100 taels are regular members. The more they add, the higher their status. The VIPs will enjoy priority and private rooms, while the lower-level members will wait in the back, based on how much they contribute. We can organize the queue accordingly. To reduce complaints from guests waiting in line, we can prepare some small snacks and gifts to prevent them from feeling hungry. We can also provide small toys so they feel that the wait isn't too long and they aren't too hungry. Some people wait for a long time and get very hungry, and they also feel like the wait lasts forever. We could offer some entertainment, like chess or checkers, to help pass the time. Additionally, preparing affordable snacks can temporarily satisfy their hunger and make the wait seem shorter. Most importantly, we can avoid manual queuing by allowing guests to make reservations in advance. For example, a few days ahead, staff can check available times and help guests book a slot so they can come directly to eat without waiting around. They can do other things until their reserved time, avoiding standing in the sun and waiting in line. As the weather gets colder, standing in the cold wind is uncomfortable, so we can prepare some warm soup. I also recommend the idea of making reservations in advance, which would be very helpful. What do you think? Fu Shiwan shared her ideas, borrowing strategies from a popular hot pot restaurant. She wants to learn from the good practices and apply them to their restaurant. The shopkeeper listened and saw that her solution easily solved a big problem. She always thought that the issue was confusing. People had become members, but they still queued like everyone else. It was like they weren't members at all. They just kept their money in the restaurant, but over time, people might start to complain. Unexpectedly, Fu Shiwan was able to solve this problem effortlessly. It seemed that no matter what issue came up, she could handle it easily. Watching her solve problems so calmly and happily after thinking about them for days was truly impressive. The shopkeeper no longer looked down on Fu Shiwan. Instead, she saw her as someone just as smart and respected as Shinzu Erue. Although she was young, her skills and knowledge were impressive, and she deserved respect. Miss Fu is really amazing. Problems like this are no trouble for her. She handles them easily. I truly admire her. I've been a shopkeeper for decades, but I realize I don't understand things as well as she does. I feel ashamed. I've only met one person like her, the prince. The prince is very clever and strategic in managing these matters. This is how Zue Xianglu has become famous today. With the addition of the young lady, the business is likely to improve even more. Other restaurants will probably close sooner or later, including the Gu family's restaurant. Recently, I heard they launched some prepayment meal packages, copying our ideas every time, just imitating us. The shopkeeper said this with some annoyance because they did not copy the Gu family's restaurant. The Gu family's restaurant was shameless enough to copy them. Luckily, the common people had already paid money in advance to their place. Still, the Gu family's restaurant managed to get some advantages. Currently, the 2 most successful restaurants in the capital are these 2. Fu Shiwan knew she was also angry, but she was not worried. She knew that after the Gu family left her, no one could afford to run that restaurant. It's okay, don't be angry. Since they're just copying, they don't understand our internal logic and structure. They can only roughly imitate us. They might even lose money in the process. Let them copy for now and see how long they can keep it up. Our ideas are constantly changing. They can only copy us. But after this wave passes, to keep customers, I can introduce 1 or 2 new dishes. We can also update the menu to include new items, so people don't get bored. We can add some fresh seasonal dishes based on different times of the year. This will make the customers happy, and our restaurant business will keep growing. Let's develop this way for now. I will also update our strategies regularly. If you have urgent matters, just come to me. I am always here. Fu Shiwan had already brought Zue Xianglu to its peak, surpassing the Gu family's restaurant. She wanted to rest for a while. After the hype died down and the people cooled off, she planned to give them another boost, adding fuel to the fire. Burn brightly for a while, then when the fire is about to die out, add more wood and let it burn again. That's enough. The shopkeeper nodded repeatedly. Recently, Fu Shiwan had been busy at Zue Xianglu. She had money, but no time to spend it. Now, she had a substantial amount of silver, quite wealthy. Gu Changfeng was very generous to her. Since Zue Xianglu had earned so much, Gu Changfeng gave her a large share. Holding the silver in her hand, she planned to go shopping today. The weather was very good. Although she had moved houses, Gu Changfeng had bought many things for her. But she still wanted to add her own touches to her home. After all, it was her house, and she wanted to personally decorate it with clothes and jewelry. Girls naturally love beauty and makeup, but since she had already married Gu Changfeng and rarely left the house, she had no freedom. Who would see her dressed up? So she didn't bother with it. Later, she was busy running her business at Drunken Fragrance Pavilion, focusing on strategies and improvements. She was so busy that she would fall asleep as soon as she closed her eyes and wake up in the restaurant. She had little time to focus on herself. Now that she had money and free time, she wanted to shop properly. In her past life, she was just an ordinary girl from a humble family, unable to enjoy the luxury of buying whatever she wanted without caring about the price. After crossing over, the original owner was a rural woman who saved every penny to avoid burdening the Gu family, but still ended up with such a fate. She didn't want to live like that anymore. With money, her only wish today was to buy whatever she liked, not caring about the cost. Even if she spent all her money, it didn't matter as long as she was happy. She first went to a fabric shop, bought many fabrics to make bedding and curtains, and also bought many ready-made clothes for herself. As it got colder, she planned to buy a few new outfits. Then she went to a jewelry store and tried on many pieces. She found them all very beautiful. When she had no money, she didn't dare to look at such things, but now that she was wealthy, she realized how wonderful it was to enjoy such luxuries. Throughout history, the truth remains the same. Money can make miracles and overcome difficulties. Fu Shiwan enjoyed this kind of life. She bought many things, but she didn't need to carry them all herself because the shops could deliver directly to her home for free since she had bought enough items. She simply left her address and went on her way. Then she wandered to the street stalls out of curiosity. She had never experienced such enjoyment before, this lively market life. Since crossing over, not a single day had been so comfortable and joyful. She no longer cared about others' opinions or judgments, and she no longer felt inferior. Now she was completely confident. She bought a lot of things and continued shopping until evening, when she was ready to return to her residence. Just as it was getting dark, she didn't take a carriage, but decided to walk and enjoy the fresh air. Unexpectedly, she ran into Gu Changfeng, who had just finished his official duties. From afar, he saw her figure and thought she looked familiar. To his surprise, it was Fu Shiwan. They hadn't seen each other for over a month, and now she looked radiant and full of life. She is now more radiant and impressive than when she was at the Gu family. He doesn't know what she has been doing these days. He thought she wouldn't be able to go on, but unexpectedly, she is living so well and with dignity. Gu Changfeng signals the carriage to stop and steps out to stop Fu Shiwan. He leans out and calls to her, Fu Shiwan. She turns to look at the person on the carriage. Her good mood from earlier disappears almost entirely. How unlucky. After a day of shopping, She ends up stepping on a pile of dog at the end. She glances at Gu Changfeng briefly and then keeps walking forward. She doesn't see the point in stopping just because of him. She wants to hear what he has to say. She doesn't want much contact with Gu Changfeng. Her dismissive attitude makes him lose face. He gets out of the carriage and follows her. He reaches out and grabs her arm, saying, "Wait a moment.
I have something to talk to you about.
We are old acquaintances after all. There's no need to be so harsh just because we meet." Gu Changfeng is still as shameless as ever. Fu Shiwan notices that he looks much more worn out than before. She wonders what kind of days he has been having. Since she is no longer angry at him in the mansion, he should be doing quite well. Why does he look so miserable? But then she looks down and sees him pulling her sleeve. Although they haven't touched skin to skin, it still makes her uncomfortable. She gives him a meaningful look. Shuri steps forward and pulls Gu Changfeng's hand away. His strength surprises Gu Changfeng. He can tell that the two maids beside her are skilled in martial arts. They are well-dressed and attractive. What is she doing now? Gu Changfeng is very curious. How does she have two such decent maids? Have you remarried? He asks, unable to believe it. He doesn't know who Fu Shiwan could have married or how she could be living so well. Besides marriage, he can't think of anything else. With her status, how can she live such a good life, with two such fine maids? He only used a little force. He can tell that the martial arts skills of these two maids are probably better than his. How could she afford such maids? And how did she manage to get them? Her clothes and appearance are quite elegant. She left the Gu family just a month ago. How could she be living so well so quickly? He always thought that when he and Fu Shiwan met again, she would be desperate and begging him. He would only let her become a concubine in his house and have her take over the Gu family's restaurant. But he never expected that after leaving the Gu family, Fu Shiwan would be living so brightly. It was completely unexpected and beyond his imagination. Fu Shiwan rolled her eyes at him. Does she have to marry someone to live a good life? Do women only rely on men to be happy? Can't they depend on themselves? Must they rely on men? She disliked Gu Changfeng's way of thinking and didn't want to waste words with him. Of course not. I finally escaped from the Gu family's trap. How could I fall into another one? Not all men are bad, but not all are good either. I've been hurt once and fallen for a trick before. I won't let it happen again. Besides, as you said, with my background, who could I marry? Who would give me such good conditions? So, I have to rely on myself. I left the Gu family. I said I wouldn't regret it and that I would live very well. Does General Gu have anything else to say? No? Then I'll go back now. Where do you live? Gu Changfeng didn't want to give up and kept asking. But he dared not hold her hand again because he knew the two maids beside Fu Shiwan were skilled fighters. He couldn't handle them alone. So, he could only keep asking but dared not touch her again. Fu Shiwan didn't want to tell him at all. She wished she could cut all ties with everyone in the Gu family, no disturbances. She didn't expect Gu Changfeng to be so persistent. Her tone was not friendly. There's no need to tell General Gu. Since we've divorced, we're strangers. No matter what happened before, we're strangers now. It's better for us to go our separate ways. General Gu, please don't invade my privacy. I won't ask about your family either. Isn't that better? You should go back quickly. Your wives and concubines are probably waiting for you. Don't waste time here. It's not good to be seen by outsiders. I am innocent and pure. If people see us flirting on the street, it wouldn't look good. Please show some respect. Fu Shiwan didn't want to say another word to him, but she felt very good now. Seeing Gu Changfeng like this, and since they're no longer married, she could directly retort and didn't have to look at his face or listen to his words. It felt very satisfying. Gu Changfeng looked a bit lonely. He didn't expect Fu Shiwan to be living so well, with no regrets about her past life. He thought she would be homeless and broke after a month, struggling to survive. He was waiting every day for her to come back and ask him for help. Gu Family Restaurant's business is not as good as before. Recently, Zue Xianglu has come up with a new method. The common people are all going to Zue Xianglu to eat, so Gu Family's restaurant's income is dropping sharply. He spends his days worrying and can't sleep well. He's also thinking about when Fu Shiwan will come back to ask him to take her in. He believes that if Fu Shiwan returns, the business will improve, but he didn't expect her to be doing so well. It seems she will never come back to the Gu residence or ask him again. Gu Changfeng can only try to use emotional appeal. If she doesn't return, helping the restaurant find new ideas to revive it would also be good. Fu Shiwan once said, "Your words are worth 1,000 gold," and he believes she has the ability to do it. I didn't mean to disturb you. I just wanted to ask where you live and if you're doing well. It's been over a month since I saw you. It looks like you're doing fine. If you have any difficulties, you can come to me. I will try to give you whatever I can. Mother also misses you and often talks about you. Even though we are divorced, you used to live with her for 3 years. You should go back and visit her more. Gu Changfeng's words are not as harsh now. Since Fu Shiwan is no longer his wife, he no longer has the right to scold her directly like before. But Fu Shiwan finds his words quite funny. Since they are divorced, and she is not his mother, why should she go back often? A woman who is divorced still frequently visits her ex-husband's house. How would others see that? Fu Shiwan almost laughs at Gu Changfeng. You're joking, General. Since we are already divorced, it's a clean break. There's no need to stay in contact. If we do, people might gossip. Isn't that what you dislike most, being talked about? And this isn't proper. The old lady values etiquette and rules. How could she do such a thing? And I remember how you treated me when we divorced. You didn't let me take anything. If I am suffering now, it's partly because of you. Now you say you will give me whatever you can. What about back then? Don't pretend now. I just want to cut all ties with the Gu family. I don't want to be involved anymore. If I see you in the future, I will pretend I didn't see you. Just be strangers. That's the best for both of us. After saying this, Gu Changfeng also knew he was in the wrong. He knows Fu Shiwan is right, but he still wants to stay connected with her. Recently, he hardly visits the ladies' courtyard at the residence. Everything feels dull and tasteless. He often visits Fu Shiwan's courtyard to sit for a while, sometimes even sleeping there. Instead of sleeping in his own yard, he prefers to stay overnight in the yard where Fu Shiwan once lived, feeling very safe. He remembers how kind Fu Shiwan was to him, how she cared for him in every way, and the efforts she made for the restaurant. No one else was like her. Song Jiangma was busy with the children and couldn't spare time. When he saw him, he would ask for this or that, claiming it was for the children. But he found it tiring and no longer as considerate and understanding as he was when they were at the border. He clearly handled a whole day of work and had a terrible headache. When he returned home to face her and the other women, he just wanted to relax and relieve stress. But Song Jiangma kept talking to him about many things, which made him gradually tired of the other women. They only asked for favors and wanted to be spoiled. He had no energy to deal with them, so he simply decided to sleep alone. He missed Fu Shiwan. Despite many women trying to please him, only Fu Shiwan was indifferent or aloof. Maybe only she truly liked him, not just because of his family's wealth. He felt regretful, but couldn't lower his pride. Today, he finally met her on the street and didn't want to miss this good chance. He gathered his courage and approached her to talk. But Fu Shiwan showed no regret at all. He could change his attitude toward her, but she still had a fiery temper, as if she had eaten a hot pepper. He looked at her, dressed in gold and silver, wearing the latest fashionable clothes, with a brighter and healthier complexion than before. He knew she no longer needed to care for the family or him. Yet, Gu Changfeng still wanted to make one last effort. He was glad to finally meet Fu Shiwan, feeling it was a gift from heaven. He hadn't heard from her in a long time and wanted to know what she was doing. He was too proud to ask or search for her. When he finally saw her on the street, he thought this was his last chance given by heaven. He wanted to hold on tightly and not let go of this opportunity. So he looked at Fu Shiwan and said to her, "Just this once, only this once, okay? I want to have dinner with you. We can find a restaurant and a private room. Just this once, give me one more chance. After this meal, I will no longer bother you. I will do as you wish and no longer interfere in your life." From now on, can we just be strangers? Just for one last time. Gu Changfeng said this, and Fu Shiwan agreed. She truly hoped that Gu Changfeng could really do as he said and never bother her again. All right, then let's choose the nearby place, the one right behind us. But please stick to your word. Since you've become an official, you must keep your promises. After we finish talking, we will go our separate ways and not bother each other anymore. Even if she disliked it, because sometimes sure you were around, Fu Shiwan felt at ease and agreed. If this meal could make Gu Changfeng never bother her again, then the unpleasant feeling could be exchanged for lifelong peace. She was willing. She didn't bother looking for a fancy restaurant. She just chose the small eatery behind them. After they entered the private room, Shi Yi and Shi also stayed outside, one to serve closely. Fu Shiwan casually ordered a few dishes. She didn't have much appetite, but ordered a few, just to be polite. Then she asked someone to prepare the food. Gu Changfeng stared at her intently. Fu Shiwan felt a bit uncomfortable but endured it. General Gu, you've learned manners, right? We are now divorced, so we are strangers. I am just a girl who is innocent. It's not very appropriate for you to stare at me like that. Even in this private room, you should be mindful of boundaries. She reminded him, but Gu Changfeng simply couldn't take his eyes away. He wanted to look at Fu Shiwan carefully to be with her. He never expected her to always be so cold. They had been married for 3 years. We've been married for so many years. Even if there's no love anymore after 3 years, we've been like family, living and supporting each other. I am your nominal husband, and you are my nominal wife. When we meet again, it shouldn't be like this. You don't need to hold such hostility towards me. Even with this attitude, we could at least be considered friends. Friends? When you forced me to stay in the mansion and made me work for the Gu family, why didn't you say we were friends? Now you talk about friendship and family. Over these 3 years since the night we married, you left me alone at the border, leaving nothing behind. 3 years, just 3 years I've stayed in your house. When did we become husband and wife? For 3 years. The real marriage and the 3 years of being husband and wife was with Song Jungma. When did I have such a relationship with you? And then what happened? After you returned, you treated me that way. Honestly, I would rather you not come back. These past 3 years, I have been happier than these few months. It might have been better if you never returned. Fortunately, we are now divorced. Let's not talk about the past anymore. Since it reached the point of divorce, we can't be friends. If we could have been friends, I would have tolerated everything from the start. You need to understand this. I couldn't even bear to stay in the Gu family anymore. Everyone asks why I divorced. I had enough to eat and wear in the Gu family, so why did I want to leave? It's because I felt my pain there was worse than my comfort, so I chose to leave. You can imagine how desperate I was to make this decision, willing to do anything to leave. Don't you realize this? If I treated you like this, or if you treated me like this, think about it from my perspective. Fu Shiwan spoke emotionally, but luckily she was calmer than before. She just wanted Gu Changfeng to understand one thing. During this month apart, he still hadn't learned his lesson or understood why she hated the Gu family so much. She wanted to escape from him, divorce him, and she wasn't generous enough to say they could still be friends. Think about it from my point of view. If I were a princess or a noble lady and you married into my family, even if you married me, I would expect you to follow my way of life. Eat what I eat, wear what I wear. But I would dislike you, and for 3 years I wouldn't even talk to you. After 3 years, I might have other lovers, and I would favor them instead of you. I would starve you, force you to do things for me, and make you endure rumors and hardships outside. Others wouldn't understand. They'd only see that you're enjoying a good life. If you tried to escape and felt humiliated, others would think you're naive or foolish. Do you think you would like such days? Would you feel dignified? Don't say I'm changing the subject or giving irrelevant examples. The truth is, I've been living like that. Not only do outsiders not understand me, but you don't understand me either. Make me go hungry, treat me as a cash cow for your family. That's the kind of life I refuse to live anymore. I don't want any more contact with you, or the Gu family. After this meal, let's go our separate ways and not bother each other anymore. When the food arrives, let's eat quickly. There's really nothing left to say between us. Fu Shiwan now feels very realistic. Gu Changfeng has never truly considered what kind of life she has been living. Even when Fu Shiwan listed everything for him and asked him to imagine, he couldn't put himself in her place. He doesn't understand. Has he not apologized to Fu Shiwan or tried to be kind to her? But she refuses to accept his efforts. Now, talking about these things seems useless. It's already too late. When the food arrives, they eat silently. Fu Shiwan has little appetite, and Gu Changfeng also feels unwell. Watching her lose interest, he, thinking about his restaurant's business, can't help but share his worries with her. Since you left, the restaurant's business has declined. Recently, Zui Xianglu introduced membership cards and special deals, probably copying us or something, and their business is booming. Almost half of the city now goes there, and because they paid up front, they no longer consider other restaurants. Our restaurant sales have fallen sharply. You once said that even if we divorced, you would still help our restaurant's business. Do you have any other ideas now? Even now, Gu Changfeng still asks Fu Shiwan to help him, though she had said this before, with conditions. I think you've forgotten your manners. I promised that even after the divorce, I would keep the business of Gu family's restaurant. But I think you might have forgotten one thing. I said that it was you who took the initiative to write the divorce papers, so I would protect our restaurant's business. You give me back my freedom, and I can guarantee the Gu family will always have money. But this freedom was granted by the emperor, earned through my own efforts, winning the emperor and empress's favor. The decree they gave me was not something you gave me. So, I am not obligated to work hard for the Gu family's restaurant anymore. If the business falls, you'll have to find a way to fix it yourself. I've already helped you. Now it's up to you to see if you can turn things around. In short, begging me is useless. And I don't mind telling you that the reason Zui Xianglu's business has become so bad is also my doing. If you had been more decisive and signed the divorce papers earlier, I wouldn't have had to use those strategies on Zui Xianglu. Instead, I would have focused on the Gu family's restaurant. But you refused, so I could only watch others make money. This is all your choice, and these consequences are the result. Fu Shiwan has completely turned her life around. She leans back in her chair, looking down at Gu Changfeng from above. She no longer feels that Gu Changfeng is superior. Her life is much better than his, and she no longer envies him. Ending their marriage was the right choice. Gu Changfeng immediately becomes angry when he hears this. His face changes instantly, returning to the way it was before they separated. He looks at Fu Shiwan with disbelief, not really listening to what she says. All he hears is that her involvement is the reason why the business at Drunken Fragrance Tower has become so successful. He didn't expect Fu Shiwan to return to Drunken Fragrance Tower. He had previously asked her to help their family's restaurant make money and cut ties with Drunken Fragrance Tower. He thought she would hold a grudge against them. No matter what, Drunken Fragrance Tower would never accept someone ungrateful like her, someone who broke the contract and betrayed them. Yet she managed to go back. No wonder she's living so well and doing so fine. She even has 2 maids with her. He simply cannot understand how Fu Shiwan was able to return. Someone like her, who broke trust and betrayed, still being employed by Drunken Fragrance Tower. He doesn't know what tricks she used. You actually managed to go back to Drunken Fragrance Tower. What kind of tricks did you use? Did you sell your charm? He had always thought she was involved with the owner of Drunken Fragrance Tower. Now he's even more certain that her insistence on ending the marriage and partnering with Drunken Fragrance Tower was because she seduced him. Why would the owner of Drunken Fragrance Tower trust her? She's just a wife from the Gu family, with little status or vision. Did he trust her because she sold her charm and seduced him? Even if she broke the contract and betrayed her promises, he still heard that the tower's owner is a man. He has seen the manager too. Could she be flirting with that manager, a man in his 30s or 40s? He heard the owner has a family. For wealth, independence, and a foothold in the capital, she would do anything, even use any means necessary. Gu Changfeng keeps accusing Fu Shiwan without knowing the facts. He slanders her, thinking she achieved her current status through these means. He believes women have no real skills. The only way they can stand out is through their looks. He always thinks all men look down on women like he does, never considering there might be other possibilities. Fu Shiwan found Gu Changfeng's thoughts very disgusting. She put down her chopsticks and refused to eat anymore. No matter how much she ate with such a person, she would just it out. It was simply repulsive. Hearing this, Yu, who came in with Fu Shiwan, couldn't bear to listen any longer. He only heard the prince say that Miss Fu's past life was very bad. He briefly summarized it, but after hearing it from her perspective, he realized that she was actually a very ugly person inside. Compared to her, the prince was much better, or rather, he didn't even deserve to be compared to him. Such a scoundrel like him didn't deserve to be a man. Not only did Fu Shiwan feel physically uncomfortable listening to this, but Yu also felt uneasy. Fu Shiwan took a deep breath and tried to calm her emotions. I am now a stranger to you, so I don't need to explain myself. But everything should be based on evidence. You can't just slander me without proof. When did you see something and how can you prove it? If I am now living well and can return to Zui Xianglu, that doesn't mean I deliberately seduced anyone or sold myself for favors. Everyone can see my abilities clearly. Why can't I come back? It wasn't that I intentionally broke my promise. It was because you interfered, so I had no choice. If you think otherwise, then there's nothing more to say. I thought you felt guilty, but I didn't expect you to be so arrogant. Fu Shiwan refused to explain further, regardless of what he thought. But he also needed to provide evidence. Slandering someone requires proof. However, her silence only made Gu Changfeng more arrogant, encouraging his bravado. He thought that her silence was because she was guilty and too afraid to speak. I think you are guilty, so you won't explain. It seems I was right. You betrayed your own virtue. A woman who wants to leave her marriage wouldn't have a man interested anymore. You probably only deserve to be used by others to make a little money. You went to rely on Zui Xianglu because it was the only place that could oppose the Gu family. You wanted to use Zui Xianglu to suppress the Gu family, and you succeeded. Women like you, who do anything for their goals, are truly heartless. Fu Shiwan didn't understand why she was working so hard to climb up. Was it really worth it for a woman to be content living confined in a big house her whole life? To never seek her own way out, just to gain her husband's love and secure her status? Is such a small pursuit enough to satisfy her? She is not enough. Instead of worrying about others' opinions and hoping for a little money from them to feel proud, it's better to rely on herself. Her thinking is still influenced by future ideas and is not corrupted by the current feudal mindset. Women feel more confident when they use their own money. Men try to brainwash women because they are afraid women will become independent, and then men won't have any control over them. I want to deal with the Gu family, but if you can stand up to them, then you are a worthy opponent. How has the Gu family treated me? I built my business myself, so why can't I bring them down? You need to understand that I use proper methods. I haven't done anything illegal, so everything I do is normal and legal. Since you haven't changed and still act the same as before, I won't give in to you. We should go our separate ways and stop talking. You say a few words, and you become like this. You can never change your hypocritical face. So don't bother me anymore. I don't want to see you.
Seeing you makes me feel sick.
I think you're disturbing my life. If I see you again next time, I wouldn't mind having my 2 maids give you a good beating.
You know how skilled they are.
I dislike you so much that I don't want to see you. Don't appear before me again, and stop disturbing my life. Fu Shiwan was too tired to argue with such a person. She shouldn't have agreed to have dinner with him, which only made her feel sick and ruined her appetite. She got up and left directly, not even leaving money. After all, her relationship with Gu Changfeng was clear, and he should pay for the meal since he invited her. She simply swept her sleeve and walked away. Yu and also followed. Didn't know what had happened inside, but seeing the girl's angry attitude, he knew the conversation hadn't been pleasant. She wanted to ask Yu about it later, but Yu also couldn't bear to watch. The young lady should have left long ago. I really don't understand how such a man can be qualified to hold office. No wonder the prince once said he must treat the young lady well. It turns out she had such days when she was with the Gu family. How could she end up with such a man? The maids have been with His Highness since they were young. Although sometimes His Highness is cruel to us, he has never been like this. Comparing the two, His Highness is so much better. He doesn't deserve to be compared to him, nor does he deserve to be called a man. There are men like this, and many women still want to marry them and endure such hardships. I really don't understand what they are thinking. Next time we see him, I won't need the girl to speak first. I will teach him a lesson myself. Now that the girl is living so well, I think he's just jealous and envious. Fu Shiwan listened as she walked. Since her divorce, she had never felt so upset. It's truly disgusting, just plain repulsive. Gu Changfeng should never appear in her sight again. She has nothing to talk about with someone like him. Just a few words lead to arguments. Talking to Gu Changfeng for a little while is okay, but if they talk too much and involve his interests, he starts to reveal his true nature. She wonders what Song Jiangma saw in him to stay by his side for 3 years, enduring hardships at the border. Fortunately, he left on the night of their wedding, so she has been relatively peaceful these past 3 years. Living under the old lady's watch is better than dealing with Gu Changfeng's mood. The old lady is still more reasonable compared to him.
Fu Shiwan stormed off angrily.
Shi Yu and Shi Yi secretly talked behind her back, sharing everything that happened inside the room. She finally understood what kind of grievances the girl inside had suffered.
No wonder Shi Yu said what she did.
If it were her, she might have fought right then and there. She was so angry. Following the prince has always meant showing your temper directly. She had never tolerated such frustration. What made her even angrier was the rumor spreading in the capital after today, claiming that Fu Shiwan and Gu Changfeng had divorced, and that Fu Shiwan had long been involved with the owner of Zui Xianglu, which is why she wanted a divorce. Everyone called her a shameless woman, and the stories were quite detailed, said to be told by a servant from Gu's household. Even the vegetable vendor at the market could overhear a few words while shopping. The common people love to gossip about officials' families. Since they rarely see the upper class living well, they were eager to spread any scandal they could find. Gu Changfeng secretly ordered people to spread these rumors. Fu Shiwan didn't go to Zui Xianglu early in the morning. She got up at noon, 8, and only went there in the afternoon. On the way, she overheard the gossip around her. She sat in the carriage, not showing herself, but the carriage was slow, so she could hear the nearby conversations. Did you hear? General Gu and his wife have divorced. Do you know who his wife is? Initially, the news about the city spread wildly. Everyone knew about it. She was just an ordinary farm girl, yet she managed to leave her marriage. Quite surprising, isn't it? In all my life, I've never heard of anyone leaving their marriage before. This farm girl actually took the initiative to ask for a divorce. Is that true? Or is it madness? Such a good life, and she's giving it up? In the beginning, everyone was eager to marry into the Gu family. It was such a big deal that General Gu lost face, and he was forced to marry her because of her. Marrying a girl from a small, ordinary family is one thing, but a farm girl? That's embarrassing for the family. It's no wonder General Gu ran away to the border and stayed there for 3 years. Now he's back, and she wants a divorce? That's crazy. She fought hard to get this good life, and now she's throwing it away. Is she out of her mind? Should be quiet. Who knows? But I heard she's connected to the owner of the Zui Xianglu. You know the shopkeeper, he's in his 30s or 40s and has a family. I think her husband left on their wedding night and hasn't returned for 3 years. A woman alone at home must be lonely. Maybe she got involved with the Zui Xianglu owner. Zui Xianglu is a big place. Even if she left the Gu family, she wouldn't have to worry about food or clothes. I've seen her a few times standing with the shopkeeper inside the restaurant, not hiding from anyone. It's likely they're having an affair there. So, she's not afraid of leaving her marriage now. I heard General Gu came back with a woman and a child. Maybe she wanted to marry into the Gu family to gain status. But she pushed him so hard that he ran away to the border and brought another woman back. She probably felt her life was too hard and decided to leave. Maybe she even had a relationship with the Zui Xianglu shopkeeper. He might have promised her something, so she left. The Gu family's restaurant was doing very well before. Now that they've divorced, Zue Xianglu's business has also improved. I heard she took the secret recipes and business secrets of the Gu restaurant to Zue Xianglu, which is why their business is booming now. Sure you and Sure Yi listened to the gossip below. The stories got more and more exaggerated, and they didn't even know where the rumors came from. Fu Shiwang listened quietly, then she smiled coldly. Indeed, good news doesn't spread far, but bad news travels quickly, and from 100 mouths, 100 different stories can emerge. When the news first spread, it probably wasn't so exaggerated, but as it went on, it became worse. They told their stories with vivid details and logic, so if an outsider who didn't know the truth heard it, they might believe it. The timeline they described was quite clear and reasonable. Sure you and Sure Yi wanted to go down and make them shut up and argue with them, but Fu Shiwang stopped them. Because if they went down feeling upset and argued, others would think they were just angry and ashamed. Only speaking with evidence is the real truth. Using fists or fighting would only make others think they were embarrassed and caught off guard. Moreover, Fu Shiwang was now the focus of everyone's gossip. Her marriage to the Gu family was well known, and now this matter quickly spread across the whole capital. Everyone in the city was talking about her, making her the target of blame. The women, especially, hated the mistress of another man. If Sure Yu and Sure Yi went down to defend her, people would realize she was sitting in the carriage. It seemed her path was blocked. She would be trapped there today. She was tired of being caught in these troubles, so she could only endure silently. Nearby, the gossip continued. You're right. I also heard that Zue Xianglu launched a special promotion, trying to compete with the Gu family's restaurant. They're really clever. The dishes at the Gu family restaurant used to be very good, but now that Zue Xianglu's business is booming, fewer people go to the Gu family's place. It looks like she stole the secret recipe and even took the business secrets. That woman must have colluded with Zue Xianglu long ago. An old man is worth giving up a noble status for. Gu Jun is so handsome and charming, everyone has seen him. When he returned victorious, riding his tall horse, even I, a middle-aged woman, couldn't help but feel a flutter in my heart. You see, she gave up such a decent life just to be a mistress to an old man in his 40s or 50s. It's really shameful. She's a rural woman, never seen much of the world, lacking education, and unable to endure loneliness. Yes, it's a good thing she didn't offend us. Gu Jun can only blame himself. He was happily married, then was forced into a bad marriage by that wicked woman, and now he's trying to divorce her. You say that ordinary wealthy families can only get a divorce letter, not a formal separation, and they have to endure living quietly at home. Because of the divorce letter, the daughters in those households can't get married and are often criticized. They can only accept their situation quietly at home. A simple peasant woman was able to obtain a divorce, which shows she has strong backing. I heard that the Zue Xianglu, fragrant drunken pavilion, is backed by a prince. She managed to get close to the manager there, possibly through some tricks, and maybe the prince helped her by using some means to get her a divorce letter. Otherwise, how could General Gu agree? She's not worthy. She's just a woman from a small family, not even a prominent person, and she's not suitable for a divorce. She must have used some tricks. Maybe she's not only the manager's woman but also the prince's woman. Otherwise, why would the prince help her for no reason? And why would General Gu be afraid and agree to give her a divorce letter? This talk is going too far. It makes Fu Shiwan seem like someone who uses her looks and will do anything to reach her goals. They also mentioned giving things to the manager and the owner of Zue Xianglu. But when they started talking about these hidden topics, the person beside them quickly warned him to lower his voice. Are you crazy? That's the prince. We can't talk about him. It's okay to gossip about this woman and the manager of Zue Xianglu, but we don't know the full story. Even if we do, we shouldn't speak carelessly. It's broad daylight. We're on the street. If you keep talking like this, you're risking your life. That person seemed to realize he had spoken too quickly and immediately shut his mouth. Fu Shiwan couldn't hear anything else, only faint whispers fading away. She closed her eyes and stopped thinking. Even with her toes, she knew who was spreading these rumors. She had just seen Gu Chongfeng yesterday, and today there are such rumors in the capital. Every word seems to be for the Gu family's benefit, bad-mouthing her. It's obvious that Gu Chongfeng is the one spreading the news. He can't stand her being well, and since their conversation yesterday was unpleasant, he used this trick. As Shun Jirui said before, once he found out, he would be so angry and ashamed that he would do something to ruin her reputation, something he's very good at. Now, the one who suffers from the divorce is Gu Chongfeng. Naturally, he wants to act like a victim and leave room for others to doubt him. That's why they suspect him. She went to Zue Xianglu but didn't enter through the main door because she's now the center of public opinion. Showing herself openly wouldn't be good. Instead, she entered through a side door. As soon as she entered, the shopkeeper saw her and did not come close like before, but kept some distance, even looking quite surprised. He thought she wouldn't come today, as the rumors in the capital were spreading wildly. Customers inside the fragrant drunken pavilion were eating and discussing loudly. The waiters overheard everything. The shopkeeper didn't dare go out to meet people today because not only was Fu Shiwan the center of gossip, but he was also being criticized and implicated because of her. He was just busy with his work in the back and didn't bother to attract customers. He didn't expect Fu Shiwan to actually come. "Miss Fu, why are you here? It's better not to go out these days. I thought you wouldn't come to the capital. The rumors about us are everywhere. Why are you still coming? Business has been good lately. Maybe you should go back to the mansion and stay safe." "Stay safe? Why should I? Just because of these rumors I need to hide? But what they say isn't true. Our relationship is innocent. We're just business partners. Why is it only men who can do business openly, and women can't have their own careers or earn their own money? Do they think using improper means or seduction makes it acceptable? I have nothing shameful, and I am not guilty. Let them talk as they want. I can't control what they say, but what they say isn't true. Why should I be afraid?" Fu Shiwan didn't want to hide. The more she stayed silent, the louder others' gossip became, making her seem weak and easy to bully. She continued to walk outside for a few more rounds. Soon, the business at the fragrant drunken pavilion improved even more. Many people came in just to see what Fu Shiwan looked like, as they only heard rumors but never saw her. She was charming enough to attract Gu Chongfeng and the shopkeeper, and it was said she was entangled with a prince. People wanted to see what kind of woman could be involved with 3 men. The matter caused a big fuss. Fu Shiwan ignored all the noise. She was strong inside, having grown up. Wasn't she already tired of hearing rumors when she married Gu Chongfeng? Hadn't she heard enough? Now, these things didn't matter much to her. And since she hadn't done anything wrong, why should she feel guilty? But it wasn't just the customers gossiping about her. Even the staff and cooks at the fragrant drunken pavilion had their opinions. Because she was truly an outsider with no backing or status, she was inexplicably placed here by her master. The shopkeeper was very polite and friendly towards her, which naturally made others feel uncomfortable and curious. Fu Shiwan, under this pressure, worked busily at the fragrant drunken pavilion for half a day. Near evening, chaos suddenly erupted at the bottom of the building. Although today had already been quite chaotic, the scene downstairs became very disorderly. A woman, slightly plump and appearing to be in her 30s or 40s, stormed into the fragrant drunken pavilion holding a kitchen knife. She was dressed decently and looked simple, but her face wore a fierce expression as she rushed inside. Because she carried a kitchen knife, all the customers saw it and quickly moved away. Some ran out. Others shrank back to the corners, unsure of what she intended to do. The woman searched the entire pavilion with her knife, first looking around the main hall, calling out the shopkeeper's name. Holding the knife, she advanced while shouting, and no one dared to stop her, fearing she might harm someone if she lost control. Everyone valued their safety and only dared to advise her from a distance, but no one dared to approach her. Soon, someone found the shopkeeper and reported, "Boss, something's wrong. Your wife is here causing trouble downstairs. It's quite a big scene. Maybe you should go and see." Hearing this, the shopkeeper's heart sank, realizing it was serious. He hurried downstairs. Most of the guests had already disappeared. The once crowded hall was now mostly filled with people at the door, watching the commotion. The entire hall was chaotic. The woman with the knife was searching through the hall until she saw the shopkeeper, then she charged straight at him, still waving the knife. The shopkeeper was very nervous. He stepped forward cautiously, keeping a safe distance from her. "Madam, why are you here? It's not good to be seen like this. Please put down the knife. You're scaring the guests." He tried to calm her down and persuade her to put down the dangerous weapon. But she refused to listen and continued, "Scaring the guests? I think you're the one who's scared. Zhao Qidong, I've been with you for decades. I've had several children for you. Today, I came with this knife because I overheard some gossip outside. I want to ask you, did you do those things? I am holding a kitchen knife, and I want to hear you speak properly. If you do this, I will first hurt you, then hurt myself. No one should live. You know my temper. If you haven't done that, then show me proof. I've been suspicious of you for a while. These past few days, you've been so happy and cheerful every day. I don't know what you're so pleased about. Although you earned money, you used to complain about how bad things were. Now, you go to work every day without me reminding you, and you dress so nicely. I haven't seen you put so much effort into dressing up in decades. You must have someone else outside. Where is your mistress? Call her out, so I can see her. She is a fierce woman." He used to be just a young worker, married to a pig butcher and fish seller. When his business improved, he became the shopkeeper, and she stayed at home to take care of the family, no longer working outside. But he still has that fiery temper, and his presence is intimidating. It turns out she heard some rumors outside. He guessed it might reach her ears, but didn't expect it to spread so quickly or for her reaction to be so intense. She came rushing over with a kitchen knife. "Oh, there's no mistress. Do you still not know what kind of person I am? And with my looks, who would want me? Don't think nonsense, okay? Put down the knife. You're affecting the business. Hurry up and clean up. This is so embarrassing. Let's not cause trouble here. Go home. Let's talk properly, okay? Go home? Why should I go home? If there's nothing shameful, then say it here. I want to see where this little is hiding. I heard you've been meeting at the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion these days. You even arranged a job for her. Bring her out, so I can see her. I want to see what a beautiful woman she is. You've started chasing other women now? And you dare to keep a mistress. Bring her out so I can see her. Where is she? What kind of little fox is she, daring to do this? Daring to steal my man but not dare to face me? Do you have the guts?" She kept waving the knife and shouting loudly. People outside didn't leave. They watched this scene out of curiosity. They had been listening to gossip all day, and now the wife of the main man had come knocking. It must be true, or she wouldn't have come here. This is a fresh, hot gossip. The wife of General Gu, a noble wife, actually went to the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion to see the shopkeeper's mistress, and was blocked here by her. She dares not come out. They had just seen Fu Shiwan earlier, but didn't know where she had gone now. If the main wife had come looking for her, why wouldn't she come out if she wasn't guilty? It's because she feels guilty that she's hiding away. They all gathered at the door, listening carefully. The shopkeeper knew well how much this incident could affect Zue Xianglu business had just started to improve, and he was only an assistant, not the owner. Although he was the shopkeeper, there was still a boss above him. The shop wasn't entirely his, and if there was a loss, the money he earned these days wouldn't be enough to cover it. He could only try to calm the woman's emotions and prevent her from doing anything rash. He was her close partner and knew her temper well as what she was capable of. "My dear miss, please put this down. There's no one here. I've been so busy every day that I have no time to find a mistress. Besides, I have children at home to support. The money I earn each month, I give all to you. I don't have any left to support another woman. Don't listen to the rumors outside. Let's put our knives down first and talk about this at home, okay? It's so embarrassing to do this in front of everyone." He was almost crying from worry, but the woman wouldn't let him go. "Embarrassing? What's so embarrassing about it? You dare to have an affair, and I have nothing to be ashamed of. Do Do you think I'm shameful? That's why you found such a little fox to be with. Now you're the shopkeeper of Zue Xianglu. I don't know how much money you make daily, or how much you give me. I can't tell if it's all of it or just part. I only know that I accept whatever you give me. I used to think you worked hard for the family, cooking good food, teaching the children, taking care of you properly. But I never expected you to despise me and keep a mistress outside, to keep a little fox. You're the owner of Zue Xianglu, and I'm sure you hold a lot of money. Even if she's ugly, some women might still try to flatter you for your money. Can you refuse such temptation? When I followed you, neither of us was famous. Now you have power and status, so you think it's okay to keep a mistress. You're doing bad things and think I'm shameful or unreasonable. Call that woman out first. If she hadn't done anything wrong, why wouldn't she come out to face me? Why is she hiding, feeling guilty? It's better not to do anything wrong, and you won't have to fear ghosts knocking on your door. If you have the courage, come out and show yourself. I just want to see and ask, then I will know everything. There's no need to hide. I don't believe what you say unless you call that woman out here. I want to confront her face to face. The woman still held her knife tightly, full of energy, but the shopkeeper didn't dare to truly call out Fu Shiwan. This is someone close to the prince. No matter whether they are innocent or not, if the people around the prince are made to come out, and if she gets hurt or does something in her panic, his job could be at risk. Thinking about her unreasonable behavior, he no longer spoke kindly, but grew more firm. She had already embarrassed him in front of everyone, and if she kept doing this, he finally lost his patience. Enough. Put down your knife. Whatever I say, we can talk about it later in private. If you insist on doing this in front of everyone, do you think this is honorable? Or what? I've been with you for so many years. Don't you trust me? I've given you a lot of money, treat you well every day, comfort you, buy you nice things, and buy good food for the children. You listen to some gossip outside and start doubting me. No matter what others say, do you not trust my character? If you're unhappy with this life, why not just cause trouble? When I lose my job and we have nothing left, you and I and the children will be left to fend for ourselves. Are you willing to accept that? His tone turned more aggressive, and the woman's emotions grew more intense, feeling that he was angry because she had accused him. If he hadn't done this, what was he rushing for? Why wouldn't that woman come out? The more she refused to come out, the more convinced she was that they had a secret affair. She used to think her life was good, envied by others for having a successful husband who came home every day, handed her money, and didn't have other wives in the house. She was the only one. They had several children, and their relationship was pretty good, respectful, and sometimes sweet. But she never expected that it was all a lie. When she heard he had another woman outside, she initially didn't believe it. But the more people talked, the more suspicious she became because the rumors were detailed and convincing. She had to believe it. Now she knew that the more he refused to let that woman come out, the more she doubted him. He protected that woman so well, and she thought all her hard work over the years was wasted. He had been pretending with her all along, and she felt furious. She simply took a few steps forward, and the kitchen knife was about to fall. The shopkeeper was so frightened that his legs went weak, and he collapsed into a chair behind him. Since the commotion was so loud, Fu Shiwan couldn't just sit at the back and ignore everything. She heard it and saw the woman was so emotional that she had to step out. She knew she would be made fun of today and become the target of gossip. However, since the original wife had come to confront her, she needed to explain herself. Otherwise, the shopkeeper's family might fall apart. She didn't want Gu Chongfeng's shady tricks to ruin someone else's family, so she had to come out. As soon as she appeared, everyone's eyes focused on her. Looking at the people from the Drunken Fragrance Tower, everyone knew she was Fu Shiwan, the famous little fox spirit, the little troublemaker. Some men curiously looked up at her. She was quite pretty, with a face that made people feel pity and tenderness. But the women around were all jealous and unhappy. I thought she was beautiful, but she's just an old woman, probably almost 20. She's so ugly, not pretty at all. How can she make several men obsessed with her? She must have some secret tricks.
Exactly.
I thought she might be as beautiful as a goddess, like a palace lady. But no, she must have some special talent. I heard some women learn tricks from courtesans to men. Women like her and those courtesans are no different. Both are fox spirits, ruining families.
Yes.
Look at her attitude. So proud, acting as if she's right to have an affair. The original wife was here, pushing her to come out. And when she did, she acted so high and mighty, as if she's some noble daughter. But she's just a rural woman. She thinks she's climbed high, but her status is right there, unchanged. Everyone criticized Fu Shiwan, thinking she was not beautiful. But her beauty was obvious, and these people were just jealous, so they spoke badly of her. However, the voices were too loud, and the discussion was too noisy for Fu Shiwan to hear clearly, especially since she was so far away. She came down from the second floor. The woman was so angry she wanted to draw her knife and attack, but the shopkeeper was terrified. Even with weak legs, he stepped in front to block her, worried she might do something she would regret for the rest of her life. Sure you didn't just stand by and watch. When the woman rushed forward with a knife, they instinctively stepped in front of Fu Shiwan to block her. This way, the woman had no chance to get close. Fortunately, Shen Jirue foresaw this and sent 2 skilled maidservants to help her. Without them, the woman's knife might have really hurt her. The shopkeeper also stepped in front of her, trying to hold her back. With so many people blocking her, the woman's emotions grew even more intense. You seduced my husband. You're a shameless woman who ruins families. You're just a wicked person. Her words were harsh, but from her point of view, her anger was understandable. However, her husband was still in front of her, blocking her way. She held up her knife, but she knew not to truly hurt anyone. She wouldn't cut her husband or their main support. She still hoped to live a good life with him. She just wanted to kill this little, but with so many people in her way, she was angry and anxious. Get out of my way. Even now, you're protecting her. Why am I worse than this? Just because she's beautiful, you're willing to protect her? After all I've done for this family, what does that count? Are you really going to stand in front of her? Then I might as well kill myself. Seeing her husband protect Fu Shiwan so fiercely, she suddenly pointed the knife at her own neck. She wouldn't hurt her husband, but she couldn't reach Fu Shiwan. She chose to threaten herself with death. The shopkeeper was terrified and quickly grabbed her hand, signaling Shiryu to step forward and help. Shiryu understood and forcefully knocked the knife out of her hand, then kicked her several meters away. Finally, they managed to control her. The shopkeeper hugged his wife tightly, trying to calm her down. Hey, I told you, things aren't what you think. Don't overthink. She's just a business partner, not as the rumors say. Don't listen to the gossip outside. People say rumors are just rumors. They're not always true. She's a guest, and I was stopping you because I was worried you might hurt her. If you hurt her, I might lose my job. Who will pay for the children's schooling? Who will provide for our family's needs? If I lose my job, our family will fall apart. Please stay calm and listen to my explanation. She couldn't calm down. How could she stay calm when everything was right in front of her? The facts were clear. This little fox spirit was so beautiful, and they worked together every day. How could she not develop feelings? If she were a man, spending every day with such a beautiful female colleague, how could he not have other thoughts about her? Moreover, she had no family of her own. She was just an ordinary rural woman. After divorce, she still lived so well and gracefully. Unless she relied on a man. It was probably her man, who had connections at the Zue Xionglu, which is why she lived so well. Otherwise, what woman would give up a good life to suffer and seek hardship? That's just foolishness. She couldn't understand why she would give up her smooth life unless her current life was better than before. Who would leave a peaceful life for trouble without a reason? From her perspective, she tried to understand Fu Shiwan's thoughts, but no one could really guess what Fu Shiwan was thinking. The shopkeeper saw so many people gathered. He couldn't shout loudly with so many watching. The situation was already causing a fuss, but he couldn't really tell everyone what he thought because it was just his opinion. So he leaned close to his wife's ear and whispered, "This is our boss's woman, one of his connections. You need to stay calm and not offend her. If you do, I might lose my job. She's a valued guest of our boss. Helping her handle the business is like she's the boss's woman, the woman behind the scenes." How many dared to shout at her, "If I didn't stop you, you might even try to kill her. Not only would you lose your job, but our family could be in danger. I might even lose my life. Can't you stay calm? Do you believe everything you hear outside?
Why don't you ask me?"
He reluctantly told his wife the truth. Hearing this, she gradually calmed down, stopped struggling, and no longer caused trouble. Instead, she looked at him with suspicion and asked, "Is that true? What do you think? Look at her, so beautiful. And look at me. What kind of man am I?
How could she possibly be interested in me?
Besides, she left her good husband to become my concubine. Think about it. What could I give her? I have to give you money to raise the children. How much money could I possibly have to buy a house and keep her? Unless it is our superior, she can only have a better life by following that master. Only then can she come to Zue Xianglu. I am just a shopkeeper, doing chores for others. How could I become such an important person? To hide a close associate here, others would surely gossip about it. Only our superior would do such a thing, so no one would talk. I also have to serve her carefully and treat her with respect. Don't you have a brain? Just listening to what others say outside isn't enough. If you don't think carefully yourself and come in with a knife, it's a good thing she's patient. If not, you'd have caused me big trouble today." He saw his wife's mood gradually settle down and stopped making a fuss. Watching Fu Shiwan carefully consider what the shopkeeper said, she also began to think it made sense. She is his close partner, and she knows who owns Zue Xianglu.
How could she not know?
Moreover, that prince is very handsome. In his 20s, he matches this girl perfectly. Looking at her own ugly appearance and honest personality, she only followed him because of that. They are not a good match. Her mood gradually stabilized, but outside, the curious commoners stretched their necks, trying to hear what the two were saying. They couldn't hear clearly because the conversation was whispered close to their ears. Their curiosity grew, and they looked inside eagerly. They wanted to know what was being said, but the shopkeeper, experienced after many years, quickly soothed his wife's emotions and then asked everyone to leave. Their expenses today could be ignored, and they would make up for it next time. Today, they would close the shop and not do business. He first handled the public relations, then closed the door, and took Fu Shiwan and his wife to a private room to sit and talk calmly. Fu Shiwan didn't know what the shopkeeper and his wife had said to suddenly calm her down. As long as she didn't cause trouble and could quietly listen to their explanation, that was enough. The woman, hearing only her husband's words, couldn't help but ask Fu Shiwan, "Are you really not his mistress? Not the woman he keeps outside? Do you have no relation to my husband?"
Fu Shiwan smiled helplessly.
Today, she didn't expect such rumors to spread outside. She didn't expect Gu Chongfeng to use such harsh methods against her, nor did she expect the gossip to spread so quickly. In just half a day, everyone in the capital knew and was talking about it. I never expected such a ridiculous rumor. I can't believe anyone would actually believe it, and someone even came to my door with a knife. All these incidents are unbelievable and hard to understand, yet they truly happened. She looked at the woman and assured her, "Of course, I only have a business relationship with the shopkeeper. If you ask around carefully, you'll find I don't come to the fragrant pavilion every day. When I do come, it's mostly to help with the business, and I don't have much time to spend with the shopkeeper. I have my own family, and I only discuss business matters with him. We've never talked about personal issues. I don't even know how many children he has. Our relationship has never been more than a business partnership, and we haven't shared a room together. When we discuss business, there are always maids present. Everyone at the Fragrant Pavilion can testify that I have no romantic relationship with the shopkeeper. The rumors outside are entirely because of my former husband. He wanted me to do something for him, but I refused. Maybe out of revenge, he deliberately spread these rumors. I just saw him yesterday and we argued. He asked me for something, but I didn't agree. Today, these rumors started spreading. I believe he is mostly responsible. He wants to get back at me and also hurt the business of the fragrant pavilion, trying to weaken it. Today's fuss from the lady probably only confirms the rumors he spread. The outside world is probably talking about it intensely, and I don't know how to handle it. Fu Shiwang could already guess what was happening. The villagers who were just driven away were still resentful and wanted to listen more, but what they were about to hear next was not for them. People can only guess and interpret who is telling the truth. The version that spreads the widest and touches people's hearts the most becomes the most accepted. But first, she needed to calm this lady's emotions. How others would talk about it later could be dealt with in time. Her words convinced the lady quite a bit, but she still had doubts. Is that really true? I heard the rumors outside, and they sounded convincing. I was angry and came here. I see you are quite pretty, but I doubt you would be interested in our family. Are you fond of the prince behind the fragrant pavilion? What is your relationship with him? Fu Shiwang looked at the woman in confusion. Why was she bringing up Shen Zuerui? What does he have to do with Shen Zuerui? She hadn't decided how to answer or how to explain her relationship with Shen Zuerui. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. Of course, we are the relationship the lady is thinking of. Sun Zui pushed open the door, walked over to Fu Shiwang, sat beside her, and put his arm around her shoulders, pulling her into his embrace. The lady saw this and thought, now this feels right, an attractive man and a beautiful woman, a perfect match. However, she found it awkward to see Fu Shiwang with her family. Once she saw this action and noticed that Fu Shiwang did not resist, all her doubts disappeared. The shopkeeper saw Shen Zhuorui arrive and quickly stood up to apologize personally. He had only suspected something before, but this was the first time he saw Shen Zhuorui so close to Fu Shiwang, which confirmed his suspicions. He hurried to apologize, knowing that the reputation of Jiuxiang Lu might be damaged today, and business might suffer in the coming days. He felt responsible because his wife's reckless behavior caused this, and he needed to step up and take responsibility. Your Highness, I am sorry. The rumors outside have been exaggerated. My wife was worried, so she acted this way. I will do my best to save the restaurant's business and reputation. I promise I won't let the restaurant's business decline because of this. Please give me another chance.
Don't involve my family.
She was just worried and scared, so she did this. When I go back, I will teach her a good lesson, and she won't do such things again. The shopkeeper looked nervous and worried. Fu Shiwang was still stunned, wondering how Shen Zhuorui suddenly appeared and acted so intimately with her. She tried to break free, but Shen Zhuorui held her tightly, and she couldn't escape. She looked at the shopkeeper's remorseful expression and realized how seriously this could affect the restaurant's business. The woman also seemed to realize the gravity of the situation and hurriedly apologized to Fu Shiwang.
I'm sorry. I didn't know.
I was just worried after hearing those rumors outside. I rely on him to support me every day. After all these years, our children are grown, and we want to live honestly. I never thought he would have a woman outside. The rumors are so detailed and convincing. Seeing this, I believed everything they said. It's my fault. Luckily, I didn't hurt you, young lady. Please forgive me. I didn't mean to.
Fu Shiwang understood.
Any woman who loved her husband deeply would probably act this way. She previously treated Song Jiangma with indifference, just like she did with Gu Chongfeng's concubines. This was because she simply didn't like Gu Chongfeng, so she didn't care. However, a woman who truly loves her husband would never accept sharing him with other women. In this era, men could have 3 wives and many concubines, but a woman who loves her husband would still feel upset and jealous. She could understand this. She looked at Shen Zhuorui, unsure of what decision he would make. He seemed very angry, with his brows drawn low, and he never looked so commanding or serious before. Fu Shiwang didn't dare speak. Shen Zhuorui waved his hand, telling the shopkeeper and the lady to leave first. He didn't say anything else, and only he and Fu Shiwang remained in the room. Even Shi Yu and Shi Yi instinctively stepped back and closed the door. He still held Fu Shiwang tightly, silent, not looking at her, lost in thought. Fu Shiwang also dared not speak. She had never seen Shinzuerue like this before and felt a little scared. Now she finally understood why people were so afraid of him. He was truly formidable when angry. She didn't dare speak or move, nervously waiting for him to speak. I've already investigated these rumors. They were spread by Gu Chongfeng's household servant. Now, in the capital, everyone probably knows about it. Your ex-husband really is, as I suspected, completely useless, so he resorts to spreading rumors to ruin others. Using such low tricks is just disgusting. Shun Zuerue finally managed to say this after holding back for a while. Fu Shiwan breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't very angry. Gu Chongfeng had been like this for a while, simply being petty. Fu Shiwan had no choice but to think of a plan and respond accordingly. First, she needed to clear up the rumors so they wouldn't affect the business at Drunken Fragrance Tower.
I know.
I'll try to clarify the rumors and minimize the impact on the business. Business might suffer a little in the next few days, and we won't earn as much as before.
You must be worried about that.
Once I clarify things and explain, the business shouldn't be too affected. Rest assured. Fu Shiwan thought Shinzuerue was worried that the rumors would hurt their business and that she might cause a decline, so she promised him this. But after hearing her, Shinzuerue became even angrier. He grabbed her arm, turned her to face him. This woman of mine just won't listen. What's she so angry about? Doesn't she understand? Do you only care about making money? Making money, making money. I've already arranged a home for you and given you money. Isn't that enough? How much more do you need to earn? I'm not worried about the business at Drunken Fragrance Tower. Its success or failure doesn't matter to me. As long as it makes a profit, that's all I ask. What are you really thinking, woman? When I call you smart, you are. When I say you're not, there are some things you'll never understand. Fu Shiwan doesn't know what she did wrong. Is it wrong for her to think this way? As an employee, it's natural to consider the boss, work hard for him, and do well. In later times, many bosses would be eager to have someone like her. But when it comes to Shinzuerue, he immediately scolds her harshly.
How should she think about that?
She doesn't see anything wrong with her thoughts. Shinzuerue says she shouldn't think that way. Isn't it right to think like this? This is your restaurant. Because I caused damage to your manager and your restaurant's reputation, even the customers who come to eat are just here to gossip and have fun. It might affect the business. I need to restore the reputation first, and then find ways to clarify everything. To get the restaurant back on track, isn't that the right thing to do? She doesn't understand why Shinzuerue is angry. From his point of view, his only concern is that his restaurant's business is suffering, so he's upset. What else could explain his anger? But Shinzuerue no longer wants to pretend. I'm angry because they suspect you and the manager are involved, but they don't doubt us. I have nothing to hide, no shameful secrets, yet rumors spread so wildly. Instead of suspecting us, they suspect you and the manager. You two are much older than me and your looks don't match. Why wouldn't they suspect us? Do we look mismatched? Fu Shiwan instantly freezes in place. She didn't expect Shinzuerue to care about this. His thinking is a bit too quick, jumping so suddenly that she can't keep up. She doesn't know what to say anymore. If they don't suspect, then that's better. Otherwise, it might involve you. You probably have enemies in the court. If they find out, they'll use this against you. Isn't it better that it doesn't involve us? Why are you still angry? The shopkeeper is probably overwhelmed and exhausted, yet you're still upset. You haven't spread any rumors about me, and you hide your identity so well. Even if others hear rumors, they wouldn't know it's you. Luckily, no rumors about you and me have spread, only about me and the shopkeeper. Otherwise, I would feel even more guilty.
There's no need to feel guilty.
Don't you understand my feelings? I was angry when I heard the rumors, but not because of us. It's because of you and the shopkeeper. Are we not a good match? Do you not see my feelings? I don't want to pretend anymore. Why am I so good to you? Don't you suspect or wonder? No one else is worth me treating this way, except my parents. I've never been this kind to any woman. I found you a courtyard, took care of everything for you, helped you get out of trouble, arranged things, and handled everything. Is it just because I see you as a friend? I wouldn't be so considerate with just any friend. Why do I treat you so well? Don't you understand my feelings? I don't believe you can't see it. You're just pretending to be naive. But now, I don't want to pretend anymore. Since you've already left, and the rumors are spreading, why not spread rumors about us? At least hearing that would make me feel better.
Huh.
Fu Shiwan is completely lost now. Shin Ziyu's words have totally confused her. What does this mean? Is this a confession? But such a sudden confession. What does he want to happen afterward? Fu Shiwan doesn't dare speak. She stares wide-eyed at Shin Ziyu, unsure of what to say. She didn't expect him to suddenly reveal his feelings. She wasn't ready. Her mind is overwhelmed. So much has happened today. First, Gu Changfeng deliberately spread rumors. Then the shopkeeper's wife came to cause trouble, and now Shin Ziyu is confessing his feelings. This isn't really a confession, more like he was scolding her, but he also expressed his feelings. She really doesn't know how to respond. Seeing her silent, Shin Ziyu knows she's overwhelmed. Don't deny it or pretend anymore. You told me when you were drunk that you liked me too. You expressed your feelings to me. I know how you feel, so don't say you don't like me. I know it's sudden for me to say this, and you might be caught off guard. I want to give you time to think and respond. But I need to hear your true feelings from your heart. Please don't refuse me. Let's set aside our roles and identities. I only ask if you like me. I just want to know this answer. Don't overthink or hesitate. Those thoughts aren't important. The key point is that I like you, and you like me too. That's enough. I don't want to hear anything else. I only ask you to honestly ask yourself, do you truly have romantic feelings for me? Fu Shiwan was truly caught off guard at first. But she thought about Shin Zuerue's words, and they seemed to give her strength and encouragement. Most importantly, after she got drunk that time, she clearly expressed her feelings to him. That showed she genuinely liked Shin Zuerue. Even if her heart was uncertain, alcohol doesn't lie. She truly told Shin Zuerue how she felt, so it's no wonder that in the days afterward, Shin Zuerue was very kind and attentive to her. It turns out it was because she had spoken out of turn when drunk. But now that the truth is out, Fu Shiwan sees no need to hide anymore. She is from the future, and all those old-fashioned, stubborn people from the past have already expressed their feelings. As someone from the future, she shouldn't be so reserved. That would only make her seem more old-fashioned. Yes, I like you. With my background and experiences, meeting someone who warms my heart like you, how could I not be moved or fond of you? You've been so good to me. I see it clearly. I'm not blind, and I'm not ungrateful. I understand your kindness, and naturally, I like you too. But if you ask me to forget my status and not think about it, how can I not think? My position, let's not even mention it. I am so humble that I am barely above dust, and I could be considered lucky to even associate with anyone. And I've already been divorced once. Already married before. With your status, I could never hope to match you. Even being friends with you feels like a luxury. I worry that if others find out, they might criticize you or think it's bad for your future. Marrying you as your wife, this is something I dare not even imagine. So even if I like you, even if you know I like you, even if you like me too, what can we really change? We cannot change the current situation. It seems I won't be able to shake off Gu Changfeng for a while. If I stay with you, he will only become more aggressive and spread rumors that are bad for you. You like me, you take care of everything for me, plan everything, think of everything. I like you too, and I don't want my feelings to cause you trouble or harm your reputation. Today, the reputation of Drunken Fragrance Tower was damaged, affecting the business, and I already feel very guilty. I can't even imagine what it would be like if we were together. Even if you know I like you, what can you do about it? How can it be impossible? Love can overcome all difficulties. As long as we both understand and like each other, nothing is impossible to solve. Just be brave, just like me, and you'll be fine. Don't be afraid. Loving me is not a shameful thing. My liking you is not shameful either. Besides, your marriage with Gu Changfeng is just on paper. Since there is a divorce option, as long as I don't dislike you and you don't dislike me, why can't I marry you? Why should I care about others' opinions? We live our lives, just the two of us. It's not me and someone else. Why should I listen to rumors? Why should I care? Isn't that what you said? Don't worry about others' opinions. Why can you succeed in your career but not in love? Shunzurue asked her. These words were once told to him by Fu Shiwan. Don't fear others' opinions and don't care about them. As a woman starting her own business, most men wouldn't understand. They might think she's too strong or too assertive. She told herself this. Now, why is she shrinking back? When it comes to love, he just can't understand. Shunzurue wants to pull her forward, but Fu Shiwan doesn't want to because of Shunzurue's status here. His status is right in front of her. If their roles were reversed, maybe she would pull Shunzurue forward too. It's just that whoever has more confidence will take the initiative. If Shunzurue had her status, he probably wouldn't hesitate either. Everything is just because of their social positions. If she had his status, she wouldn't be afraid. In this relationship, the one who becomes a burden or a drag isn't him, so he doesn't see it as a problem. But Fu Shiwan has already been through this once. She doesn't want to go through it again. This is different. These two things are not the same. I want to grow my business big and strong. No matter what others say, they are only talking about me and won't involve others. But if I am with you, then people will criticize you because of me. They will say you have poor judgment or speak badly of you. Because of me, I would cause you trouble. I don't want such things to happen, so I don't want to be with you and cause you trouble. My status is very different from yours, and I don't think I am worthy of you or capable of saying I like you. When you say you like me, I am naturally happy. I am glad to be liked by you, but that is all. I can't even imagine what comes next. Our social statuses are so different. I truly want to advise you that we cannot be together. Fu Shiwan doesn't want to talk more with Shunzurue. Now that the truth is out, their relationship has become complicated. She sees that Shunzurue seems serious, as if he really wants to marry her, and he doesn't care about anything else. But she cares. She has been married before. Women who have been married in the past usually face difficulties in the marriage market, especially in this era. Their social statuses are so different. She can't even imagine being with him. She has already brought negative reputation to the Zue Xianglu business. If she were to be with Shunzurue, it might also affect his career. The emperor has more than one son. The throne doesn't have to be passed only to the emperor's legitimate son, but it's preferred. If he has a stain on his reputation or can't fulfill his duties, the emperor would choose another child. Officials wouldn't allow the emperor to pick an heir based solely on personal preference. She doesn't want to bring him shame or be a burden to him. So, Fu Shiwan stands up and leaves. She has nothing more to say to Shunzurue. Since he can't understand her and insists on marrying her, thinking it's a simple matter, she has nothing else to discuss. She returns home, closes the door, and even refuses to have Shiryu accompany her. She goes alone to her room. She is happy that Shunzurue likes her because not everyone can experience mutual love like this. But she hates herself, her status, and the social gap between them. If Shunzurue were just an ordinary farmer at Lu Shuizhuang, no one would say anything about them being together. But he is not. His status is so high that it seems to reach the clouds. The two of them are destined to be impossible to be together. Fu Shiwan had not gone out for several days. She was thinking about how to make Gu Changfeng stop spreading rumors. Maybe he was forcing her to help his family's restaurant, so she would have to submit. She thought for a long time and felt there was no way to stop these rumors. Should she come out and explain? But who would believe her with just her words? If she didn't explain, the rumors would only get worse. The more she avoided speaking, the more people would say she was afraid. Some might say the real reason they separated was because Gu Changfeng bullied her, but many women are bullied in their homes and stay silent. People who haven't experienced it wouldn't understand. Fu Shiwan kept thinking and decided that maybe her only choice was to soften up to Gu Changfeng, help his family's restaurant, and make it successful again. That might be the only way. She stayed at home for a day or two and finally arranged to meet Gu Changfeng. She promised to help him and revive the family's restaurant. Gu Changfeng used such mean tricks, but she couldn't retaliate with dirty words. Such things only hurt women. They don't harm men at all. She arranged a meeting with Gu Changfeng, hiding inside a carriage with a thick veil. When she entered the private room at the restaurant, Gu Changfeng saw her but didn't look overly proud. At first, Fu Shiwan didn't notice anything. After she took off her veil, Gu Changfeng suddenly spoke. "What are you meeting me for? Do you want to show off how well you're doing now, how you've climbed high and no longer look down on the Gu family? Is that why you called me here, to show your new status, or to take revenge on me and make me feel some of the grievances you've suffered?" His words confused Fu Shiwan. She found them strange. She didn't call Gu Changfeng to argue with him or ask him to clear up the rumors. She agreed to help his restaurant. Why did Gu Changfeng look at her with such envy and resentment? He didn't seem proud or victorious. Fu Shiwan didn't understand what he was saying.
What are you talking about?
Don't you know what you've done? The rumors you spread have damaged the reputation of Zui Xianglu and its business. Isn't that what you wanted? You used such despicable methods to ruin Zui Xianglu in order to boost the Gu family's restaurant. If these rumors spread, I wouldn't even dare to walk openly on the streets now. It's all because of you. Do you think I want to show off to you? What would I want to show off? It should be you trying to show off to me, right? Fu Shiwan is a bit angry. She doesn't understand what Gu Changfeng means by these words. Isn't he the one who should be proud? But Gu Changfeng also doesn't understand what she means. Rumors? Yes, I spread them. I wanted to praise you and ruin Zui Xianglu, but haven't those rumors already been settled? You rely on such a strong backing. No wonder you resolutely divorced me and married the prince, climbing up to such a high position. You can rest easy now. I never thought someone of your humble and ordinary background could reach such heights. You married into the Gu family and became the main wife, and you even managed to marry a prince from the royal family, climbing up to a prince and a noble. Your methods are impressive. Who do you plan to climb up to next? The emperor himself? You keep climbing higher and higher. I really underestimated you and your abilities. No wonder the emperor and empress favor you so much, even issuing a decree for your divorce and letting you stay in the palace for a month. You already reached the prince early on. I thought you were involved with the shopkeeper, but it turns out your backer is even more solid and firm, making me afraid to touch you. Fu Shiwan was surprised. How did he know? No, what exactly did he mean? How could Gu Changfeng know about her relationship with Shinzurue? She hadn't said anything, afraid he might suspect. With his suspicious and paranoid personality, just working with Zui Xianglu or being inside the shop, he would suspect she was having an affair with the shopkeeper. How could he suspect Shinzurue? How could he know that the person behind Zui Xianglu is Shinzurue? She had kept this secret well. How could he know? She didn't rush to explain, but instead asked him back, "How do you know? How do you know that Shinzurue is behind Zui Xianglu? And how do you know about my relationship with him? Don't judge who I associate with. Just because someone is close to me, you suspect they are having an affair with me. I am innocent with the shopkeeper, and I am also innocent with Shinzurue. Don't listen to rumors or spread such gossip. I can promise to help revive the Gu family's restaurant. Please stop spreading such rumors. I admit you're impressive. You've managed to make me feel ashamed in Jing City, just with these small rumors. Don't involve innocent people. If you have grievances or resentment towards me, just target me directly. Don't drag others into it or ruin their families and reputations. Whatever you want, I will agree to it." Fu Shiwan told him that as long as he stops spreading false rumors, she is willing to do anything. Helping the Gu family's restaurant isn't impossible. However, Gu Changfeng didn't look as excited or proud as Fu Shiwan expected. Instead, he showed a dismissive, self-deprecating expression. How could I dare to threaten you or spread such rumors? Someone behind you has already warned me. That person is a prince's legitimate son, and I can't afford to offend him. I have already clarified that these are just rumors. I also drove away those household staff. You really found a strong supporter, so strong that I can't afford to offend you anymore. I dare not spread such rumors again. He is a prince, backed by the empress and the emperor.
How could I still target you?
You found such a powerful supporter. No wonder you're eager to leave the Gu residence. Turns out there's someone better outside. You're now doing so well and are so proud. No wonder you once hated me so much. Compared to the prince, the Gu family is nothing. But have you ever thought about how difficult the future path will be? Yes, now he looks at you with fresh interest, but do you really think you can marry him? How will you get past the emperor and empress? How will you change your status from a common woman? The court officials won't stay silent. They won't allow a future heir to marry a woman like you as the main wife. If the future empress is just an ordinary peasant girl, that's impossible. Gu Chongfeng mocked Fu Shiwan as if he was laughing at a joke. Fu Shiwan also knew in her heart that she didn't deserve Shen Zuerui. Her status wasn't enough, but it wasn't up to Gu Chongfeng to decide. That's right, I don't deserve him. You've always looked down on me, thinking I am not suitable for anyone. I shouldn't have forced you to marry me in the first place. You didn't like me, yet I still insisted. After you married me, I even let you leave me. It's because of me that you couldn't lift your head among the officials, feeling ashamed and embarrassed. That's why you have become more unfriendly to me. Now, it seems you're just trying to use me. You're so angry and jealous because you know I have connected with someone more powerful. But I am innocent with him. I didn't try to use him or cling to him to achieve my goals. I don't have your nasty thoughts. I just want to be friends with him. I know I don't deserve him. Being with you, I endured many rumors. And now, being with him, I no longer want to delay others or cause trouble for anyone. As you said, my status makes me seem like I am reaching above my weight. The emperor and empress surely look down on me. I don't need to suffer this anymore. I know my place and won't overestimate myself. Fu Shiwan looked at him and said self-deprecatingly. Gu Chongfeng finally heard her words. He thought, she's not so stupid as to not know her worth. Since Fu Shiwan said so, he invited her. Yes, you don't deserve him. If I take you as my wife, others will talk and gossip. And to marry a prince, someone who might someday become emperor, that's a big deal. Do you really think you're worthy of him? You're not even fit to be his concubine or maid. Have some self-awareness. Right now, people are just saying you're involved with that shopkeeper. Even if I don't say anything, if you keep hanging around him or he keeps bothering you, it might affect him someday. As long as you don't marry anyone, you'll influence him. So, come back. Don't bear this alone. A woman working outside, running a business sounds bad and it's tiring, isn't it? Just come back to the Gu family's restaurant, help with ideas. I'll give you the same amount of silver each month as Zue Xianglu. Come back, and no one will know about your relationship with the prince. Otherwise, if you work in his restaurant, people will gossip about it every day. Perhaps you should come back. Since you don't want to be with him, his feelings for you are obvious. You don't want to be with him or accept him, but he keeps pursuing you fiercely. Sooner or later, everyone will find out. What will happen to your reputation then? Maybe you should return and leave Zue Xianglu to help run our Gu family's restaurant. I will give you a fair share. This could also be a good chance for you to distance yourself from him and break his hopes. Otherwise, if you stay in his restaurant, he will keep thinking about you every day. The emperor and empress are unaware of this now, but if they find out someday, they will not accept you. They might take measures to separate you too. It's better if you take the initiative to step back and act wisely, so you don't end up suffering. Gu Chongfeng unexpectedly advised Fu Shiwan to return to the Gu family, but she isn't foolish enough to be unaware of how she's being used.
Fu Shiwan feels uncertain.
Gu Chongfeng's words seem reasonable, but some she cannot accept. First, she definitely won't go back to the Gu family. She worked hard to leave before, and now she won't rush back into it. However, some of what he said makes sense. For example, if she stays in Zue Xianglu every day, she will be involved with Shinzurue, and his feelings for her will never stop. That would be no different from deliberately tempting him. Fu Shiwan thinks she needs to come up with a plan to distance herself from him, stop his hopes, and let him focus on government affairs instead of her. But when Gu Chongfeng said these things, Fu Shiwan still felt unhappy inside. She firmly said, I will never go back to the Gu family.
You can forget about it.
No matter what, I won't go back to old ways. Even if I don't help with Zue Xianglu's business, I won't turn around and help the Gu family either. There are more restaurants in the capital than just these two. If necessary, I have my own money and can open my own restaurant. There's no need to revolve around your two families. It's not worth it. You should give up on this idea. Starting your own restaurant, do you really think that's easy? Just having good taste and reputation, how far will that get you? Without a noble background, do you really think you can stand firm in this big city? You really think the small amount of silver you have is enough? You want to open a restaurant in the capital. Gu family's restaurant is already here waiting for you, fully prepared with the effort you once put in. I am giving it to you again. You refuse to accept and insist on opening your own restaurant. Can you handle such a risk? And you want a good location too. You have already helped Drunken Fragrance Tower attract many customers. When you open your own restaurant, how will you bring them over? This is like shooting yourself in the foot. You shouldn't have insisted on breaking up with me. Look at how you're living now. Listen to me, if you are willing to come back, I can still make you a concubine. Lady, stop dreaming. If you want to leave, coming back will only let you be a concubine. Then, take good care of the Gu family's restaurant. I will give you some silver each month, so you won't have to work so hard or think so much. Gu Changfeng feels like a proud man, thinking he's doing a favor for Fu Shiwan, believing he's been very kind to her. He is moved by himself, but Fu Shiwan is not influenced by him at all. Since the Gu restaurant is short of staff and not doing well, there's no need to keep it open. If the business is bad, just close it. There's no need to steal customers from others. General Gu's actions are not good, doing things secretly. If you want to take people, do it openly. Stealing others' employees and talking behind their backs. If I had known General Gu was like this, I wouldn't have admired him so much. It seems General Gu's character needs to be checked. I will suggest to the Emperor and Empress that they think carefully. Some things depend not just on ability but also on character. If General Gu's character is so poor, he is not suitable to be an official. Shun Zirue suddenly enters from outside. Fu Shiwan instinctively wants to hide when she sees him. She has avoided him for 2 days but still gets caught. How does he know she's here? But then she thinks, with 2 of his people around her, how could he not know her whereabouts? Thinking this, Fu Shiwan stops talking. When Gu Changfeng sees Shin Zirui come in, he quickly stands up and makes space for him, respectfully saying, "Prince, why are you here? Please sit." I didn't mean anything else. I was just thinking of helping her, not trying to steal her away. Everything is still up to her. Prince, please don't misunderstand. I have no such intention. Do you not have this thought? I am very clear about what you did before. I thought you would serve the country by guarding the border for 3 years, so I didn't interfere with your family matters, since family affairs and official duties are separate. But thinking about it, General Gu's character is so poor that I don't trust him with important national matters. I plan to speak to the Emperor about this. Once General Gu finishes handling his current tasks, he will no longer be assigned new ones. People like General Gu shouldn't be trusted with state affairs. If he can't even handle family matters well, how can he manage national affairs? It's better for him to settle his own family issues first, then come to handle state affairs. Other matters should not bother him. Shin Ziyu held Fu Shiwan's hand and pulled her to stand up. She stared at him blankly, surprised to see him openly confront Gu Changfeng for her. She never expected that Gu Changfeng, who usually acts like a boss at home, would be so obedient and submissive in front of Shinziyu, almost like a little kitten obeying his commands. He also seemed very afraid of him. She looked at Gu Changfeng, who also looked at her with a humble, pleading gaze, hoping she would speak up for him. But Fu Shiwan wouldn't do that. She wasn't that foolish. They weren't enemies, so it was good enough that he was not her foe. Why would she speak well for him? All of this was his own fault. His character is not suitable for holding office, and the court affairs are not something she can influence. Those who can get involved are limited. Since Shun Ziyu said so, there must be a reason. There must be some other cause. She didn't feel it was appropriate to ask or plead. Seeing Fu Shiwan so cold and unfeeling, Gu Changfeng could only beg Shin Ziyu again. He knelt directly before him. "Your Highness, please think carefully. Court matters are separate from family affairs. Do not believe one person's words and trust her blindly, thereby taking away my authority. I have served the country loyally for generations. Your Highness, please do not me of my rights over small matters or prevent me from managing state affairs. That would be unfair. He accused Shinziyu of seeking revenge because of personal feelings, targeting him in official matters. But Shinziyu had his own reasons. He was holding Fu Shiwan's hand and had already reached the door, but then he turned back to settle old scores. General Gu, isn't it reasonable? Why do you lose your sense of reason when it comes to family matters? Are you accusing me of seeking revenge? Does General Gu ever have moments of personal revenge? Isn't that like a thief shouting, "Stop the thief"? I was just acting based on what General Gu had done before. How can he say I don't distinguish between public and private matters? Think back to what you did in the past, and you'll see that I am justified in my actions. You have no right to complain. Shinzurue no longer wanted to argue with him. He took Fu Shiwan's hand and led her outside, pulling her onto the carriage. He hadn't seen Fu Shiwan for 2 days. He knew she was deliberately avoiding him. But when he found out she had gone to find Gu Chongfeng and was willing to compromise with him, he was very angry. She preferred to go to Gu Chongfeng rather than ask for his help. It seemed that after she made her feelings clear, she was determined to cut ties with him. He was also upset and refused to look at Fu Shiwan or get close to her. They no longer had the friendly atmosphere they once shared. Instead, they felt awkward around each other. The carriage started moving, swaying unsteadily. Gu Chongfeng said with some dissatisfaction, "What? Now you don't even want to be friends with me? You'd rather go back to Gu Chongfeng to make a deal and ask him to help explain the rumors? And you won't come to me? You dislike me so much now, avoiding me as if I might hurt you? You haven't been to the Drunken Fragrance Tower for several days. You thought of this plan after 2 days and came to ask him? Do you even remember what kind of person he is? You've healed from your wounds and forgotten the pain, and now you want to find him again? You know I can help you too. I live right next door, but you refuse to come to me. Now we are truly at the end of our relationship. We can't even be friends anymore. Your attitude shows you're planning to cut all ties with me and break apart. I just wanted to tell you how I feel. You like me too, so why can't we be happy together?" Shinzurue was about to break down. He waited 2 days, hoping Fu Shiwan would come to ask for his help, but instead, she went to find Gu Chongfeng. He really couldn't understand. Why would a man need to beg? She had thought of this plan for 2 days, and she lived right next door, but she never once came to see him. After revealing her feelings, was she so afraid of him? Afraid to be near him, as if she wanted to avoid any contact? He felt a little resentful toward Fu Shiwan, acting a bit petulant. Looking at her, she seemed like a little dog, abandoned and sad. She was full of love and loyalty, but her owner had heartlessly thrown her away. Fu Shiwan was afraid to look at him. She didn't dare meet his eyes because she knew that if she did, her heart would melt completely. Instead of risking that, she decided it was better not to contact him at all. "I haven't done anything. I just don't know how to face you. We used to be friends because neither of us knew or was sure about our feelings. But now that we've talked openly, if I continue to be with you, can you truly just be my friend? Can you promise not to have other thoughts about me and only be my friend? I think you probably can't do that. The more I spend time with you, the more your feelings for me will grow. But I can't give you what you want, so I might be partly to blame. Instead of letting things go this far, I should wake up and make you forget this idea. That way, we can only part ways and see less of each other. I'm doing this for your own good, hoping you'll realize the truth sooner. You are destined to inherit the throne. The future queen can't be just an ordinary rural woman. I know my place. Who says I have to sit on that throne? Do you think you must become the queen someday? I told you I don't like that position. I like you. If being with you means I can't sit on the throne, that's even better. If you want me to take that position, I have one condition. My father and mother must accept you. Only if they agree will I consider sitting on the throne. Otherwise, even if they begged me, I wouldn't do it. Why can't you trust me a little? Believe that I wouldn't refuse the throne because of you. That throne isn't what I like. Do you really like me? Why can't you be more certain? If we both like each other, why can't this work out? Many men and women in the world marry without a strong initial connection, yet they still love each other later. It's rare and precious that we like each other before marriage. Are you going to back away now? Is that who you are? You've always been someone who refuses to give in to fate, who won't bow to destiny. Why are you so hesitant about us? Do you have any reason to doubt? To me, you're the best woman in the world. No one compares to you. You're talented, charming, have your own personality, and are also good at business. All the noble ladies in the capital seem less impressive than you. You are such a good cook, so why do you always belittle yourself? Is your background something you can control? I believe that birth is part of it, but effort after birth matters too. The daughters of noble families are born into privilege, but they can only rely on their families. Without a family, they are nothing. But you can live such a life on your own. I think you are much more charming than they are. Why are you so sure that officials won't accept you? If you don't want to face the world's judgment and want to leave Gu Chongfeng, why not try with me? Shinzurue is also persuading Fu Shiwan. This time, she listens and feels that what he says makes a lot of sense.
She begins to understand.
Most importantly, she doesn't like the old-fashioned ideas in this era. But gradually, she is able to stand on her own and refuses to accept Shinzurue. She admits she is too timid. Seeing Shinzurue like this, she understands he has made many efforts to be with her. He even quietly helps settle rumors in the capital. He has done so much, but even if Fu Shiwan wants to accept him, she is afraid. In later times, she would dare. But in this era, even a single spit could drown her. Does she really want to try accepting him? Maybe Shinzurue saw her hesitation and wavering. He places his hand on hers and holds it tightly. Do you like me? Since we both like each other, let's try. If you haven't tried and just give up, can you really be at peace? If you try and fail, then accept it. But if you don't even try, because you're afraid of your own thoughts, can you really be satisfied? Can you really give up just like that? I can't. I want you to try with me. Shinzurue holds Fu Shiwan's hand. After hearing this, she doesn't pull her hand away. He knows she is finally willing to accept him and listen to him. He can't help but hug Fu Shiwan, feeling very happy, like a child. As long as we believe in each other and stay firm, no obstacle is too big. You don't need to worry. With me here, I won't let you live the same days as with Gu Chongfeng, nor listen to such rumors. As long as you are with me, I will protect you fully and won't let you make the same mistakes again. The imperial astronomer has predicted that there will be a heavy snow tomorrow and a banquet will be held in the sky. I have already told Empress Mother to invite you to make some snacks. You must seize this opportunity. Fu Shiwan didn't expect it to happen so soon, but now it is indeed winter, and she is dressed more warmly. She is about to go back into the palace to face the Empress. This time is different from last time. She is entering with a purpose.
Fu Shiwan feels a bit scared.
It's different, right? Last time I entered the palace only as your friend, so the Empress and Emperor were quite polite to me. But this time, I know in my heart that if I stay with you, the Empress and Emperor will see me differently. I worry I might feel awkward. Also, the Empress liked me before because I am related to Gu Chongfeng, and I am good at cooking. But if she finds out I am close to her son, she probably won't agree and might dislike me. Fu Shiwan shares her worries. That was her first concern, and it made her nervous. Shinzurue encourages her from behind. It won't happen. My mother is kind and good. She won't look down on you just because of your background. You don't need to explain everything to her right away.
Just see how she treats you.
She has always liked you and told me she knows you haven't had an easy life at the Gu family. Didn't you tell her about your situation before? Now that you're divorced and entering the palace again, you can talk to her more. He adds, also, Sure and Sure are nearby. They used to serve the Empress for a while, so you can rest assured. She won't dislike you or target you. Since he said so, Fu Shiwan could only nod in agreement. Sure enough, that night, it snowed heavily as Shinzurue predicted. The next day, the whole capital was covered in white. The carriage struggled on the snowy road, but someone cleared the snow in the middle of the street, so even though the carriage moved slowly, it could still go forward. Early in the morning, Fu Shirwan entered the palace because she needed to prepare food. She hadn't seen the Empress for a long time. After arranging the snacks she brought, she was ready and went to pay her respects to the Empress. This time, her attitude was completely different from last time. Fu Shirwan was a bit nervous and less confident. Although it was only their second meeting, she seemed a little unnatural and anxious. Greetings to the Empress. It has been a long time since I last saw you. You still look as charming and radiant as ever. It's clear that you are very happy. Fu Shirwan always feels she needs to flatter the Empress, but she doesn't know exactly how to do it. She's not good at saying charming words and always feels that speaking too openly seems too distant or fake. The Empress looked at her like she was her own daughter and told her to sit down quickly. You're doing well too. I think it's mostly because of your good mood. Seeing how you are now after your divorce, your life must be quite good. You look more elegant than before when you were General Gu's wife. You seem more beautiful and relaxed. It seems that divorcing was the right choice. You didn't have a good life at the Gu family. Do you like this new freedom? And that courtyard Zuerue showed you. I heard you are now neighbors. You even help him run the Zue Xianglu business. You are really smart. I've never seen a young lady from a noble family handle things alone, run a business, and still appear in public. That's truly impressive. You have both the courage and the business sense. I really admire you. The thing I envy most in my life is a girl like you, free and living the life she wants.
I really envy that.
Unlike me, who is young but trapped by arranged marriages and confined to this big palace. I can't leave the palace to show my talents. Fu Shirwan listened and found it hard to believe. The Empress was different from others. Since she admired her so much, she didn't scold her for showing herself publicly. Instead, she said she was jealous. It seemed Shinzurue had already paved the way for her and said some good words. She could only humbly reply, Your Majesty, you shouldn't envy me. Many people envy you, including me. I also envy you. People tend to envy what they don't have. You already have dignity and respect and you want freedom. But only people born at the bottom, like me, understand that with a higher status like yours, many things can be done more easily. People like me, even now, are often mocked as foolish or stupid. They mock me for not relying on a man and for being independent. They say I am wasting my time and that I am shameful. Showing myself in public means no man will want me in the future. These idle words have been surrounding me all along, so Your Majesty need not envy. Everyone has their own hardships and sorrows that others cannot see. I understand some of these pains, and Your Majesty need not envy me either. She took the initiative to confide in the Empress. Naturally, the Empress knew about it. She had heard the rumors and gossip from the past, including the idle talk in the capital. She felt truly sympathetic toward this young girl. This young girl had already been divorced at a young age, but she was not defeated by life. Even without parents, family, or relatives, she managed to struggle her way to her current position. She was more capable than many daughters of officials. She liked her. Watching her was like seeing a tough little full of life, unwilling to accept unfair fate, always striving to move upward. She liked this kind of personality. Seeing her, she felt that even in this dull and lifeless palace, there was some vitality. Listening to you, I feel much better. When you have free time, you can come to the palace more often to talk to me. When I was young, I also had a few friends from ordinary families. I played very well with them. But later, my parents didn't allow me to play with them anymore, thinking they would corrupt me. I learned some bad things from them, so we lost contact. We haven't communicated since then, and I don't know how they are doing now. Although I was born into a noble family, I don't like this status. Probably, Zuerue inherited my personality, which is why he yearns for freedom. I also want him to be free, but in this court, the Emperor's other children are not very capable. The Emperor believes Zuerue is the most suitable to inherit the throne, so he focuses his attention on him. That's why he doesn't have much freedom. I also dislike being the Empress, feeling that it confines my freedom, but I have no choice but to accept my fate. I hope Shinzuerue can live the life he wants. But as a prince, he also bears responsibilities. We mother and son ultimately cannot escape this vast palace and will be trapped here for life. The Empress saw she had spoken quite a lot and stopped, no longer saying more. Instead, she began to talk about Fu Shiwan. I also heard about what happened in the capital a few days ago. Your General Gu was too much. When he doesn't get what he wants, he tries to destroy it. He even spread rumors about you, which is really bad for your reputation. When Shun Jirue came to the palace, he told me that he felt sorry for you. Fortunately, those rumors have now been stopped, so they won't cause much trouble in your life. In the future, you can come to the palace anytime to talk with me, and maybe bring some delicious food. The palace chefs are not as good as you. Although their cooking is decent, I prefer to see you. Seeing you has made my appetite much better. You and Shinjirue live so close, and I heard he often comes to your place for meals. I've noticed that he's been gaining some weight recently, and his face looks fuller. He usually is picky and doesn't like the palace chef's food. He rarely enjoys what they cook. Since you make food he likes, I will reward you with some gold and silver. Shinjirue's daily life will also need your help and care. He is quite stubborn. I've said before that I want to marry him a princess, or at least have some close friends to look after him. But he refuses and won't agree. I can't do anything about it. He's very stubborn. If you force him, he might do something to hurt himself. Neither I nor his father can control him. It's rare that he listens to you and enjoys your cooking. Since he loves eating your food, the Emperor, and I will reward you more. Please take good care of him. He considers you a friend. From a young age, he's only acknowledged you as a friend. So, please look after him. Fu Shiwan didn't expect that Shunjirue would tell the Empress everything, even about how close they live and how often they eat together. But she saw that the Empress's attitude seemed quite fond of him and even asked her to take care of Shinjirue. She didn't expect the Empress to be so open-minded and understanding. She wondered if it was inappropriate for them to be alone, especially since Shinjirue was with a woman who was already divorced. Wouldn't that harm his reputation? She was surprised that the Empress was so progressive.